these attacks.
With Secretary Cohen, we have to be very cautious. On the other hand, I thought Secretary Eagleberger was very honest when he said that, look, the Taliban have been harboring Osama bin Laden. Osama bin Laden has said that it is the duty of every Muslim to kill Americans. There's every indication that he has been behind some of the attacks against American installations, and we happen to know just today that we've got information that indicates that representatives who are affiliated with Osama bin Laden were actually saying over the airwaves that the private airwaves at that they had hit 2 targets. If you go back to the Millennium scare that we had before the year 2000, Osama bin Laden was in the middle of all of that, and the people associated with him and affiliated with him was in the middle of that. So this is a very serious situation. So they should not be harboring this criminal, and we've got to, it seems to me, go after him. And it does look, although the evidence is fragmentary, as though he's had a major role in what's happened here today.
Secretary Cohen, are you as convinced as Senator Hatch is that Osama bin Laden played some role in this tragedy here today?
I think if you were to cast the searchlight of probability on these footprints, they would lead to Osama bin Laden, but I still think that we have to get more evidence. This is not evidence that you would need in the prosecution of a criminal act. I distinguish between terrorism and a criminal act. And so I would think you just need more evidence than we have right now, but it doesn't have to be something you can use in a court of law. I think that the probability is it points to Osama bin Laden himself or the groups that he supports. And therefore, I think we ought to keep our focus very much on him, but not exclude others. And so I think a little more time is necessary, but I don't disagree with Secretary Eagleberger that we need to respond swiftly and very strongly to those who have inflicted this great tragedy upon the American people.
Secretary Cohen, it's Aaron Brown. We have heard in a number of conversations that we've had today that the United States needs to be more aggressive or more proactive in its counterterrorism efforts, that you can't wait until something has happened, that you have to stop it before, and it may be that some innocents will suffer because of it. That's a political problem, isn't it?
It is, and the thing we have to keep in mind is we do not want to allow terrorists to strike such terror in the hearts of the American people that we become like them, that we become indifferent to how many innocent people that we might kill. That is what separates us from terrorism and from the terrorists. We have a higher standard. So we have to be very careful in how we respond and how we take action against those who are planning further acts of terrorism against the American people, so that we don't become drawn down into that level of evil that they have perpetrated. So that's what distinguishes the American people and our ideals, and we ought to adhere to those.
And Senator Hatch, you think that the political equation on how the United States deals with this has changed because of what's happened today?
No question about it. We can't take this kind of action without a very heavy response. And we have some information. It may be fragmentary, but the fact is we have some information that indicates that Osama bin Laden and many of his affiliates and associates, he's certainly the motivating force behind these people. He certainly has the money, and he certainly has the ability to motivate antagonistic forces against the United States, and he said he wants to do that. So it looks very much like that, although we're not absolutely certain at this point.
But Senator, what Secretary Eagleberger said a little while ago, others have said, is not that we, as a country, not that the United States responds all the time, that at some point it needs to take a proactive, it needs to strike before the attack itself, before the terrorist attack. And if some innocents are hurt, if mistakes get made, that is an unfortunate reality. That's a political problem, and I want to know, I guess, from you, if you think the country, which has been reluctant to do that, will be less so because of today.
Well, this is an act of war. As far as I'm concerned, war's been declared against the United States. We ought to act accordingly, and we should have a very stiff response to that. And to be honest with you, it looks to me as though what's happened in New York, just think about it. There must be thousands of people killed here, probably more than at Pearl Harbor by far. And there is evidence, there is indication that there were people who have been affiliated with Osama bin Laden whose communications have been intercepted that basically have said that they got 2 targets. There's a lot of other information that is coming forward, although it's fragmentary and nobody can absolutely be guaranteed in the surety of it, but we all know that Osama bin Laden is doing everything he can to antagonize American forces, to try and hit against Americans. He's called for the death of Americans, and we ought to respond forcibly.
General Wesley Clark was a guest earlier today on CNN, and he began to express what most would interpret as a sense of outrage that we didn't know this was about to happen. There is a feeling that perhaps even during the last administration, too much emphasis was put on technical intelligence and not human intelligence.
Well, you got that right.
Do you buy that analysis?
Well, I surely do. As a matter of fact, we haven't been putting enough money in to the intelligence community, and we certainly haven't been putting enough human on the ground. That means human intelligence on the ground. And we've got to start doing that. And we've got to do a lot of other things. I reported last Sunday with Wolf Blitzer here that it's amazing, with all of the economic difficulties that they have, that the Russians have a better tactical fighter than we do, that it's more maneuverable, it is faster, and our pilots can fly it better than our F-15, which is becoming quite old, and we've been allowing our military to deteriorate. But not only that, our intelligence, we haven't been beefing it up like we should, and we know that terrorism is a reality out there, and especially against the United States, and we also know many of the people who are doing it. And the people who are excited about this over in the Middle East, who are dancing in the streets, who are making fun of the United States, we ought to remember who they are, because they're enemies of our country.
All right, Aaron and I would like to come back to you, Senator Hatch and Secretary Cohen. Right now, though, we're going to go back to Kabul, Afghanistan, where Nick Robertson has an update for us. Nick?
Well, I think if we review what we've been watching here in the last half an hour or so, we heard, first of all, aircraft coming in, then detonations around the city, then the fire and more detonations coming from what was we're told is an ammunition dump. We'll also fold into that the information we've been given here that 300 miles south of here in the spiritual heartland of the Taliban, their city of Kandahar, where their leader Mullah Omar lives, no reports of any detonations there. That city well beyond the range of the Northern Alliance forces. Certainly, the Northern Alliance forces, their commander, their key and pivotal commander, enemy number one of the Taliban, in fact, Ahmed Shah Massoud, attacked in a suicide attack on Sunday. Certainly, the Northern Alliance in a position right now to be feeling very, very aggrieved with the Taliban, and certainly very much in a mood for taking the battle to them on their terms. So looking across the city of Kabul now, it is very quiet. Just dogs barking, the fire from the ammunition dump continuing to burn on the horizon. But evaluating everything we've seen here this evening, what we could have heard was some of Massoud's Northern Alliance jets flying in here. This is something that they do very occasionally. Certainly the Northern Alliance very aggrieved at this stage. And then detonations and anti-aircraft fire coming up at the same time. Again, from our vantage point here over the city, very difficult to tell those details, to tell whose aircraft they were, how many detonations there were, whether they were all missiles from aircraft. Details like that, very difficult to tell at night. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning here. We expect to get a clearer idea, perhaps as daylight comes upon the city in 3 or 4 hours. The Northern Alliance holds about 5% of the territory of Afghanistan. They've been holding out against the Taliban now for the last 5 years, since the Taliban took control of this city, Kabul, in September 1996. Ahmed Shah Massoud, a key pivotal commander, he earned his military stripes, if you will, and earned the respect of many commanders in Afghanistan during the 1980 Soviet occupation. For 10 years, he held out and was undefeated against the Soviet Union forces here in Afghanistan during the 1980s. He was a pivotal commander, the defense minister of a power-sharing government here in the early 1990s, driven out by the Taliban in 1996. Has been fighting from the northeast of Afghanistan on an ever a decreasingly small patch of land and the assassination attempt on him at the weekend blamed by Massoud's forces. Yeah.
I need to interrupt you for just a second. CNN's Wolf Blitzer in Washington's been doing some reporting on the president's activities. Wolf, join us.
Thank you, Aaron. We have now been told by Ari Fleischer, the White House press secretary, telling the pool of reporters always accompanying the president on his way back to Washington, that the explosions that we heard in Kabul, Afghanistan, were not part of a U.S. retaliatory strike. Once again, repeating the explosions that Nick Robertson has just been reporting about in Kabul, not part of any U.S. military strike, clearly indicating this is part of the continuing civil war that's been underway in Afghanistan now for some time. The president is on his way back to Andrews Air Force Base right outside of Washington. We're told that Air Force One is expected to land in about 15 minutes. We're also told it's being flanked by 3 U.S. Air Force fighter jets, 2 F-15s, 1 F-16, a remarkable situation, a remarkable development. All of my years covering the White House, I don't remember ever Air Force One returning to Andrews Air Force Base with protective cover by fighter jets. The president, as you know, is expected to address the nation around 9 p.m. this evening. But before the president speaks, there are 2 briefings that we're standing by awaiting. First of all, the Attorney General John Ashcroft will be briefing at the White House, and the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld will be briefing at the Pentagon. Of course, we will be bringing you all of those briefings live here on CNN. So just once again, to recap, the White House, through the press secretary, Ari Fleischer, insisting that those explosions in Kabul, Afghanistan, not the result of U.S. military action. Paula and Aaron in New York.
Well, thank you. It is a reminder to us here, to all of you as well, that we need to be careful about what we assume as we go on here. There are a lot of reasons why things happen. It's not always the first thing you think about. There are certain things we know that have happened. We know that just after 8:45 this morning, 8:48, the first of the planes hit the Trade Center. It was shortly after that, 9:08 if memory serves me, and it's been a while now, that the second plane hit. We have seen this now from a couple of different views, and we have found one more to show you of the second hit of the Trade Center. People out with video cameras this morning, and if we can roll the tape and maybe take a look at it a couple of times as we orient ourselves, we're seeing it for the first time as well. There's the plane, you can't miss that. Holy shit! Holy shit! Well, it's hard to quarrel with the expletive. You know, we have seen this now. We have seen this, honestly, dozens of times, and it's no less powerful and no less sickening to see it again. Again, let's just look at this scene. This is amateur video, the plane coming, and now no words, no reason.
I think we all have struggled today with a way to define just the impact of what was witnessed here in New York. As you know, Aaron, this is 30 blocks away. As you know, the city is in a state of paralysis at the moment, although I am told that some of the bridges now are beginning to be opened up for outbound traffic. But at a point in the city today, when people were trying to be evacuated from the south end of New York City, it was extremely difficult. You were up here, and I was down on the street watching tens of thousands of people making their way on foot to get out of the city. Now, one of the things that we witnessed within the last hour was the collapse of Tower Number 7, which is part of the World Trade Center complex as well. As you know, Aaron, because you've been reporting this all day, this has been on fire most of the day. This was expected to happen.
47 stories, not nearly as big as the 2 towers which once stood behind us, but no small building with 47 stories.
Now, from what we're hearing on the street, rescue workers are still having a very difficult time getting into the perimeter area surrounding this site because of falling debris. city officials still cannot confirm for us at this point how many people have been injured, how many people have been killed. Just before I got on the air, I spoke with someone from the department that deals with rescue operations for the city. This is all speculation on his part, but he has reasonably good information from area hospitals. He suspects those numbers could rise into the thousands. So, Aaron, we're going to leave you right now, and we're going to check back in with Bill Hemmer, who joins us now from Atlanta with another part of the story. Bill?
Paula, Aaron, thank you. I'm Bill Hemmer, live in Atlanta, continuing CNN's coverage of America under attack. Some 9 hours now after terrorists hijacked airliners and crashed them into U.S. buildings. Some kind of attack, as we mentioned, was taking place in Afghanistan, but a Wolf Blitzer was reporting there. As we see the videotape by way of video phone in Kabul, Afghanistan's capital, Ari Fleischer with the White House indicates this is not a retaliatory strike. However, this appears to be the ongoing civil war battle that's taking place in Afghanistan. Also, reporters traveling with President Bush have also been told these explosions, again, not part of that U.S. strike at any country at this time. Earlier, U.S. intelligence officials had told CNN there are good indications that persons linked to fugitive terrorist Osama bin Laden may be responsible for a number of terrorist attacks in the U.S. today. Bin Laden is suspected to be hiding out in Afghanistan, and earlier in Kabul, Afghanistan's foreign minister said his country does not allow Osama bin Laden to use Afghan territory to launch any attack on any government around the world. Now, the explosions again in Afghanistan come as we still await the first official estimates of the casualties on what has been a deadly day of terrorist attacks here in the U.S. Both towers of New York's World Trade Center and a section of the Pentagon were destroyed when hijacked airliners were deliberately crashed into buildings there. Rescue officials predict that hundreds, if not thousands, have died in today's attacks. One tower, the World Trade Center, was hit at 8:48 a.m. East Coast time this morning. Officials believe it was hit by an American Airlines Boeing 767 flying from Boston to L.A. The hijacked plane, Flight 11, had 81 passengers, 9 crew members, and 2 pilots on board. About 18 minutes later, as emergency crews were rushing to the scene, a second airliner flew into the other tower, the World Trade Center. Officials believe this hijacked plane was United Airlines Flight 175, again from Boston to L.A., with 56 passengers on board, 2 pilots, and 7 crew members. About 10 a.m. Eastern Time, the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed. By then, authorities had closed down the tunnels and bridges leading into the island of Manhattan, and the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, had ordered all U.S. airports closed. The North Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed at 10:29 a.m. New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, while not speculating on the final death toll, has told reporters it may be, quote, more than any of us can bear, end quote. Rescue crews still on the scene. A smaller building, part of the World Trade Center complex, collapsed this afternoon. That's building number 7, part of a larger complex connected to the World Trade Center. The National Guard mobilizing all troops in the New York City area, but New York's tragedy only part of that story. As we look at other parts of the country now, and specifically in Washington, D.C., I'm told Wolf Blitzer now with more information from our nation's capital. Wolf, what do you have for us now?
Bill, right now we're told that Air Force One has landed at nearby Andrews Air Force Base just outside of Washington in Maryland. The President's Air Force One being escorted in by 3 fighter jets, 2 F-15s, 1 F-16. Close by, very often there are some Air Force jets who go up to bring down, to help escort Air Force One down. But this time these planes, were told, the fighter jets were much closer to Air Force One. The President will be returning to the White House to address the nation later this evening around 9 p.m. Eastern. But in advance of that, several briefings were standing by. We're waiting for a congressional briefing that will occur, the congressional leadership, around 7:30 p.m. Eastern. There will be a briefing from the Attorney General, John Ashcroft, over at the White House. We're also standing by awaiting a briefing from the Defense Secretary, Donald Rumsfeld. Meanwhile, let's take a look back at some of the sights and sounds of this remarkable day of terror.
I hope I live. It's coming down on me. Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car. It's incredible. Okay, I'm gonna have to go find people who need help, because I don't think I'm one of them. You okay, sir? Okay. Can I just get a toot off your respirator? Yeah. Can I get a toot? I'm just getting a couple of clean breaths. That's good. Okay. Back to you.
The Pentagon briefing is now underway. Here's the Defense Secretary, Donald Rumsfeld. Unfortunately, we're having some audio problems from the Defense Secretary. We're going to try to fix that. In the meantime, Orrin Hatch is standing by. Senator Hatch, you're a member of the Intelligence Committee. You're not surprised that the bombings that we heard about, the explosions in Kabul, were not the result of U.S. military action?
No, I'm not surprised, because just yesterday, and it looks like it's tied together, Osama bin Laden forces attacked Shah Massoud, who is their enemy in the north, and who is also one of the 12 tribal leaders.
Senator, I think we've fixed the audio with Secretary Rumsfeld at the Pentagon. He's briefing reporters. Let's listen.
Offering their sympathy and indeed their assistance in various ways. I'm very pleased to be joined here by Chairman Carl Levin and Senator John Warner. Senator Warner called earlier today and offered his support and was kind enough to come down and has been with us. We've very recently had a discussion with the President of the United States. Chairman Hugh Shelton has just landed from Europe. Secretary of the Army, Tom White, who has a responsibility for incidents like this, as executive agent for the Department of Defense, is also joining me. It's an indication that the United States government is functioning in the face of this terrible act against our country. I should add that the briefing here is taking place in the Pentagon. The Pentagon's functioning. It'll be in business tomorrow. I know the interest in casualty figures, and all I can say is it's not possible to have solid casualty figures at this time. And the various components are doing roster checks, and we'll have information at some point in the future, and as quickly as it's possible to have it, it will certainly be made available to each of you. I'll be happy to take a few questions after asking First General Shelton if he would like to say anything, and then we will allow the others to make a remark or two.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Secretary just said, today we have watched the tragedy of an outrageous act of barbaric terrorism carried out by fanatics against both civilians and military people. Acts that have killed and maimed many innocent and decent citizens of our country. I extend my condolences to the entire Department of Defense families, military and civilian, and to the families of all those throughout our nation who lost loved ones. I think this is indeed a reminder of the tragedy and the tragic dangers that we face day in and day out, both here at home as well as abroad. I would tell you up front, I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
Chairman. Chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, Carl Levin.
Our intense focus on recovery and helping the injured and the families of those who were killed is matched only by our determination to prevent more attacks and matched only by our unity to track down, root out, and relentlessly pursue terrorists, states that support them, and harbor them. They are the common enemy of the civilized world. Our institutions are strong, and our unity is palpable.
Senator John Warner.
Thank you. As a past chairman preceding Carl Levin, I can assure you that the Congress stands behind our president, and the president speaks with one voice for this entire nation. This is indeed the most tragic hour in America's history, and yet I think it can be its finest hour, as our president and those with him, most notably our Secretary of Defense, our chairman, and the men and women of the armed forces all over this world stand ready not only to defend this nation and our allies against further attack, but to take such actions as are directed in the future in retaliation for this terrorist act, a series of terrorist acts unprecedented in world history. We call upon the entire world to step up and help, because terrorism is a common enemy to all, and we're in this together. The United States has borne the brunt, but who can be next? Step forward and let us hold accountable and punish those that have perpetrated this attack. Again, I commend the Secretary, the Chairman, and how proud we are. We spoke with our President here moments ago. He's got a firm grip on this situation, and the Secretary and the General have a firm grip on our armed forces and in communication of the world over.
Thank you very much. We'll take a few questions and then we'll adjourn. Charlie.
Mr. Secretary, did you have any inkling at all in any way that something of this nature and something of this scope might be planned?
Charlie, we don't discuss intelligence matters.
I see. And how would you respond if you find out who did this?
Obviously, the President of the United States has spoken on that subject, and those are issues that he will address in good time.
Mr. Yes. Secretary, we are getting reports from CNN and others that there are bombs exploding in Kabul, Afghanistan. Are we at the moment striking back, and if so, is the target Osama bin Laden and his organization?
I've seen those reports. They, in no way is the United States government connected to those explosions.
What about Osama bin Laden? Do you suspect him as the prime suspect in this?
It's not the time for discussions like that.
Mr. Secretary, you said you could not be specific about casualties. Can you give us some characterization of whether it's dozens or hundreds in the building?
Well, we know there were large number, many dozens in the aircraft that flew at full power, steering directly into between I think the first and second floor of the opposite the helipad. You've seen it. There cannot be any survivors. It just would be beyond comprehension. There are a number of people that they've not identified by name, but identified as being dead, and there are a number of casualties. But the FBI has secured the site, and the information takes time to come. People have been lifted out and taken away in ambulances, and the numbers will be calculated, and it will not be a few.
Mr. Secretary, could you tell us what you saw? Mr. Secretary, do you consider what happened today moving your
We're looking also at a picture while we listen to the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld of helicopters that we believe are returning to the White House from Andrews Air Force Base. Marine One is the helicopter that has the president on board and lands on the south lawn of the White House, which is the routine procedure when the president returns to the White House from Andrews Air Force Base. These are helicopters that we're now seeing approaching the south lawn of the White House. That's a picture of downtown Washington that you're seeing right now. President Bush just landing only a few minutes ago at Andrews Air Force Base, returning to the White House, getting ready to address the nation around 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. Once again, Marine Corps helicopters that we believe are one of them carrying the president and his party returning to the south lawn of the White House. There are 6 helicopters there altogether, 6 Marine Corps helicopters.
It's not possible to give guarantees. The people who work in this building do so voluntarily. They're brave people, and they do their jobs well.
Mr. Secretary, can you give a sense of what happened? What did you see when you left your office, ran down to the site, and apparently helped people on stretchers and then returned to the command center?
I felt the shock of the airplane hitting the building, went through the building and then out into the area, and they were bringing bodies out that had been injured, most of which were alive and moving, but seriously injured. And a lot of volunteers were doing a terrific job helping to bring them out of the buildings and get them into stretchers and into ambulances and into airlifts.
Mr. Secretary, can you tell us how many of the dead were soldiers and how many were civilians? Have you been able to determine that?
Absolutely not. Yes.
Mr. Secretary, today we saw military planes both in New York and in Washington. How much more of a military presence will we see now that this incident has occurred for the next week?
Those kinds of decisions are made day to day. It is correct that we had aircraft flying protective missions at various places in the United States today, and they will do that as appropriate.
Mr. Secretary, what do you say to the American people who may have questions on how something so coordinated has been carried out against this nation? What do you say to them who might not have confidence that our intelligence and our security are what they should be?
I say to them that the President of the United States will be making some remarks to them this evening that will address those subjects.
Mr. Secretary, you've declared, the Pentagon has declared ThreatCon Delta forces around the world. Could you tell me why? Have you received any threats, or has anyone claimed credit for this?
We have, in fact, declared Force Protection Condition Delta and a condition of high alert, indeed the highest alert. We did so almost immediately upon the attacks, and it is still in force.
Mr. Secretary, were there threats issued against other U.S. facilities elsewhere in the world today?
I don't know that there's a day that's gone by since I've been in this job that there haven't been threats somewhere in the world to some facility somewhere. It's one of the complexities of the intelligence business that you have to sort through those kinds of things. But we don't get into the specifics. Yes. You raise your hand there? Yes.
So, Mr. Secretary, rumors earlier in the day...
Let me interrupt the Defense Secretary, Donald Rumsfeld, to report that this is, we believe, Marine One, the President's helicopter, now landing on the south lawn of the White House, which is the usual procedure, bringing President Bush back to the White House from Andrews Air Force Base. The President began this day in Sarasota, Florida, where he was going to be promoting his agenda on education, then flew to Louisiana, then flew to Nebraska, and finally, when the Secret Service and U.S. law enforcement thought it was safe, now bringing him back to the White House, where later this evening he will be addressing the nation. Air Force One about to touch down on the south lawn of the White House. John King, our senior White House correspondent, is standing by. John, what do you have over there?
Wolf, as you watch Marine One land here on the South Lawn, we have just been allowed back into the White House. We were evacuated as well earlier today. First, let me read you a statement from the President. This during his travels back to Washington. The President telling his National Security Council, quote, "We will find these people and they will suffer the consequences of taking on this nation. We will do what it takes. No one is going to diminish the spirit of this country." Now, the President will return to the White House. One of our cameramen, Mike Bannigan, also just a short time ago shot pictures of Laura Bush coming back to the White House in her motorcade. We do not know where she was, being kept in a secure location at this time, but the First Lady is also back in the White House. Also, after Secretary Rumsfeld finishes his briefing at the Pentagon, a number of Bush administration cabinet officials will brief here at the White House to bring us up to date on the activities of their agencies. One, we're told, the Health and Human Service Secretary Tommy Thompson, who is involved, of course, in the medical help, blood banking and others. So he will bring us up to date on his agency. Attorney General John Ashcroft also on his way to the White House as well, we are told. All of this leading up, all these briefings from administration cabinet members leading up to a nationally televised address from the president tonight to the American people from the Oval Office. You see there Marine One sitting on the south lawn of the White House, a virtual ghost town throughout much of the day as it was evacuated. The president now back in Washington and at the White House. Wolf.
John, the trips to Louisiana and Nebraska that the president took today, that was designed, we're told, and we see a Marine officer walking off Marine One as the president, we expect to emerge from Marine One any second now. We assume that was because security personnel thought it was too dangerous for the president to come right back to Washington. Is that right?
The first stop at Barksdale in Louisiana was designed so the president could get to a command and control center that is fortified and structured so that he could be in contact. You see the president there emerging from Marine One, saluting his Marine escort on the south lawn of the White House. The direction he turned, it appears he is heading straight into the Oval Office. Had he gone straight, that is the path into the White House residence. The president turning left, indicating he will go straight into his office, the Oval Office. The president saying nothing as he walks by there. The first stop was to get him to a command and control facility so that he could have secure conversations with the vice president, who is here at the White House, and with the National Security Council. At that point, we had been led to believe by some sources the president would come directly back to Washington. Then they took him to the headquarters of the Strategic Air Command for another briefing with the National Security Council amid some concerns that they wanted to run a few more security checks before bringing the president back to Washington. Obviously, one of the heinous acts we saw today on the Pentagon just a few miles away. So an enormous amount of security concerns. Even as we speak here on the grounds of the White House, you see the president here heading up into the path, being greeted by more agents and his senior staff into the Oval Office. Wolf.
And as he goes into the Oval Office in the West Wing of the White House, once again, John, for some of our viewers who may just be tuning in right now, read to us the statement that the president has just released.
This is a statement from the president. This is a statement, we are told by pool reporters, that he gave to his National Security Council, quoting the president, quote, "We will find these people and they will suffer the consequences of taking on this nation. We will do what it takes. No one is going to diminish the spirit of this country." We expect a statement very much like that to be included in the nationally televised address the president delivers to the American people tonight. He is meeting right now in the Oval Office with senior advisors to be brought up to date on the latest casualty figures, the latest information the federal government has on just what took place. The administration has also taken one of the steps, Wolf, that seems routine in some ways. Again, a reminder of the tragedy of this day, though issuing a statement just a short time ago declaring the state of New York a major disaster area. Wolf.
And John, security, I take it at the White House, is extraordinary right now under normal circumstances. You don't see the security personnel that we're obviously seeing right now. Is that right?
That is correct. More security on the grounds, more security out in public, uniformed Secret Service, snipers on the buildings all around the compound here. Remember, this compound, the president was not here at the time, but the vice president was evacuated this morning when all of this was taking place, when the threat on the Pentagon was taking place. Now they're just now letting people back in. We are, I believe, the first reporters to broadcast live from here. Others just getting into the compound now. The security all day long. We were just across the street watching the dogs, the bomb-sniffing dogs out on the compound. Agents at one point patrolling across the street in Lafayette Park with automatic rifles. That an extraordinary scene. We occasionally have bomb scares here. There are occasionally other threats, security threats that cause high level of alerts. Nothing in my 4+ years on this beat, nothing at all like this today. Wolf.
Okay, John King, we'll be back to you. Stand by. Meanwhile, let's go back to Bill Hemmer in Atlanta. Bill?
Well, thank you. And to our viewers who are just joining us possibly at this time, what has been a very already long and horrendous day in the U.S., we're going to quickly recap the developments of this day. It began with a series of coordinated terrorist attacks against the U.S. Then at the top of this hour, less than 60 minutes ago, explosions were seen in Kabul. That's the capital city in Afghanistan. However, reporters traveling with the president and the White House also tells us these explosions are not part of a U.S. strike against the country. Afghanistan's Taliban has been harboring fugitive terrorist Osama bin Laden. U.S. intelligence officials have told CNN there are good indications that persons linked to Osama bin Laden may be responsible for today's terrorist attacks in the U.S. However, that is far from confirmed at this point. Both towers of New York's World Trade Center and a section of the Pentagon have been destroyed. At this time, Nick Robertson by video phone joins us from, again, Kabul, the capital city of Afghanistan. Nick, what do you have for us at this point?
Well, Bill, we can confirm that the Northern Alliance, that's the alliance of fighters fighting the Taliban, who hold the last 5% of the country in the northeast of Afghanistan that the Taliban have yet to conquer, they have confirmed to us from their spokesman up there in the north of Afghanistan that they were responsible for the explosions here in Kabul this evening. They also say that they plan more such attacks. They don't say where and they don't say when. They say that they will brief us shortly on that, but they are claiming responsibility for the attacks we've seen here in Kabul this evening. It's not normal for them to attack Kabul in this way, but their leader, Ahmed Shah Massoud, a very key commander who holds together the alliance of fighters in the north of Afghanistan, he rose to fame during the Soviet occupation in the 1980s, where he was undefeated.
All right, clearly we have a breakup of our video signal there from Nick Robertson in Kabul, Afghanistan. What you're seeing, though, as the video phone, late technology that allows us to see these nighttime pictures here. It's not nearly as clear as a regular television monitor would provide, but we can see the images of a quieter capital city of Kabul, and Nick Robertson's audio clearly has dropped off at this point. We hope to reestablish the signal again. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning in Afghanistan, but back in New York, it's just about 7 o'clock, and again, we're about 10 hours removed from what has been a day that will live for a long time in the memories of a lot of Americans who have watched the images throughout the day. Back to New York City, the island of Manhattan, and CNN's Paula Zahn. Paula.
Thank you so much, Bill. And as you just said, even though we're 10 hours out, you can see behind me the remnants of the fire still coming from that area where 2 commercial hijacked jets rammed into Tower 1 and Tower 2 of the World Trade Center. Within the past hour, building number 7, which is also attached to that area, collapsed. As you might remember, earlier in the day, Tower number 1 and 2 collapsed, the South and North Tower. We are now being told by officials that the Marriott Hotel, which is in the vicinity of this area, is also in the position of being so degraded it might collapse as well. Just to bring you up to date on what we're facing in New York City right now, a lot of folks got trapped here this morning when a lot of public transportation shut down. We are now told that some of the outbound bridges are now opened up for people to leave the city. We can confirm now that the nation's airports have been completely shut down at least until noon tomorrow. Some conflicting information on that. Another report suggests that those flights might be postponed indefinitely. Before I give you any more details on New York City, I'd like to check in with Robert Gates right now, who is the former director of the CIA. Mr. Gates, are you with me?
I am indeed.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
I'm having trouble hearing Mr. Gates. Let me see if we can make a little adjustment with our audio. As we try to straighten that out, we should probably point out that city officials at this point still will not confirm how many injuries there are, how many fatalities. Secretary Rumsfeld also saying the Pentagon is not in a position to share those numbers with us as well. Mr. Gates, are you with me?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. I'm glad you can hear me, sir. In the last news conference that we just watched, Secretary Rumsfeld would not confirm if the Pentagon had any indication of an impending attack. He said he could not divulge that intelligence information tonight. Do you think the Pentagon had any sort of forewarning?
I'm in no position to know whether there was any kind of warning provided. What we often have, though, in these with dealing with terrorist threats in the 1980s and in the 1970s is information of some kind of an impending operation, but without the kind of detail that would allow you to prepare or to defend. We ran into that with the attack on the Marine barracks in Lebanon in the early 80s and so on. So there might have been some kind of a general warning, or there may have been a specific warning, but often you get the kind of information that allows you to say something is coming, but without the kind of detail that allows people to take specific actions.
Sir, I don't know whether you would agree with this assessment, but the feeling I got in the street this afternoon that the sense of shock could quickly turn to a sense of outrage. Why weren't we better prepared, or why wasn't the United States better prepared for this kind of attack?
I think we have to bear in mind, even against the background of this catastrophe today, that the FBI and CIA have thwarted some very major terrorist operations against the United States in recent years. They've had some very important successes and saved a lot of lives. I think that there will be a time when all of this, when things have settled down, when people will be looking at what happened, what information was available, what was not available, and making some judgments about whether remedial actions need to be taken. But I think it's way too soon to begin making assumptions about some of those things.
Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi has just called the incident horrifying, calling on Muslims to help. How do you interpret that statement?
Well, my guess is that there are an awful lot of people around the world that are pretty frightened right now about what the United States is going to do. As you said, this sense of horror is likely to turn to a sense of outrage, and I think the rest of the world, and particularly people that in the past have supported terrorists and given them a safe harbor, and helped them in some way, are probably quite worried at this point about what may be coming against them.
All right. Unfortunately, we're going to have to leave it there, Mr. Gates, because we need to go back to Wolf Blitzer. We're going to get back to you later on this evening. Wolf Blitzer joins us now back from the Washington Bureau. Wolf.
Thank you very much, Paula. And we want to go right to Jamie McIntyre, our military affairs correspondent. He's standing outside the Pentagon, which, of course, took a huge blast today, a big attack at the Pentagon. Jamie, tell us, first of all, the headline from what the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said at this briefing that we just heard.
Well, what's probably the headline is what he didn't say, which is what the United States will do next, except to hint that the U.S. has firm resolve in this matter. Perhaps the biggest hint coming from Joint Chiefs Chairman General Hugh Shelton, who said he doesn't want to talk about what's going to happen next, but he said to the American public, rest assured, make no mistake, your armed forces are ready. So the United States clearly hinting that they are willing to take military action as soon as they can determine who is responsible for hijacking these planes and then crashing them into these buildings. Here at the Pentagon, the building is still smoldering, but the Pentagon, the head of the incident command team says that they believe they have the fire contained. It's not yet under control, and they think that they'll have the fire under control shortly. Secretary Rumsfeld vowed that the building would be open for business tomorrow. He's talking about, of course, the other side of the building where his offices are located, where the Pentagon briefing room is located. And the Pentagon wanted to make a point tonight of having Rumsfeld in the briefing room to show that the U.S. government and the headquarters of the U.S. military is operating. And he was flanked with bipartisan support from Capitol Hill, the leading Democrat and Republicans from the Senate Armed Services Committee there to show support that the United States, when attacked, has no divisions in its political will. Again, the Pentagon will not comment on how many casualties there are here. We know that there are probably at least 100, perhaps more. Incident teams, special urban rescue teams from the neighboring counties around here have been brought in to help sift through the rubble and look for survivors, despite the fact that when you have a smoky fire like this, it's almost impossible for people to survive. The rescuers say that they still have hope, that in these cases there still can be people trapped in areas perhaps where there was some air where they could survive, and they will not be giving up hope until they go through all of this wreckage. Wolf?
Jamie, and just to recap, the devastation at the Pentagon, at that corridor at the Pentagon, several corridors, indeed the result of a hijacked American Airlines flight 77 from Washington Dulles Airport, scheduled to fly to Los Angeles International, hijacked and flown from Dulles Airport, which is about 15 to 20 miles or so from the Pentagon, crashing into the Pentagon, causing that devastation. Did we get any hard numbers, killed and injured in the attack?
No, the Pentagon is absolutely refusing to even speculate, even though we know the numbers are fairly high. For instance, we know that there were 65 people on that plane. We know they all perished. We know that there are people in those offices that were right in an area of the Pentagon that had just been renovated, part of the multi-billion-dollar renovation here at the Pentagon. We know there have been bodies taken out. In fact, Rumsfeld made a comment at one point that he wasn't going to talk about what comes next while they're still removing bodies from the Pentagon. But apparently, in an effort to just stop any speculation about it, they're just not giving any numbers out here on the killed and on the injured.
All right, Jamie, stand by. We're standing by for a briefing at the White House with cabinet members who will brief on the U.S. response, the emergency response that is obviously underway in New York and here in Washington. You're taking a look at a picture of the White House briefing room. We're expecting Joe Alba, the FEMA director, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Tommy Thompson, and the Attorney General, John Ashcroft. In the meantime, let's bring in Senator Chuck Hagel of Nebraska. He's a Republican. He's a member of the Foreign Relations Committee. You've been briefed on what's going on. What's your initial assessment, Senator Hagel, about who may have been responsible for this coordinated attack?
As has been said here tonight, we don't know. We will untangle this mess. We will get the facts, and we will respond.
All right, stand by. Senator Hagel, stand by. We've got a technical problem with your microphone. We're going to fix it. The former CIA director, Mr. Jim Woolsey, is here as well, and he's joining us. You've been looking into this, discussing this with some of your former colleagues over in the intelligence community. What do you hear about those who may have been responsible?
Wolf, no one really knows right now, but I do think the following. It's clear now, as it was on December 7th, 1941, the United States is at war. The question is with whom? In December of 41, we knew. Today, we really don't. And now, one of the reasons we don't is because when the World Trade Center was attacked in 1993, the Clinton administration had a very fine FBI agent in charge of the investigation, Jim Fox. And he had strong suspicions that the Iraqi government might have been behind that terrorist operation. He was relieved. He died a few years later. It was never really checked out thoroughly and effectively. But there are a number of people who have strong suspicions that Ramzi Youssef may, who is in prison for the bombing out in Colorado, may have had strong ties to the Iraqi government. Now, if that had been checked out at the time, we might know more now than we do. It's at least interesting that Youssef was behind two plots, the one to bomb the World Trade Center and the other to blow up a number of American airliners in the Pacific, the one that he was caught while trying to perpetrate in 94, 95. So this plot that was hatched today, in a way, is a kind of a combination of the earlier two Youssef plots. I think we need to very carefully look at all of the history of these terrorist operations and every shred of evidence that we may have on this one and see if there's any chance there was state involvement behind it, because indignation and action is not enough. We need to have indignation and action at the real perpetrators, and as yet, we just don't know who those are.
All right, Mr. Woolsey, stand by. I want to try to bring back Senator Hagel, who's also here in our Washington bureau. The former CIA director, Mr. Woolsey, suggesting that perhaps all the finger-pointing, direct finger-pointing that we've heard through much of today toward Osama bin Laden may be premature. Maybe others could have been involved, specifically the Iraqi government. What do you hear?
Well, we must not rule anything out here as possibilities. We do know something, I think, for certain here, Wolf, and that is this was a very sophisticated operation. It took a great amount of intelligence, a great amount of resources, timing, all that goes into something like this. The world's never seen anything this sophisticated. Now, whether bin Laden was part of that or could have had the ability and the resources to do that, I don't know. But Jim Woolsey's right. No one should escape the net here as we find out who did this, and we will find out who did this.
Is there a sense, though, that, Senator Hagel, is there a sense that that it definitely was some Middle East-oriented group that coordinated this attack, that it was not necessarily, as Oklahoma City was, a homegrown U.S.-sponsored attack?
I don't know the facts here, but I would think it quite unlikely that it would be a homegrown domestic group involved here. I just don't think that would be the case. What part of the area of the world these perpetrators and cowards are from, I don't know.
Stand by. Here's the Attorney General in the White House briefing room, John Ashcroft.
Today, America has experienced one of the greatest tragedies ever witnessed on our soil. These heinous acts of violence are an assault on the security of our nation. They are an assault on the security and the freedom of every American citizen. We will not tolerate such acts. We will expend every effort and devote all the necessary resources to bring the people responsible for these acts, these crimes, to justice. Now is the time for us to come together as a nation to offer our support, our prayers for victims and for their families, for the rescue workers, for law enforcement officials, for every one of us that has been changed forever by this horrible tragedy. The following is a summary of the known facts surrounding today's incidents. American Airlines Flight 11 departed Boston for Los Angeles, hijacked by suspects armed with knives. This plane crashed into the World Trade Center. United Airlines Flight 175 departed Boston for Los Angeles, was hijacked and crashed into the World Trade Center. American Airlines Flight 77 departed Washington Dulles for Los Angeles, was hijacked and crashed into the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 departed Newark for San Francisco, was hijacked and crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Crime scenes have been established by the federal authorities in New York, in Washington, D.C. area, in Pittsburgh, in Boston, and in Newark. The full resources of the Department of Justice, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the U.S. Marshals Service, the Bureau of Prisons, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Office of Justice Programs are being deployed to investigate these crimes and to assist survivors and victim families. Thousands of FBI agents in all of the field offices across the country and in the international Legat offices, assisted by personnel from other Department of Justice agencies, are cooperating in this investigation. The FBI has established a website where people can report any information about these crimes. That address is www.ifccfbi.gov. That address again, www.ifccfbi.gov. Individuals can report any information they know about these crimes to that website. It takes courage for individuals to come forward in situations like this, and I urge anyone with information that may be useful and helpful to authorities to use this opportunity. The Office of Victims of Crime has established a toll-free 800 number for family and friends of victims. They can call 800-331-0075 to leave contact information for a future time when more information is available, to find out information about a victim, or to find out information about the rights of victims and the services available to victim survivors and victim families. The determination of these terrorists will not deter the determination of the American people. We are survivors, and freedom is a survivor. A free American people will not be intimidated, nor will we be defeated. We will find the people responsible for these cowardly acts, and justice will be done. Tommy?
Every single American lost something today. And every one of us at this time expresses our deepest sympathy to the victims of today's tragedies and their families. It is now our mission to begin the healing from this tragedy. From the moment that we learned of these attacks, the Department of Health and Human Services has begun readying teams and resources to be sent to New York City and the Washington area to meet any needs of state and local officials. So far, we have sent 4 disaster medical teams to New York City and 3 of these disaster medical teams to the Washington, Northern Virginia, Baltimore area. These medical teams each consist of about 35 physicians, nurses, and emergency medical technicians. They are all trained to deal with traumatic injuries and other emergency needs. We've also sent 4 disaster mortuary operational response teams to New York and 3 to the greater Washington area. We're also in the process of shipping a great deal of emergency medical supplies to New York City with the help of the Centers for Disease Control. In short, we're making the full force of the Department of Health and Human Services, both its resources and medical expertise available to the areas that need our assistance. We've also this afternoon activated the United States Public Health Service Commission Corps, which consists of approximately 6,000 health professionals. We also are giving backup assistance to the 500-bed ship Comfort from the United States Navy. Americans all over are calling up and asking what they can do. The best thing they can do is respond to this great call by volunteering to give blood. We need Americans to continue to answer that call. No matter where you live, please do your civic duty and assist us by donating blood. It is our primary job is to make sure Americans harmed by this tragedy get the help that they need. We will remain in constant contact with the governors, the mayors, public health officials, and other local officials to make sure that all their needs are being met. It is a sad day, but America and all of its citizens certainly share tonight in the grief that has been caused. And as the President and everybody in his administration have said, we, the government, will continue to operate and continue to provide the services to all Americans.
One of the most cherished freedoms is the freedom of movement, the ability to move freely and safely. But today that freedom was attacked. But we will restore that freedom throughout the national transportation system as soon as possible.
We're looking at a picture also on Capitol Hill where the Senate and House leadership is preparing to speak, flanked by hundreds of members of the U.S. Congress. Here's the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert.
The hearts and souls and feelings of the victims and the families that were a part of this great tragedy that happened in this country today. Our prayers and thoughts and words of consolation goes out to all those who have suffered. But one thing that happens here in this place is when American suffers and when people perpetrate acts against this country, we as a Congress and as a government stand united, and we stand together. Senators and House members, Democrats and Republicans will stand shoulder to shoulder to fight this evil that's been perpetrated on this nation. We will stand together to make sure that those who have brought forth this evil deed will pay the price. We're not sure who this is yet. But we have our suspicions. And when that is justified and when those suspicions are justified, we will act. We will stand with the president, we will stand with this government, and we will stand as Americans together through this time. Thank you.
Today's despicable acts were an assault on our people and on our freedom. As the representatives of the people, we are here to declare that our resolve has not been weakened by these horrific and cowardly acts. Congress will convene tomorrow. And we will speak with one voice to condemn these attacks, to comfort the victims and their families, to commit our full support to the effort to bring those responsible to justice. We, Republicans and Democrats, House and Senate, stand strongly united behind the president and will work together to ensure that the full resources of the government are brought to bear in these efforts. Our heartfelt thoughts and our fervent prayers are with the injured and the families of those who have been lost.
We know as a nation, as we said, our thoughts and prayers are with those families and those injured and those who are the casualties of today's attack. We also remember those thousands of people who are rescue workers. We ask now that we all bow our heads in a moment of silence and remembrance. Thank you.
Of unity during this difficult moment. Let's go back to Paula Zahn in New York, where she's got more details on this tragic day in Manhattan. Paula?
Thanks so much, Wolf. I think all day long you have seen the images replayed of exactly what happened here in New York City. The city, a victim of multiple attacks by hijacked commercial airlines. Joining me right now is Matt Cornelius, who was in the unfortunate position of being mid-level in Tower 1, the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Matt, thanks for joining us tonight. What happened? Where were you?
Well, I just arrived at work probably about 8:40 a.m. I put my lunch away, and I was putting getting ready to start the day when all of a sudden we heard this tremendous crash. It was a really loud sound, followed by a sharp jolt in the building, and then the floor kind of seemed to wave.
We are looking at this incredibly dramatic shot of the impact of the American Airlines hitting the North Tower. You were not aware at all of what could have caused it.
We had no idea. Obviously, we knew something had struck the building. Somebody screamed out, "An airplane's hit the building." But I think that was just a guess. And when I thought about that, I thought probably a private plane, because you often see them flying around the World Trade Center. No one could have ever thought that it was a commercial jet plane of that size.
And your immediate instinct, I suppose, was to get out of the building.
Yeah.
Describe the evacuation.
Well, it wasn't, because people hadn't really arrived at work yet, it wasn't very organized. We basically
Now that actually represents the second attack that happened 18 minutes after your building was struck.
Right. So when we got struck, everyone basically started running for the stairways. And we went in immediately to the stairways and started our way down.
Were people pushing and shoving, or was it an orderly exit from the building?
People were confused at first, but once we were in the stairway, people were very orderly.
How long did it take you to get out of the building?
About 45 minutes. Some people were upset. They had gone through the bomb in '93.
How could it take so long to get out of the building? You had 65 flights of stairs. You're a young man, but one would think you could get out of there quicker.
We moved very quickly, probably 15 minutes to the 40th floor. And then after that, we got held up. There were firefighters coming up the stairs, police officers, and I believe FBI agents. So they were coming up. And there were people, there was a man in a wheelchair who they were trying to assist, so we kind of had a hold for him. But people remained calm throughout this and kept saying, you know, we're going to take it one stair at a time, everybody's going to get out. And, I think we weren't aware of the situation. We thought it was an isolated event. I think had we known what was going on, it would have been a different story. But
these pictures obviously show the unspeakable horror and tragedy, the fallout from which we're only just beginning to grasp. Once you got out of the building, at what point did you become aware of what had truly happened?
Well, I would say the minute as we came out of the building, actually exited the complex, the police officers were screaming, "Don't look up, don't look back, just go." And I, of course, looked back, and I saw that the second tower was indeed on fire. And that's when it hit me that this was something major. I mean, this was a real catastrophic event. And actually, when we came out of the stairs, there was a lot of devastation in the lobby, and actually the center of the complex, the plaza area, there was a lot of debris and some bodies. I mean, it was truly awful.
We have some shots now that we'd like to show you of what some people have described almost as a nuclear winter when they talked about the amount of soot coming down on those of you who were fleeing these buildings. Now that you've been able to absorb what happened, what's going through your head tonight? You must feel like a very lucky man.
I feel very lucky. I'm so thankful to be alive. My heart goes out to those who don't know about their loved ones or have lost loved ones, and it's still very surreal. I mean, I look down behind us and can't believe that my office building that I go to every day is gone.
Matt, before you go any further, we were just looking at shots of the countless number of New York firefighters that were on the scene. We are just getting information from a union official of some of the 400 firefighters that initially went into that area. 200 may have perished. Matt, we appreciate your sharing your thoughts with us tonight on this incredibly tragic day of our American history. Let's go back to Wolf Blitzer. Once again, Wolf, New York City officials are not confirming, nor is the Pentagon, exactly how many people were injured here or how many people died. I know Governor Pataki of New York was saying earlier this evening it will be many, many days before we have any of those numbers.
Those numbers are being collected, but I'm sure it's way too early, as you point out, Paula, to have even a rough guess how high that number will eventually go. Just to recap once again, President Bush preparing to address the nation in less than an hour or so, around 8:30 p.m. Eastern, an Oval Office address for President Bush from the White House. CNN senior White House correspondent John King is back on the North Lawn of the White House. John, you're back in the briefing room now. John, you were listening to that briefing when we went to the Capitol Hill congressional leadership statements that were being made. Was there any hard news that came out of that briefing?
Indeed, there was, Wolf. Some details on the emergency responses taking place. The Department of Health and Human Services, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, other agencies taking steps to provide medical and other disaster relief personnel, but also from the Treasury Secretary, Norman Mineta, a glimpse of what will be the near future, at least, for Americans now traveling around the country. Mr. Mineta saying as a result of this, first and foremost, that he will make the decision tomorrow if and when U.S. commercial air traffic can resume, all planes grounded at least through noon, he said, and when Americans do go to an airport or a train station in the future, they are likely to see a much higher level of security.
To increase traveler security. Travelers will indeed see increased security measures at our airports, train stations, and other key sites. There will be higher levels of surveillance, more stringent searches. Airport curbside luggage check-in will no longer be allowed. There will be more security officers and random identification checks. Travelers may experience some inconveniences, but we ask for your patience.
Now the President is in the Oval Office with his national security team preparing for that address to the American people. About 50 minutes away from now, that address from the Oval Office. 4 members of the President's cabinet briefing here. They refuse to take any questions. White House saying that these cabinet agencies want to gather more information. Attorney General John Ashcroft vowing, though, that the perpetrators of these terrorist attacks, he said, would be discovered and punished. And again, much of the information dealing with the relief effort underway over at the Pentagon and up in New York City. The Secretary of Health and Human Services, Tommy Thompson, urging Americans, no matter where they live, to donate blood. He said that is one urgent priority right now. Wolf.
Okay, John King, we'll be back to you. But meanwhile, I want to bring in the former Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, who joins us here in our Washington Bureau. Secretary Albright, do you have a sense, you studied this situation, 4 years at the United Nations, 4 years at the State Department, who was responsible for this attack?
I think it's impossible to tell at this time, Wolf, and it's very important to get all the facts straight. But what is essential is that the countries of the world who believe in democracy and human rights stand together. And the statements that have come out, I think, from other world leaders are very important. We all have to stand together. I ache for America tonight, but I know that we will rise to the challenge because we have the best system in the world.
Is there, given the earmarkings of this highly sophisticated, very coordinated attack, that some sort of state sponsorship was behind it?
I think it's tempting to speculate, Wolf, but I think that it's probably wrong at this time to make statements that point the finger. We need to look at the facts very carefully and then respond at a time and place of our choosing. We have the best military in the world. I have the greatest confidence in our military, and I support President Bush. We are all waiting to hear what he has to say. I think the unity of this country is now essential.
But even at a time of unity, we've heard from many members of Congress, Democrats and Republicans today, members of Congress lamenting what they say was an enormous intelligence and security failure. Intelligence in the sense that the U.S. apparently had no advance indication that this was about to happen, and a security failure that 4 planes could be hijacked simultaneously.
I think we will have a lot of time for investigation and finger pointing. I think today we need to offer our condolences to the families of the victims and the bravery of those who have rescued people, and remember that this country is a country of laws, and those who oppose us are only countries that do not believe in a system of laws and democracy and the individual freedom.
You just heard the Transportation Secretary, Norm Mineta, say that travel in the United States is not going to be as relatively easy as it's been. There's going to be much tighter restrictions for Americans. They will have to endure what many Europeans have been enduring now for several years, given the terrorist operations unfolding there and other parts of the world. It's going to cause a reaction, as you well can understand, from the American public.
I think that's the least of our problems. I know when I fly, I actually welcome it. when I'm asked questions, and I think it is up to all of us to cooperate. But America can't be shut down. We have to remember that we thrive as an open society, and I think we have to take all the precautions and to try to find the balance between the freedom for which we are noted and the security which we need.
Once the United States learns conclusively who was responsible for this coordinated attack, what should the response be militarily and diplomatically, politically?
Well, I think militarily I will leave that to the defense people. I do know that we have the means to respond in whatever way we want to. We do have the best and strongest military. Diplomatically, I think it is essential to be in touch with our friends and allies, to seek their unified support. Terrorists know no boundaries, they know no limits, and this has been brought home to America this time, but other countries are being threatened, and we need to all stand together. Terrorism can only be dealt with internationally.
You were the Secretary of State when the U.S. embassies in East Africa were bombed. Many Americans were killed, many other nationals were killed as well. The U.S., while you were Secretary of State, did bomb some bases in Afghanistan believed to have been associated with Osama bin Laden. A Sudanese factory was bombed. Clearly, if Osama bin Laden was responsible for this current attack, which has been widely speculated, of course, the U.S. retaliatory strike at that time didn't appear to slow him down at all.
Well, there's no way to prove that, and the truth is that my worst day as Secretary of State was when those embassies were bombed and when I brought the bodies home and met with the Kenyans and Tanzanians who had been injured. The United States has to respond. We have to respond on the basis of the facts we have, not on the basis of speculation, and I think that the important part is for us to all stand together and be supportive of President Bush.
We're going to be showing some pictures, Madam Secretary, of some U.S. warships. Recently, we're in Norfolk, moving out into the Atlantic Ocean, up the Atlantic coast to get out of port. We're taking a look at some destroyers and some frigates now. These are pictures of U.S. Navy vessels leaving the largest U.S. naval facility in Virginia, in Norfolk, clearly perhaps sending some sort of signal, some sort of sign to others who may be out there. What is that message?
That America is strong and cannot be shut down, that we have the means to bring about some kind of a response to this, and that we have the strongest military in the world, and that we're proud of our military.
General Colin Powell, your successor at the State Department, returning tonight from a visit to South America, from Lima, Peru. What should he be doing right now? What do we assume he is doing to generate international diplomatic support for the United States position and for perhaps some retaliatory U.S. response?
I can understand that he must be very frustrated not to be in Washington, because I was not in Washington when the embassy bombings happened. I was in Rome, and I came back right away, and what I'm sure he is doing is being in touch with his counterparts and mustering the kind of international support that is necessary, and I'm sure will be forthcoming from our friends and allies, because we're in all of this together.
Madam Secretary, it was good for you to join us on this horrible day in American history. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wolf.
Back to you in New York, Paula.
Thanks so much, Wolf. We're going to try to give you a better perspective of the state of paralysis here in New York City tonight. Once again, we cannot confirm the number of injured, the number of killed here today, but we have just gotten confirmation from a union representing New York City firefighters that as many as half of the 400 firefighters that were initially sent to the World Trade Center area are presumably dead tonight. We have been told that victims have been transferred to some 70 area hospitals. There are pleas for donations of blood from New York City residents. I, in fact, tried to donate blood today, and there was as much as a 5-hour line of volunteers all trying to heed this plea. Right now, I'm going to check in with Greg Clarkin, who joins us from St. Vincent's Hospital, where more than several hundred of the injured were taken. Greg, what can you tell us tonight?
Yeah, we're about a block away from St. Vincent's Hospital in Lower Manhattan. This is one of the locations that has been set up since for a triage unit, as a triage unit since early this morning. Really an incredible scene. Hospital. What you see is dozens and dozens of hospital workers outfitted in their scrubs, just basically awaiting victims to treat. At this point, what we're hearing is that the pace has slowed down considerably. We've just been briefed by the president of St. Vincent's, that is David Campbell. He says at the moment there are 319 patients at St. Vincent's. Of that, 50 to 55 are listed in critical condition. He also confirmed that there were 3 deaths at St. Vincent's. Also, New York Governor George Pataki stopped by. He spoke to the doctors as well as the victims. One of the doctors overseeing the operations in the emergency room today described some of the injuries that they saw early on. He said at the very early stages of this tragedy, what they saw were severe burns, a lot of trauma, and a lot of heart-related problems. Now, he said the heart attacks and cardiac arrest could be from pre-existing heart conditions or possibly induced by the trauma that the people saw at the World Trade Center today. Now, tomorrow they expect to get a different type of injury. Right now, the Trade Center is considered a hot zone. There are no rescue efforts underway, the doctor said, but tomorrow they expect that hot zone to be lifted, rescue workers to go back in. What they will be expecting then is what they call crush injuries, and that could be broken bones, anything that happens by people being buried underneath rubble, kidney failure, dehydration, and the like. They're expecting to see a whole different variety of injuries tomorrow. So again, from St. Vincent's, which has been a triage unit throughout the day, the scene has slowed down a little bit, but they do expect it to pick back up when the rescue efforts resume. Paula, back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Greg. And during your report, I just got more information that the New York Police Department now confirms that there are 78 police officers on its force that are missing tonight. Right now, I'm going to turn to Richard Holbrooke, former UN ambassador, to provide some sort of perspective for us this evening. Mr. Holbrooke, we have heard General Shelton describe today's vicious acts as outrageous acts of barbaric terrorism. Senator Orrin Hatch called it an act of war. Senator John Warner calling it the most tragic hour of American history. What is your perspective on this evening?
Well, first of all, Paula, as a New Yorker and somebody who had the honor of being guarded by the New York City Police and working with the firemen, I am stricken beyond words at the information you've just mentioned about the death toll among the police and the firemen. I used to work in that building and was there next door during the previous attack, and as in the 1993 case, New York City citizens have responded in this extraordinary way. Your description of the attempt to give blood is so emblematic, those lines, and I'm just heartbroken about this. In terms of your question, and having listened to your interview with Madeleine Albright, I just want to add something to what she said, and that is this. In the past, Osama bin Laden and other terrorists who do not represent national governments, a distinction which is critically important, but are sheltered in various countries in the world, including Afghanistan, sometimes North Korea, Iraq, Libya, have played this shell game about where the government that shelters them and protects them says, well, we don't know where they are. I think it is absolutely essential for the United States to lead an international effort now that makes clear that any country which shelters people is part of an act of war against the United States. The United States, Paula, cannot make the response alone. It is true, as Madeleine said, that we have the finest military force in the world, and I've been privileged to work with them for over 30 years in Vietnam, in Bosnia, and all over the world. But I will tell you that unless we have international united front of the European allies, the Russians, the Chinese, and I want to stress this, the moderate Arab states, which must close ranks to get the extremists who are behind this, we're not going to be able to succeed. This is the beginning, after we get through the rescue phase, after we find out how the security failure occurred that you referred to, that Wolf Blitzer referred to earlier, we're going to have to turn to an absolutely non-stop diplomatic effort to create the pressure behind which we can take the necessary military action against this act of war.
All right, I hear what you're saying, Ambassador, but it was Henry Kissinger who said earlier on today that we will be able to, or the United States at least, will be able to judge its friends by their level of support in trying to figure out who unleashed this fury today. What, though, realistically, do you think will happen in terms of resistance from some of these countries?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. I heard the interview with Henry Kissinger, and he and I are in full agreement on this. Any government which shelters the people who did this has to be held equally responsible for it as an act of war. And we are going to have to mobilize an international coalition for that position as we prepare to take the necessary military responses. And I know that Henry agreed with that because I listened to the interview.
Oh, no, I don't think I'm saying that anybody has misinterpreted the interview here, but I think there has been some suggestion by other guests that you may not get complete support here.
No, I don't know whether we'll get complete support or not. The Taliban is denying any influence in this thing, but all the evidence seems to suggest that. John King and others on your excellent coverage have suggested that the administration is 90% sure it's Osama bin Laden. If some countries don't participate, let them understand that they're joining a coalition of terrorists who have declared war on the United States. The key nations involved are going to be the moderate Arab states, the Russians, and the Chinese and other countries which must isolate the cause of this. Osama bin Laden is not a government, but if he is indeed, as the administration appears to believe, behind this, anyone trafficking with him should be on notice that that is tantamount to an act of war by a government. And I talked this afternoon to the Secretary General of the UN, Kofi Annan, who is trying to deal with the consequences of this for the UN. He's going to have to decide whether to postpone or cancel some major UN meetings that are coming up in New York, a children's summit in 10 days. And he has been talking to Arab leaders, and I think he will be very supportive of this. The UN will meet in General Assembly tomorrow to start the condemnation process, and we're going to have to conduct diplomacy alongside rescue and finally decide what the correct military response is.
Mr. Holbrook, we're going to have to leave it there this evening. Thank you very much for your insights and some of your poignant thoughts on what it was like to have once worked in one of those buildings that no longer exists. Joining me right now is Jeff Greenfield, who has some thoughts on the magnitude of what was witnessed here today. I know Senator Dodd earlier today compared this to the equivalent of the bombing of Pearl Harbor.
Right, and you know, he said, I don't think that overstates it. We may find out it will understate it. When Franklin Roosevelt told us that many American lives were lost on that December 8th speech, he was talking about 2,400 American servicemen and women. Unless a miracle happened 2.5 miles south of here, we are looking at a death toll that could dwarf that. The largest act of violence in American history, Oklahoma City, 168 dead. More people than that died just in the plains. And when you and I as New Yorkers look and we realize the landscape of New York has changed, the Empire State Building is once again the largest building, I would suggest to you the landscape of America has changed. We are going to wake up tomorrow in a different country. Our luck has run out. 6 people died at the World Trade Center in '93. We saved thousands more because the buildings didn't collapse. We averted terrorist acts in the past, not today. And I think we will not get on an airplane the same way again. We will not feel the same way about our security again. I looked at some numbers, Paula. The largest number of American dead ever in one day in this country was Antietam, the Civil War battle in Maryland in 1862, 22,000 dead. I hope to God we don't approach that number when all is said and done, but we're going to be possibly in that ballpark. And I think tomorrow, in some ways, may even be a worse day than today because the sheer magnitude of this event has kind of got everybody just excited and wondering. Tomorrow, the reality sets in.
And I think you also talked earlier today how that reality turns from a sense of shock and in some cases a sense of outrage.
We've already heard
how
absolutely
been handed this country.
And one of the biggest issues we're going to be facing is drawing the line between a response that equals the horror of what was done and restraint.
All right, got to cut you off here and go back quickly to Wolf Blitzer. I think Dick Armey is joining you.
All right, Paula, just to remind our viewers that in a little bit more than a half an hour from now, President Bush will be in the Oval Office to address the American public. He's preparing his remarks right now, but our congressional correspondent, Jonathan Karl, is up on Capitol Hill, and he has the House Majority Leader Dick Armey with him. John?
Well, Wolf, an amazing day up here, and we just had about 200 members of Congress, Democrats, Republicans, senators, and members of the House on the steps of the Capitol with a message. Now, we have here the Majority Leader Dick Armey, Republican leader in the House of Representatives. Mr. Armey, you were one of those in the top leadership of the Congress that were whisked away from the Capitol this morning to a secure location, a classified location. What was it like in that room all day today?
Well, we had the bipartisan leadership of both the House and the Senate. We were, of course, obviously, like everybody in America, seeking information, trying to understand exactly what's happening, where is it coming from, who's responsible, and how do we respond, measuring the threat to the nation, and preparing ourselves to bring the members of Congress back to work at the appropriate time under the right circumstances and make the point that I made earlier. You may scar democracy, but you don't shut it down. We'll be back to work tomorrow. We think of this as a horrible criminal act. It is just inhumane. It's insane. And the American House and Senate, the Congress of this nation, as the President of this nation, will address that tonight. We will address the nation's business this week, and we will continue the process of finding the people who are responsible and bringing them to justice.
Now, I understand that at least 4 times during the day, the Vice President briefed the members of the leadership that were in that room at that classified location. What did you learn about that 4th plane, the plane that landed in western Pennsylvania?
Well, we learned some things about that. At this point, the information is classified. It is clear that we do have a good investigation going forward. We are gathering information. There is a confidentiality on what we know, but we do know that this is a serious premeditated crime, and that I can say without any doubt or hesitation it's an international crime, and we will be able to find the people responsible in America. I believe, with the cooperation of all civilized nations, will bring these people to justice.
Now, over the Capitol Police radios this morning, there was a report that there was a plane headed for the Capitol building. What can you tell us about that? Was the Capitol in danger at any time during the day?
I don't know. We've tried to distill exactly what that report might have been. It could have been somebody's interpretation of the heading of either the plane that went to the Pentagon or the plane that went down in Pennsylvania. But there was a concern about the Capitol that caused Capitol Police, I think, correctly and prudently to vacate the building.
All right. Well, Mr. Leader, I thank you very much for joining us. And Wolf, tomorrow, both the House and the Senate will reconvene. Very much this message that wants to be sent here is that terrorism will not stop the people's business, the work of the Congress from going forward.
All right, Jonathan Karl on Capitol Hill, thank you very much, and thank Mr. Armey as well. I want to bring in Senator Bob Graham of Florida. He's the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Of course, he's been receiving regular briefings throughout the day. We're hearing a lot of suspicions, Senator Graham, about who may have been responsible. Can you share what you know about that responsibility with our viewers?
I would agree with Madeleine Albright. It's premature at this point to be identifying who the prime suspect might be. The number of potential suspects based on the complexity of this operation is relatively small, and I think we will soon be able to identify who the culprit is, but tonight is not the night.
Has anybody definitively made any conclusions in the briefings with you and your colleagues about responsibility? Because, as you know, a lot of finger pointing at Osama bin Laden has been going on throughout the day.
No, at this point there has not been a single primary suspect identified.
Given the nature of this operation, the highly coordinated hijacking of these 4 airliners, is there some suspicion as well in the U.S. intelligence community that perhaps some government may also have been involved?
Again, it's premature to try to determine who did it and who their collaborators might have been. One thing we do know is that we are going to, as a result of this and other incidents, reassess our ability to identify and prevent this kind of event in the future. Right now, we're in the stage of responding to a horrendous event rather than where we should be, which is congratulating on ourselves on the fact that we identified and were able to interdict the culprits before they were able to act.
One of your colleagues on the Intelligence Committee, Senator Orrin Hatch of Utah, told us earlier today that as far as he had been informed, there was no advance warning whatsoever that these attacks were about to take place. Is that what you're hearing as well?
Yes. There had been a general heightening of concern about the potential of terrorism over this summer. But no operational information that would have allowed us to have taken interdictive action against this specific event.
Does that suggest to you, Senator Graham, that there was an enormous intelligence failure here, that the massive resources of the U.S. intelligence community had no indication whatsoever about this highly sophisticated attack?
Well, what we do know is that there are several areas in which we have allowed our intelligence capability to degrade. We've allowed our human intelligence, spies, the people who can get inside the cells of a terrorist organization and give us information on motivations, intentions, capabilities that would allow us to interdict. We know that we have lost some of our eavesdropping capability, listening to what our potential adversaries are saying. We also know that we've not been making the investment in the analysis of the information that we collect so that we can use it effectively to avoid an incident like this. I believe this occasion will drive home the point that the only real protection against terrorism is the best possible intelligence, and that is the only intelligence that the citizens of the United States should be prepared to accept.
Senator Graham of Florida, the chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee, thanks so much for joining us. And I want to go back to our congressional correspondent, Jonathan Karl. He's up on Capitol Hill, and I believe he has the junior senator from New York, Hillary Rodham Clinton, with him. John?
That's right, Wolf. We're joined here by Senator Clinton of New York. Senator Clinton, you've been on the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue when something like this has happened, of course, when our embassies were bombed around the world. What do you think the president needs to come out and say when he comes out and addresses the nation shortly?
Well, I do have, some understanding of how difficult a time this is for the entire country, and we're all united behind the president. We are, as you saw earlier, with the legislative leadership of our country from both houses of Congress on both sides of the aisle, saying just as clearly as we can that this was an attack on America, and the President of the United States is our president, and we will support him in whatever steps he deems necessary to take, both in the retaliation that will be called for, and also in the very important work of rebuilding New York and the Pentagon. We can't let these evil acts in any way deter us from, making it clear that the United States is resolute, and we are going to support the president.
And are you getting any new information from law enforcement out of New York about just the extent of the loss in New York?
John, I don't think we even have an inkling of the devastation. We've not really had the kind of coverage at ground zero that would show what I'm hearing. Rubble sometimes up to your waist. Our firemen and police officers wading through dangerous circumstances, trying to see if there are any survivors. The numbers of people who are injured and who we fear are casualties, I think, will be terrible once they are fully understood. I'm very proud of New York City. The mayor, the police, the fire, all the people working in the emergency front lines have done a superb job. But New York is the global city. It's the symbol of American leadership, and these terrorists made a direct hit on who we are as a people, and New York has responded, and the national government has to stand behind us.
And Senator, you had told us earlier that you had spoken at length with former president, your husband. What is Mr. Clinton saying?
Well, he's outraged and, deeply angry, as I think all of us are, but is absolutely behind whatever this administration chooses to do, because he knows how important it is to speak with one voice on behalf of our country. This is something that he and I believe strongly, having been on the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue. And let me say, too, that our country not only has to retaliate directly against those who perpetrated this attack, But we have to make it very clear that we cannot permit any state, any government, any institution or individual to pursue terrorist aims that are directed at the United States or any country with impunity. So I'm hoping that this is the kind of dramatic, terrible catastrophe that unites the entire civilized world, so that it's not just an attack on the United States, it's an attack on everyone who cares about, freedom and dignity and justice and humanity.
Now, we're told that the Congress has never been evacuated before, not during the War of 1812, not during the Civil War. This was an extraordinary day. Of course, you are coming back. We had the display of unity on the steps of the Capitol. But is any business really going to be able to be done here? I mean, we've entered a new phase here, haven't we?
I don't think so, John. I think that clearly, because of the uncertainty that surrounded first the attacks in New York and then the attack on the Pentagon, it was prudent for these buildings to be evacuated, and I certainly went along with that, as did my staff. I think, though, tomorrow you'll see that the Senate and the House will be back in session. We will be debating a resolution that really expresses our very strong feelings of outrage about this. And then we're going to be getting down to the hard work of determining what we need to do. I've told my colleagues that this is the kind of devastating attack and loss of life that is almost beyond imagination. And, New York is going to need a lot of help. I was pleased that, we asked for an emergency declaration of disaster. I talked with the governor, and he's been extraordinarily involved in all of this. But we're going to need the federal government, the entire nation, to stand behind New York.
Okay, well, Senator Clinton, we thank you very much for joining us. I know you've got a busy time ahead of you. Thank you. And Wolf, back to you.
Thank you very much, John. Just to remind our viewers, we're standing by. In about 24 minutes or so, President Bush is expected to be in the Oval Office to address the American public on this tragic day in U.S. history here in Washington at the Pentagon early this morning. An American Airlines Flight 777, a Boeing 757 en route from Washington Dulles Airport to Los Angeles was diverted after being hijacked and was slammed in, crashed in to the Pentagon earlier this morning. Paula, this has been a traumatic day in New York as well. Paula's on.
Yeah, and some of the images, Wolf, we're about to see again will be forever etched in our consciousness. The whole life of the city, as Jeff Greenfield said, changed forever at 8:45 in the morning. You're actually looking at the second attack on the South Tower of the World Trade Center there. The attacks were 18 minutes apart. We're going to show you images of thousands and thousands of people leaving these buildings that are on fire. Some 50,000 people work in this World Trade Center complex. Many of the roads and bridges were closed today by the city, causing people to have to find their way home on foot. Mayor Giuliani now has declared the lower part of Manhattan off limits to civilians at least until Thursday. All New York City public and parochial schools are closed tomorrow. All businesses below 14th Street in New York City will be closed tomorrow. Both the NASDAQ and the Dow Jones will be closed tomorrow. Airports throughout the country will be closed at least through noon, although there are some conflicting accounts of that. And Jeff, as I stand here on this balcony night and look back at the smoke continuing to billow from the wreckage of the towers, it is,
the smoke is billowing.
It makes you sick.
The only sound of church bells ringing. There's not a single sound of a commercial airline in the skies, which usually fill the night sky, and the Empire State Building, which is usually lit up at night, is dark in morning. It's a scene as a lifelong New Yorker, I could not have imagined in my worst nightmare.
And I think one of the more poignant images this evening was watching our Congress sing God Bless America.
It actually was one of the more affecting things. You got a sense that the political community, which so often offers prepared statements and goes in a partisan battle, this time they are simply overwhelmed by what happened, and that was a kind of small effort at affirmation.
What happens tomorrow?
I think the numbness is really going to start hitting, and so will the casualty lists.
We have to confirm now that the New York Police Department is saying that at least 78 members of its department are missing tonight. A union representing firefighters here in New York City is saying of the 400 firefighters who were initially called to the scene, 200, Jeff, are presumed dead tonight.
And that's only the people that have been counted by an official city agency. If 200 firefighters perished in the collapse of one of those towers. This is why I think tomorrow is going to be, as I said, a tougher day than today.
We had earlier a gentleman on who was working on the 65th floor of the North Tower, the World Trade Center, and he said this is just becoming real to him for the first time. But I can imagine across the country, this sense of shock really will turn to outrage.
And I think in terms of the impact of this, when people wake up tomorrow, when we begin getting the casualty lists, people are going to want to strike as hard as they can, and the question will be when and at whom.
We're going to go back to Washington now, where Wolf Blitzer is standing by for another update. Wolf.
We've heard so far, Paula, from the congressional leadership, from members of President Bush's cabinet, from the Defense Department, the Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. On this horrific day throughout the United States, we're looking at these pictures earlier today at the Pentagon when an American Airlines Flight 77, a Boeing 757 en route from Washington Dulles Airport to Los Angeles, was commandeered and was forced to slam into the Pentagon. We do not know the number of killed and injured, although the number is expected to be very, very high. I want to show our viewers the extraordinary newspaper editions of both the Washington Post and the Washington Times are now coming out with special editions. Here is the headline, "Horror," in a special edition of the Washington Times. Similar edition of the Washington Post was put out today as well. On this day, we're standing by. In about less than 20 minutes, President Bush will be in the Oval Office to address the American public. Bill Hemmer is in Atlanta. He now has more. Bill?
Well, thank you. So much of our concentration for our coverage today has been focused on Washington and New York City, but there's another element to the story in Somerset County. That's in western Pennsylvania, southeast of Pittsburgh. United Airlines Flight 93, bound from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, went down in a field. CNN's David Mattingly, one of the first on the scene earlier today, now joins us with a live update from what's happening from that perspective. David, what do you have for us this evening as night has fallen there in western Pennsylvania?
Well, Bill, we are standing right in the heart of farm country in western Pennsylvania. I'm surrounded by cornfields, green pastures, and rolling hills. But tonight, this normally peaceful setting is teeming with emergency personnel, hundreds of emergency personnel and state troopers. Their mission tonight to lock down the crash site of the United 757 right here in this area. The plane went down in an old strip mining area. Views of the crash site indicate an impact crater about 10 feet wide and 10 feet deep and 15 feet wide. Officials report only small pieces of debris at the site, excuse me, giving you an indication of what kind of force was behind this crash. Now, residents say they were watching news coverage, and you can imagine their horror watching the news coverage in New York and Washington, D.C., and suddenly hearing a tremendous explosion here. And the plane crashed with such a powerful force that people miles away say their houses were shaken. The school a couple of miles away, windows were shaken. Students and teachers who were watching also on television at the time were reportedly very upset. Now, this evening, Governor Tom Ridge surveyed the crash site, and he called on Pennsylvanians for their prayers, their blood donations, and to volunteer their skills in this time of emergency.
We'd like to provide Pennsylvania's support if called upon to do so. And my plea to all Pennsylvanians is to, first of all, for your prayers. Secondly, for your blood. I think that the Red Cross would appreciate volunteers.
There is a great deal of speculation here at the crash site regarding the reporting of a 911 call that reportedly originated from the hijacked plane and was taken by a 911 operator in a neighboring county. Well, at this time, there's no confirmation here at the scene of the accuracy of that report. The FBI has reportedly, again, taken control of that tape, but tonight will not confirm or deny anything regarding that tape. So obviously, possibly a key piece of evidence also being looked at in regards to this crash site. Bill.
All right, David. David Mattingly on the scene there in Somerset County, western Pennsylvania. Again, 38 passengers on board, 5 flight attendants, and 2 pilots. And the indication David was given earlier by eyewitnesses who saw that plane go down, it appears that plane went directly into the earth again earlier today, 10:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll continue to canvass the country, and it should be pointed out that a number of Americans in many major cities across the country, and even in the small towns, still somewhat disturbed and in a state of shock over what we're seeing throughout the country today. Here in the city of Atlanta, it is quite unusual to see a heavy commuter city like Atlanta to have so few cars traveling on its downtown streets right around rush hour. But that was the scene we saw in this southern city today, and a number of malls indeed closed as well, as people again continue to react to what we have seen throughout the day here. The president will speak in 15 minutes time, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time from the White House, and certainly CNN will have live coverage when that happens. Back to Wolf now in Washington. Wolf.
Thank you, Bill. And this statement just released from the Office of Personnel Management, the federal government here in Washington. Federal agencies in Washington, D.C. Will be open for business as usual tomorrow, Wednesday, under what is called an unscheduled leave policy. That means federal employees may take leave without prior approval, but federal agencies will be open in Washington. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, is over at the White House getting ready, like the rest of us, to hear the president, but he has a guest. John?
Wolf, among those here helping the president prepare and the White House respond to this tragedy, Joe Albaugh, a close personal friend of the president, who is the director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency. Tell us, sir, if you will, very difficult to get any numbers on those injured and killed, both at the Pentagon and up in New York. Do you have any preliminary estimates, and what can you tell us about the federal response to help with the rescue effort?
It's premature for any numbers, John. I can tell you, I can tell the country that we're doing what we need to do. Either our teams are already on the ground in New York and obviously here at the Pentagon, or they're on their way and will be there overnight.
4 aircraft, commercial aircraft hijacked in a single day.
Right.
The American people watching the horror of this have to ask their federal government how.
Well, it is a stunning incident. It really is. The how and why will come later. Right now we're concerned with the recovery. Those folks that are missing, their loved ones tonight that won't be home, those are the folks we need to keep in our minds and in our hearts. We'll get to them as quickly as we can.
As you and other members of the president's cabinet meet here at the White House, one announcement from Secretary Mineta, your colleague, the transportation secretary, look for no more curbside check-in, look for more security checks at airports and at train stations. Has the country, has our freedom to move about forever changed today?
I'm not sure that it has. For the short term, it will, and I think most Americans will appreciate that. They will understand it. They will leave for their airports or railroads earlier. It's the right attitude to have at this time.
I know your focus is on the emergency responses.
Absolutely.
Have you been in these briefings today? Any indications at all that the United States government has any firm evidence of who is responsible for this?
That's not my department. I'm focused on the recovery right now. We have others that are focusing on that as we speak.
And lastly, I know you need to get back inside the White House. What numbers are we talking about? How many people from the federal government and people that are at your disposal are responding to these?
Well, we have over 5,000 people at FEMA, and I know everyone is deployed as we speak right now at some part of the country.
All right, Joe Albaugh,
We'll
Director.
do all we can.
Thank you very much, sir. We know you're very busy tonight. Thanks for joining us. Please keep us posted. Wolf, back to you now in Washington.
Thank you very much, John. And I want to bring back CNN's Nick Robertson. He's in Kabul, Afghanistan, where he's been reporting for us via video phone. Nick, tell us the latest. We heard those explosions earlier tonight. What is going on right now?
Well, Wolf, it's about 10 to 5 in the morning, daybreak here in Kabul. We'll certainly get a better idea of the extent of the damage caused by those explosions we heard overnight. A little under an hour ago, we heard from a senior Taliban official who confirmed that the city was attacked. He said it was attacked by 2 helicopters, firing rockets, hitting an ammunition dump in the city. He said that the helicopters were sent by the Northern Alliance. That is the forces that the Taliban are battling to gain control of the last 5% of Afghanistan. The Northern Alliance said that they were responsible for those attacks. Northern Alliance very, very upset with the Taliban at the moment. At the weekend, their senior commander was the subject of a suicide assassination attempt that the Northern Alliance blamed the Taliban for. So in the civil war that's going on here, things are very tense at this time. An audacious attack. One analyst described the attack this evening. The front line of the Northern Alliance, some 40 or 50 miles from this capital, they flew helicopters in under the cover of darkness, switched on searchlights when they got into the city, and fired missiles at the city. In a few hours, Wolf, we expect the United Nations agencies here and several international diplomats here in the city to consider their position. We understand the United Nations often at times like this will withdraw its staff. In a few hours, we'll find out about that. Wolf?
Nick Robertson, our man in Kabul, Afghanistan, thanks so much once again for joining us. Stand by. I want to bring in right now Paul Bremer, the former U.S. ambassador for counterterrorism. You spent many, many years studying these kinds of developments, perhaps not as horrendous as what has happened in the United States today. Whose fingerprints do you suspect are over this operation?
Well, as the chairman of the Intelligence Committee said earlier, it's early to make any conclusions, but there basically are four groups that you can imagine having the capabilities of doing this. Bin Laden is certainly one. The others would be some of the more radical Palestinian groups, which might be able to do this. And then, of course, there are two states, Iraq and Iran. And I think that's the list of possible suspects for the moment.
And you've eliminated homegrown U.S. sponsorship the way that occurred at Oklahoma City.
Yeah, I don't see that. That doesn't look to me to be the kind of operation those people have done. They are not suicide people. They like to get away. This is on a scale which goes way beyond anything, I think, that's domestic.
Now, we spoke earlier in the day, and you, of course, chaired a commission on counterterrorism that released findings earlier in the year. A lot of speculation about an intelligence failure that could have been predicted. In fact, when I spoke to you earlier, and I've interviewed you earlier, there has been a lapse in intelligence gathering, the human intelligence gathering, in other words, running agents or spies within these terror cells.
Right, and as the chairman of the Intelligence Committee said, I think it's the most important problem we need to address now. The objective of a counterterrorist policy is to prevent Americans getting killed. It's not the retaliation, it's to prevent the attacks. And if you're going to prevent the attacks, you have to know ahead of time about them. And the only way to do that is to have a spy among the terrorists who's willing to talk to you. Our commission looked at this rather carefully and concluded that we've got some guidelines, some rules that were established in the CIA in the mid-90s that have the effect of deterring case agents from basically trying to engage terrorist spies. And I think this kind of attack shows again the importance of intelligence, the importance of taking a very aggressive look at human intelligence.
Well, explain to us why theoretically the CIA would put these kinds of rules in effect. Does it make any sense whatsoever not to try to penetrate these terrorist operations?
My own view is that these rules do not make any sense, that in fact if you're going to get good intelligence on terrorists, you're going to have to deal with some very unsavory people. The rules were put into effect because there were concerns at the agency at the time that it was associating the United States with people who might violate human rights or be criminals. Well, I sort of say, yeah, of course, that's what terrorists are. And if you're going to get intelligence about terrorists, you're going to have to deal with terrorists. That's a fact of life.
And if you're running these unsavory individuals in these terrorist cells, you're presumably paying them for their cooperation. And as a result, I take it what you're suggesting, the CIA doesn't want to be in the position of having to tell Congress that they're paying these unsavory terrorists?
Well, I think that's probably what led to these guidelines being imposed in 1995. I think that in the wake of this kind of an attack, we're going to have to take a close look at that, and my guess is that those guidelines will be changed. But what we have to do now is find out who did it, and then we have to prepare a retaliation that would, I hope, be the most vigorous military retaliation we can against the people who did it and any governments that were in any way contacted with this, including, if it's in Afghanistan, the Taliban. And I think that the day of sort of talking about terrorism is over now. We've seen the catastrophe that unfortunately many of us have been worried about. It's happened. Tens of thousands of people have been injured and maybe killed, and now's the time for real action.
If the retaliatory strike does take place, and everyone assumes eventually it will, won't that, as some critics will say, just simply lead to more terrorism, the cycle of violence, as the State Department, and you once worked there, likes to call it?
Well, I think you have to be careful not to talk yourself into a Hamlet syndrome when fighting terrorism. You can always make an argument against military retaliation because it's going to lead to something else. You can always say that diplomacy won't really work because other countries won't support you. You can say that economic sanctions don't work because other countries will violate them. And you can go down the whole list of options that are there and persuade yourself that none of them make any sense, and at the end you do nothing. And effectively, if you do nothing, then this is the kind of thing that happens. And I think the American public will, when they take a deep breath, want and indeed deserve a very strong reaction to this. And I think it will be interesting to see how many of our allies who are today giving statements of full support, how many of them are really going to be with us when the time comes for retaliation. Then's when we'll know who our real friends are.
All right, Ambassador Bremer, it was kind of you to join us. Thank you very much.
Good to see you.
Let's go back to New York, and CNN's Aaron Braun is standing by. Aaron?
Well, thank you. We are waiting for the president whose day began in Sarasota, Florida, where he was going to make a speech on education. He then went to Shreveport, Louisiana, and then to Nebraska, to where the Strategic Air Command is based, and finally back to Washington. There are, it seems to us, moments in a president's term: the Challenger for President Reagan, the Gulf War for President Bush, Oklahoma City for President Clinton, now this, where the country looks to a president for information and reassurance. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, I expect we'll hear both today.
Expect you will, Aaron, on a day that defies description. The president, we are told, wants to deliver a message of, quote, resolve and reassurance to the American people. Mr. Bush back at the White House now for a couple of hours. He has been briefed by the vice president and members of his national security team, the key members of the Bush cabinet here as well, trying to direct the federal government's response to this crisis. Mr. Bush will address the American people, as you mentioned, from the Oval Office here at the White House after a day that began in Florida, saw him go to a military installation in Louisiana, then a second military installation in Nebraska. All this as he tried to stay in touch with the national security team, and all this as the White House, the Secret Service, and the military decided whether or not it was safe to bring the president back to Washington. They very much wanted the political statement of the president returning to the White House to try to dispel any notion that this was a country under siege. Still, this is a key defining moment for this president, 8 months into office. We're just a few minutes away from hearing him on this day of tragedy in the United States address the American people from the Oval Office.
And indeed, that political message that the government is functioning, that despite all that's happened, was repeated again and again by officials in Washington. Late today, I remember hearing Karen Hughes. It was almost the first thing she said. She was reassuring the American people that their government is running despite it all. This is the government continuation plan in the textbooks in Washington, D.C. This is a very young administration, and this is a major test, John.
That's right, Aaron, and at times there is a conflict, if you will, between the security arrangements and the political calculations. The president being kept out of Washington, the key leaders in Congress being taken to a secure bunker outside of Washington, all that part of a protocol. Go ahead, Aaron.
John, I'm sorry. I just want to tell our viewers that what they're looking at is a fire that continues to burn, and I assume this is a continuation until I'm told otherwise, at the Pentagon in Washington. These pictures that you're looking at now. John, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Quite all right, Aaron. The picture's quite a devastating day, the scenes we are seeing today. What I was saying is there is at times a conflict between the security concerns and the political calculation. White House officials very much saying throughout the day they wanted to get the president back to Washington for the signal that sent. At the same time, there are a series of protocols they follow when they reach a full high terrorism alert, as the government reached today, not only for the president's security, but for everybody. The First Lady was out in public. She was taken to a safe location, just brought back to the White House this evening. President Bush now, though, meeting with his national security team in the Oval Office for what has to be an amazingly anguishing moment for him, but we are told he will deliver a statement offering reassurance and resolve to the American people, and promising once again, as he has twice already today, to dedicate all the resources of the United States government and to call on all our allies around the world to find out who is responsible for these attacks today, and the president will promise to bring them to justice. Aaron?
John, you know, this day it has been very long for all of us here, and we look back, you can still, I'm not sure you can see it on the TV, but we can still see the smoke coming off the Trade Center. 3 buildings have collapsed. These extraordinary pictures we've shown you of the planes as they literally hit that building is one of those images that none of us, and we suspect none of you, will ever forget.
And Aaron, you know, given the horror and the scale of the tragedy that we've witnessed, I'm going to pose this question to Jeff. You wonder if anyone can deliver a speech that is as big as what has happened.
That's exactly right, I think, Paula, that, you know, when President Reagan gave a speech after Challenger, that was an awful day. 6 people died. It was a terrible accident. Even Oklahoma City, horrible as that was the contained act of one madman. This attack on the United States, which is not an overstatement, in some way makes words almost, it's too much of a burden for almost any speech to bear. Yes, we want reassurance. Yes, we want resolve. Sure, we're going to get it. At the end of the day, you know, we still don't know how many people are dead because they can't even go into that rubble 2 miles from here.
And, you know, Mayor Giuliani, Jeff, late today, talked in terms of a week, maybe a week, before we really know how many people have perished in that building. That is a long time to wait. There were a lot of phone messages when I was downstairs earlier from people wanting to know the answer to that question. How many people have died today? And that is simply unknowable.
And you know what,
It is
Aaron,
unknowable.
that makes that so hard to answer is that city officials can't even get within that perimeter area. There is still debris falling from these collapsed buildings, and there are an untold number of people still trapped.
And we know that there are a couple of hundred firefighters who are missing. There are 78 New York police officers who are missing. And nobody down there, 30 or so blocks away from where we are, wants to see that number go up. So they will wait until the building is as safe as it might get. It will never be safe to go in there. There will always be risk, but the risk will mitigate a bit over time, and then they will slowly start to go into the building, start to search for who may still be there.
And
but
that's
that is
why,
days away.
And
we
that's
are
why
not there yet.
excuse me, but that's why the president's speech tonight has such a burden upon it. The stark reality of that makes what the president has to say tonight as difficult, probably as difficult a speech as any president, at least since Roosevelt's day of infamy speech.
Probably since Roosevelt. This is one of those moments. The president now just a few moments away from addressing the nation from the Oval Office. He has not been back in Washington for very long, but now from the Oval Office, the president to talk about the extraordinarily horrible events of September 11th.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shattered steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington which had to be evacuated today are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
President George W. Bush from the Oval Office tonight, almost, not quite, but almost 12 hours since the attack on the World Trade Center, the first plane hitting the Trade Center just a little bit past 8:45 this morning. The president said there is a quiet, unyielding anger in the country. We were attacked, the United States, he said, because the country is a beacon of freedom. And in talking about the efforts to find the people responsible, he said we, the country, will not only go after those who did it, but those who harbor them. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, joins us. John.
Aaron, the president also calling this a mass murder, and we've been unable to get any estimates on those killed and injured. The president using the term thousands when discussing those killed today in the attack. That last point you were just making could prove critical. The president saying the United States government will make no distinction between the terrorists who carried out this attack and those who harbor them. Just before the president was speaking, I checked in with a couple of congressional sources who are telling CNN that in private briefings today, key members of Congress were told by senior administration officials that the administration is, quote, confident, based on the early evidence in this investigation, quote, confident that Osama bin Laden is responsible for this attack. Now, in those briefings, we're told the administration did not say that with a certainty, but did say it was confident, that it had hard evidence in hand, that the investigation was continuing. That could be a significant thing to follow up in the days ahead based on the remarks of the president from the Oval Office to the American people tonight. Aaron.
Mr. bin Laden has been an elusive character out there for a long time now. I guess he is on notice today. I think the president pretty clearly made that known. But he has not been easy to find, Mr. bin Laden, has he?
He has not been easy to find, and there has been a great deal of criticism, some from the Congress, some from members of this president's cabinet now during the prior administration, that the United States government was not doing enough on the second point, not only to try to go after Mr. bin Laden, but to take action against those governments that provided him sanction. That a key distinction the president making tonight, obviously, as we learn more about the investigation in the days ahead and the outreach from this government to allied governments around the world and perhaps to other governments suspected of giving aid and comfort to Mr. bin Laden in the next few days as we assess the grim death toll and those injured in the days ahead. That's something else to keep an eye on as well. Aaron.
John, thank you. John King, our senior White House correspondent. Paula?
And earlier on, Aaron, we were talking with Jeff Greenfield about the challenge of the president delivering a speech where the toll has been so enormous. Jeff, your reaction to the president's words tonight?
They are the words that he had to speak. But again, the question is, when the president says, it may have shaken the foundations of a building, but it did not shake our foundations in ourselves. That's what a president must tell us, and it's what we want to believe. But I venture to say in the country today, there are a lot of shaken people, not just in this city. And I think the key is not so much the words that were said tonight, but what happens in the days and weeks ahead. How different a country are we going to find? How much are our movements going to be restricted by the need for more security? The only other point I want to underscore John King's point, Richard Holbrooke on our air said if the Taliban in Afghanistan is shielding bin Laden and he is the one responsible, they must feel the full force of our response. When the president said we will make no distinction between the terrorists and those who harbor him, I think that's very much the point he was making.
There was a report in an Arab newspaper that is actually based in London, where the editor actually indicated that Osama bin Laden had telegraphed this attack as long as 3 weeks ago. If that is true, one could expect there to be some political fallout from this.
Peter Bergen, who interviewed bin Laden 3 or 4 years ago, who was on air earlier, made the point that every time bin Laden has been involved in an attack on American interests or personnel, he has in fact telegraphed, as he did presumably with the USS Cole and other events. And he said bin Laden, who once targeted American soldiers, has now changed his view. Any American civilian, by virtue of being a taxpayer, bin Laden thinks, is complicit in what he regards as America's misdeeds. So, you know, that's why the speech tonight is just the first of a very long chain of events whose end we can't possibly predict.
Meanwhile, as we all know, New Yorkers wake up to a completely different landscape here tomorrow. Public schools closed, the stock market closed, all flights in this country, domestic, international, postponed at least until noon tomorrow, maybe even longer than that. Let's check back in with Wolf Blitzer, who also has some more insights right now.
Paula, I'm sitting in the Washington Bureau, as is Cardinal Roger Mahony, the Archbishop of Los Angeles. He joins us now. Cardinal Mahony, explain to our viewers what has happened today.
Well, I think the very soul of our country has been severely tested. There has obviously been a great wound inflicted upon us. And there's great uncertainty in people's minds. There's great anguish. There's great outcry. But there's a numbness and an emptiness. And I think when the president called upon us to reach into the inner depths of our being and find that source of light, I think he has given us the insight we need. We in this country are people who, by and large, believe in God. We are people who believe in prayer. And I think this is the time, this is the moment when we need to rally our sense of belief, our unity as a people who believes in trust in God.
And as we speak, Cardinal Mahony, we're taking a look at some videotape of the devastation at the Pentagon, not very far from where we're sitting right now. When parents will try to explain this evil that occurred today, how should they explain that to their children?
Well, I think this is a precious moment for parents and families this evening, because I think children will be particularly terrified as they see all of these horrible things unfold on television. I think parents need to gather their children. I think they need to gather the family. And in whatever faith tradition they might have, they need to link today with their scripture, with the Bible, the Hebrew scriptures, the Quran, whatever belief system they have. This is an excellent moment to do it. I think also something that's significant today, as I drove over to the CNN headquarters tonight, and the city is quite dark. It occurred to me that terrorists live in darkness, and their evil deeds, they do not wish those to be seen. So I'd say to parents tonight, gather your family, get out a candle. If you have a candle, light the candle as a family, and let the children in the family see the hope that is in that light. And I'm hopeful that the president is going to declare a day of prayer this week, hopefully for all of us to come together in our various faith communities. But just as the terrorists tried through darkness to bring down the spirit of our people, I'd love to see people light a candle in their home, maybe put one in the front window. Let that light of hope and trust in God's providence in our lives, let that shine across our country tonight and tomorrow.
Cardinal Roger Mahony, the Archbishop of Los Angeles, thank you so much for those words. And I just want to throw back to our Aaron Brown in New York, but to remind our viewers that first crash occurred almost exactly some 12 hours ago when that first plane crashed into the World Trade Center in New York. Aaron?
Well, thank you, and particularly thanks to the Cardinal. Those were extraordinary words, and much needed, I think, to remind us how we might deal with the issues here with our children. I think all of us at some point today have wondered how we are going to explain this to them. Larry Eagleburger has been a part of a number of administrations in the diplomatic positions. He's, I think, familiar to many of you as well. He joins us from Charlottesville, Virginia, I believe. Again, good evening to you, sir. It's nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
I want to go back a few hours to a conversation you had, because if I remember it correctly, you talked specifically about two things that came up in the president's statement. One is that we need to be proactive. The country needs to be proactive in attacking terrorist groups before they attack the United States. And this is the point the president made, that it is not enough to go after the terrorists. You also must go after those who harbor the terrorists. Heartened by the president's words tonight?
Very much so. I thought it was a superb speech. I'll tell you something. I think we're all going to find that the American people are much tougher than some of the commentary tonight that I've heard would imply. And if you have the leadership that I think the president demonstrated tonight, and if we carry out the words he said, and we do in fact act hard against not only the terrorists but those who have housed them, I think we will find that we have struck a real blow for beginning the end of this terrorist tragedy that's taken over the world for so long. We won't win it all at once, but if we now really start to take seriously the words that the president said, both in terms of attacking the terrorists and those who mother them, I think we can begin to see this thing turning around. And I think the American people will be totally in support of that.
Secretary Eagleburger, what is it that you've heard from commentators or anyone else that made that perked your ear there, that suggested the American people did not have the resolve or did not have the toughness to deal with this?
Well, I don't want to carry it too far, but what I've heard is, you know, they're all shaken. There's some implications that we're not going to sort this out too quickly. All I'm saying is, whether we've been shaken or not, if you watched what went on in New York City today, and particularly the police and the firemen, but also average New Yorkers, in the ways in which they responded to try to take care of each other, I was in fact very much impressed by their guts and their ability to deal with these things in a rational way. And I think it showed a great deal about the city of New York, which has not always been my favorite place. And it also showed a great deal about the American people. And I think you're going to find that we are going to be really prepared to back the president all the way. Now, in this sense, I do think it's like Pearl Harbor, because it's Pearl Harbor that led us all to come together to defend ourselves against the Japanese. I think this is Pearl Harbor in a sense, in bringing us now to look at this terrorist issue as in fact we should look at it, which is, if we don't deal with it now, it will be so much worse as the years go on.
Secretary Eagleburger, thank you. It's good to talk to you again. If I could just a second, one thing he said, of all of the images that we've seen in the 12 hours that we've been here, it is a scene of New Yorkers calmly evacuating the area, very slowly walking, no panic, no screaming, helping one another, that has stayed with us. It is not the most dramatic picture, but it is one of the most telling pictures we have seen about how people respond in moments of extraordinary crisis. Paula?
I'll also tell you, Arian, the story that hasn't been told is the generosity of the spirit of the New York people. I mean, a lot of New Yorkers get a bad rap here, but the fact is there was a plea made for people to donate blood, and at many area hospitals there were as many as 4 to 5 hour waits.
Yeah.
People lining up.
This is a city that has taken a number of terrible hits in recent time, but in moments like this, it is truly the best of us that we saw today. And I don't think it's simply New Yorkers. I think we would have seen this most anywhere else. But they're a tough group out there below us, 30 or 20 floors, and they handled an awful, awful experience today with extraordinary calm, to which I think we all are grateful.
All right, right now I'm going to check in with James Kallstrom, who was formerly of the FBI. Welcome. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Well,
Sir, can you explain to the American public how it is possible that 4 commercial airliners were hijacked in a several-hour period?
I don't think we can explain that right now, Paula. I mean, we'll be answering those questions in the future. I can tell you this, that everyone in law enforcement and the intelligence agencies prayed and hoped that something like this would never happen. It has happened. I thought the president gave a great speech tonight. I was particularly impressed. It's a bit redundant from the other speakers, but his discussion of there will be no difference between those that committed this horrendous act and those that supported, harbored, assisted this horrific act. I think that's a very, very key point. And as the days roll out, the United States, this great country we all live in, and the heroism that you saw on the streets of New York, I saw that day in and day out in smaller tragedies, and I'm sure we see that throughout the United States. But as the days wear on, the United States and the Allies, if they carry out what the President said, we'll be far better off for it.
If you would, sir, though, would you come back to the vulnerability that was exposed today? What is the significance that 2 planes were successfully hijacked from Boston? What is the significance of the fact that all 4 of these flights were cross-country flights?
Well, I mean, I think we can read into that, Paula. I don't know the answers. It would seem like the interesting and tragic thing is that people would give their lives that could also fly sophisticated airplanes, that they apparently could get on these airplanes through generally good screening techniques. I heard one report that they were carrying knives or box cutters, and that could be.
How do you get through security with box cutters on you?
Well, I'm not going to go into all the different ways that could happen, and I don't know exactly what happened. I don't think now is the time to try to figure that out. Obviously, people want to know that answer, but I think now let's concentrate on the dead, the families, those that are still alive in the rubble in New York, in the Pentagon, out in Pennsylvania. Let's work like crazy to find out who did this. That's what's going on right now. And let's bring those folks to justice. And let's do what the President said. Let's see no difference between those that did it and those that helped it, harbored it, assisted it. Let's do that.
If you would walk us through the process that begins tomorrow. Rescue workers still are not able to penetrate that perimeter area surrounding the World Trade Center because of falling debris, because of smoke. Walk us through what we can expect tomorrow.
More of the same. I mean, I think everybody is 24 hours a day now. I mean, I saw reports just a while back that close to 200 New York City firemen are missing. 40 or 50 New York City police officers are missing. And certainly all the people that are in the World Trade Center are missing. So there's been a valiant attempt already to save lives, and that'll continue.
All right, Mr. Kallstrom, thank you so much for your time this evening. Right now, Aaron and I are going to hand this back to Wolf, who continues to stand by in Washington.
Thank you very much, Paula. And I want to report what a senior administration official is telling CNN, that the President's National Security Council will be convening once again shortly to review what has happened and presumably to discuss some various options about what is happening. President Bush, of course, will be participating together with his National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice, Secretary of State Colin Powell, the Defense Secretary, Donald Rumsfeld, and the Vice President, Dick Cheney. When we get some information on that, of course, we'll report that as well. But I want to bring in CNN's Greta Van Susteren. You were at National Airport early this morning when that American Airlines Flight 77 slammed into the Pentagon. What did you see, Greta?
Well, let me tell you, first of all, I was on a flight on a runway to go to New York. It was canceled because they said 2 planes had run into the building in New York, so they canceled our flight. I got off the plane. I headed back to my car to come back to work. I was on the rooftop of National Airport's parking lot, which is about 2 blocks from the Pentagon, and I heard something funny. No, first my husband said to me, "We better get out of here," and I thought it was a little bit strange. My husband's acting a little bit like an alarmist. I turned back to look at him. I heard something funny. I looked over his shoulder. I saw something. I'm not sure quite what it was, but low level. Then all of a sudden there was silence. Then there was a kaboom, and then smoke came billowing out. And I knew that it was the Pentagon. The Pentagon's about 2 blocks, of course, from National Airport, hidden behind some buildings. And there was just smoke and debris flying all over, coming up in the air. Obviously, a very terrible sight.
And we're taking a look at some live pictures right now. You can see the fires still continuing at the Pentagon now, some 12 hours later. What was your first thought, though, when you heard that kaboom? Did you have any sense what was really going on?
At that point, I knew there was a big problem. I knew it was the Pentagon, and I knew that something horrible had happened, and I could see the magnitude of it. And it was really one of terror, because we had no idea, was there more coming? Was National Airport next? It was only 2 blocks away. Cell phones went down. I tried 2 cell phones, was having difficulty getting through. I finally did get through to CNN, but the traffic was tied up. You heard plenty of sirens and almost no information till I got in a car and did find out what happened. And always, in addition to having to witness this, several hours later, of course, I learned that someone who I know quite well, Barbara Olson, who's appeared on this network a number of times and whose husband is the Solicitor General of the United States, was one of the fatalities on the airplane. So obviously, and many other people, of course, are suffering tonight, but that, of course, is even more dismay.
And all of us, of course, who've worked at CNN knew Barbara Olson very, very well, and our hearts and our condolences go out to her family and Ted Olson, the Solicitor General. A very, very sad day for the Olsons, of course, for the entire country. Greta, put on your legal hat now. What is going to happen legally right now? Walk us through what we can expect.
Well, first, obviously, I can't tell you what the President of the United States is going to do, but there seems to be at least something the country is going to do. The President obviously has indicated the country is going to do something. But assuming that action is done, something is done, the President, there's also the possibility of some sort of legal remedy. It's not much of a remedy, but you can it has happened in the past is that we've gone over and nabbed terrorists, brought them back to this country, and tried them for terrorist acts here on American soil or for acts that they've committed against American buildings overseas. And of course, they can get the death penalty if proven guilty. What's interesting about this and what people should know is that oftentimes it's done in a conspiracy charge. And if you have any involvement in a conspiracy, for instance, you just stick your toe in the water of a conspiracy, you're in for the whole thing. So a lot of people can be brought into a conspiracy for almost just a minor act aiding the conspiracy. Not just the ones who are responsible for planning and causing the deaths, but if you in any way just assisted a little bit, you're in for the conspiracy and you could face the death penalty.
All right, Greta Van Susteren, thank you very much. Stand by. I want to go back to New York. Aaron, Paula, and Jeff are standing by. Guys, take it over.
Well, thank you. It is another day in Asia already. The Nikkei is open, the Japanese stock market. It is already down 5.5% to a 17-year low. This is not unexpected. It is the kind of thing that happens when there is instability in the world, and there is instability in the world today, certainly in our world today. Jeff, it seems like days ago that we began this. Tell me where you are right now.
I was thinking about waking up this morning in a city that was going to have a primary election for mayor and other city offices, in a country that was worried about an economy that might or might not be flattening, kids back at school for the first month, at a time when the big issues, when big events, when horrible events seemed behind us. That was the political climate we've all thought we'd been in. And we're going to wake up tomorrow in just a completely different city and a completely different country emotionally.
We wake up to a city tomorrow where the majority of the businesses below 14th Street, down towards the World Trade Center, are shut. Public schools closed, parochial schools closed, all private schools closed. No flights coming in or out of this country. Stock market closed. It's a new reality. And as Jeff expressed earlier on, I think you said it pretty pointedly, our luck ran out.
It is, when I walked off here for a short break around 6:30 or so, I thought about my daughter, who's 12 and a half, and I wondered if she, in her school, was taken into the gymnasium, as I was in November of 1963, when President Kennedy was assassinated. I remember everything about that moment, and I wondered if she will remember every bit of that moment as well.
December 7th, 1941,
yeah.
September 11th, 2001. I think this state may well have been infuriated.
Larry King Live is coming up in just a moment. Before we go to Larry, we want to take you back to one of those moments today. It happened at the Capitol. Democrats, Republicans, senators, representatives gathered on the steps of the Capitol to show that the government was running, that they were there, and the country was strong.
Tonight with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Tonight, America under attack. Horrible images as terrorists strike against symbols of wealth and power. The casualty count unknown, the damage unspeakable. I'm Larry King. We'll have a full hour with lots of guests. We begin with the governor of New York, George Pataki. Governor Pataki, what can you tell us when you bring us up to date on statistics here? We have to go through this. Firemen, policemen, people, what?
Well, Larry, we're just not looking at statistics yet. We're still doing everything in our power to do the searching and rescue efforts because we hope there are still people that can be rescued. The city has the finest emergency forces anywhere in the world, and we've augmented them with our National Guard and state emergency forces as well. And there's an ongoing effort to try to rescue as many people as possible and to make sure we provide the best possible care to those who have been injured. So the time for counting is later, the time for action is now, and that action is underway.
We do know, however, that 200 firemen and 78 policemen are missing, right?
We do know that numbers of police and fire are missing, and it's a tribute to their heroism, that they went down there and risked their lives to protect others and try to save other lives. And, you know, Larry, this is a very dark day for America, but out of the darkness you see the spirit and you see the hope. I was at St. Vincent's Hospital a little while ago visiting some of the injured firemen and injured policemen, and they were asking about if they could go back to try to do more to help uncover their comrades and the people who are still at risk. So the spirit is strong. We will get through this.
Governor, you've been close to being inside and near this. Can you tell us what's going on?
Well, there's still very great risk downtown of possible additional building collapses. So that's why we've ordered, along with the mayor, New York City south of 14th Street to be shut down. And right now it's simply a matter of trying to contain fires and work through the rubble. We have National Guard heavy equipment, wreckers and tow trucks and others on trying to help out with the police and fire who are going through the rubble and trying to just find as many people that we can save and rescue and help those who need our help as possible. At the same time, we're making sure that the city and the surrounding area is as secure as possible. And again, Larry, I got to tell you that the spirit of the people has been enormous. They haven't been intimidated by this horrible act of cowardly terror. I was just out on a block where from blocks people were lined up waiting to donate blood, not cowed by this terrorism, but showing their faith in America and belief in tomorrow, and that's what we have to make sure triumphs here.
Governor, how close have you gotten to the scene itself?
I've gotten downtown, but I haven't gotten all the way down to the towers themselves, perhaps later on. But what I've been trying to do is coordinate response and make sure that we have the best possible efforts, and I believe we do. And Larry, I also want to say that the cooperation, not just of the city and the state, but the surrounding states, the federal officials have mobilized resources from around the country to help us out, and they are here. And we've gotten expressions of support and condolences from around the world, and we're going to get through this. We're united as a people, we're strong as a people, and we will get through this and make America and New York even stronger.
We know the military's on full alert and aircraft carriers are coming to your harbor. Is there fear of possibly more?
Well, Larry, I think the federal government's looking to reassure us by having this presence, and we're delighted to have that reassurance. There can never be guarantees. No one predicted this. No one anticipated or had advance warning of this attack. So you never know what tomorrow might bring. But my understanding from my communications with the President and the White House is that they are unaware of any additional specific threats. Obviously, we are on the highest possible state of security and alert, and will continue to be so.
Where were you when you heard of the first crash?
I was in the city, and I got a call to turn on the television. There was a plane hit the World Trade Center, and then I saw the second one, and immediately called the White House and spoke with the President in a very short period of time and urged him to shut down the airspace around New York, and they immediately shut down the airspace around the country. And who knows what else may have happened if the President hadn't taken that step.
He was in Florida, so he patched you right through.
Right.
What was his response when you got him on the phone?
He was very supportive, offering to do anything the federal government could do, told us that they had gone to the highest possible alert and were undertaking all the security steps that could possibly be taken. And then immediately after that, he shut down the airspace around the country, to his credit, and I'm pleased that that step was taken.
Will New York airports open tomorrow?
We're not predicting at this point. We'll stay in close touch with the federal emergency officials. They are calling the shots. They're the ones who are in charge of the security analysis, and they'll make the determination when the New York City airports should reopen.
Thank you, Governor Pataki. Thanks for giving us the time.
Thank you, Larry.
Next, we go to Washington, D.C., where James Baker, the former Secretary of State, is standing by. Is this, Mr. Secretary, a failure on the part of American policy?
I don't think it's a failure on the part of American policy, Larry. I think that there probably were perhaps some lapses in security. It would be well, I think, for us to consider beefing up some of our intelligence capabilities, particularly our ability in the areas of human intelligence, which we have been sort of de-emphasizing since the mid-70s. But I don't think it's a policy failure. And if by that you mean that it's linked somehow to what may or may not be happening in the Middle East peace process, I would be very leery of making too direct a connection there. You know, my favorite suspect here, and I have no inside information with respect to this, is Osama bin Laden. He seems to be the favorite suspect of a lot of people. And this guy has done some things in the past that didn't depend on whether or not we were making progress toward peace in the Middle East or not. I mean, if you remember the bombings of the embassy in Kenya and Tanzania, the Khobar Towers bombing in Saudi Arabia. So I wouldn't make too direct a connection to the Middle East peace process.
The president said we will take action and see no difference between those who committed the crime and those who harbored them. That's a direct threat against anybody around this. Do you expect to see retaliatory action soon?
Well, I don't know how soon you will see it. I would expect to see it. We have contingency plans. We had them way back when I was dealing with these issues for the United States. And I remember well, as a matter of fact, Larry, when I was meeting with the foreign minister of Iraq in the lead up to the Gulf War in 1991, and I warned him against using weapons of mass destruction against American forces. I said the American people will demand retribution, and we have the means to exact it. And I think they took that to heart. They didn't use weapons of mass destruction, but I think the American people, following the tragic events of today, are going to demand retribution, and I think the United States does have the means to exact it, and I think we will.
Mr. Secretary, when you fear terrorism, as all of us have to fear it to be logical human beings that surround us, did you ever think of anything like this?
Not anything of this scale. I mean, you have to really be amazed, or at least I'm amazed, at the degree of success. 4 airplanes were hijacked. 75%, 3 out of the 4, found their targets. We haven't had a hijacking in this country in over 10 years. And yet these people were successful in hijacking the aircraft, not only hijacking...
But it was already too late for rescue. The second tower, representing America's trade and wealth, was about to go. Twin towers, which took 7 years to build, had been utterly destroyed in a single morning. The Manhattan skyline and countless lives devastated.
Big boom, come down the steps, everything fine till we got to the basement, and then everything just fell in. I got trapped under there with another guy, crawled out, kept getting hit in the head, had bags floating around. Finally, we clawed our way out over the rubble.
Yeah.
Come on down. We did all right. All right, way to be, Tom. Let's go.
Even the bloodied felt incredibly lucky on this terrible day. And firefighters could embrace each other for a few moments before facing many more hours of trauma. As New York struggled to cope, to adapt to the clogging dust, the fallout of so much tragedy, more news was coming in, a fourth crashed airliner in Pittsburgh. And somehow, American government seemed almost powerless amidst all this. The centers of that power had been evacuated, key congressional leaders taken to secret locations. The president himself whisked to a nuclear bunker in Nebraska, shaken but pledging somehow to find those who masterminded this day of mayhem and massacre.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward. And freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Hours after the attacks, the United States, the whole world, is struggling to take it all in. There's really no more rescue the firemen can seriously attempt. It's now a question of salvage amid the wreckage, as others in New York try to establish how many men, women and children have been lost. A priest picks his way through the New York ruins. The World Trade Center has been reduced to the stumps of skyscrapers that once helped define one of the world's most vibrant cities, normally loud with life. An entire society feels itself violated by terror. James Robbins, BBC News.
In the past hour, President George W. Bush made a television address to the American people, and again he said he would do everything possible to bring those responsible to justice.
Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America. with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you, good night, and God bless America.
This is BBC News, a summary now of the main news. America and the rest of the world is in shock following catastrophic terrorist attacks in New York and Washington. Several thousand people are thought to have lost their lives when two hijacked passenger planes flew directly into the side of the twin skyscrapers of the World Trade Center during Tuesday morning's rush hour. Both towers caught fire immediately and later collapsed, sending clouds of dust and billowing smoke into Manhattan as people frantically tried to escape.
The police officer told everybody to form a human chain, and we held on to each other, and he flashed a light, and he directed us to Building 5, and we went out Building 5.
Did you see people bleeding, and what did you see?
Oh, everybody could see. You want blood? Here's blood. Everybody's bleeding. People are laying all over the floor. It's horrible. And I was there the first time, and this is twice.
Shortly after the first two strikes, another hijacked Boeing passenger plane crash-landed near the Pentagon building in Washington, the headquarters of the American military. The building burst into flames and part of its five-sided structure collapsed. A fourth airliner crashed in Pennsylvania, again after apparently being hijacked. President Bush has addressed the American public to give his reaction to the terrorist attacks. He said all efforts were being made to track down those responsible and that world leaders would stand together to win the war against terrorism. Mr. Bush said the U.S. would make no distinction between terrorists and those who harbored them. He said no one would forget that day, but America would go forward. The number of casualties may not be known for some time, but the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, says the figure will be more than any of us can bear. Rescue workers are being hindered by a thick fog of ash, fumes and debris from the ruins. Some 260 people died on board the planes. The American Defense Secretary, Donald Rumsfeld, said the Pentagon was functioning and would be open on Wednesday. He said the United States was in no way connected to explosions that have been occurring in the Afghan capital, Kabul, in the last few hours. American forces around the world have been placed on the highest alert and warships have been deployed along the US East Coast. There's been widespread condemnation of the attacks from international leaders. The British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, said it was a war between terrorists and the free world.
As for those that carried out these attacks, there are no adequate words of condemnation. Their barbarism will stand as their shame for all eternity.
Both President Bush and the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon have said those behind terrorist attacks will have nowhere to hide. Suspicion has fallen on Islamic militant groups, including those associated with the Saudi exile Osama bin Laden, already wanted by the Americans. The Taliban authorities in Afghanistan, where Mr. bin Laden is based, say he didn't have the capability for such a huge operation. Many world governments have ordered defense alerts and called emergency security meetings. In Moscow, President Vladimir Putin spoke of inhuman attacks.
Well, the attacks that we've all seen have stunned Americans and brought condemnation, of course, from around the world.
Americans are still coming to terms with the scale of today's onslaught. These are shocking events that no one in New York's financial district will forget. As America's cities burned, President Bush pledged to find those responsible.
Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
The world was transfixed as television showed stunned people escaping from streets filled with dust and smoke. In Britain, domestic events were put on hold. Tony Blair called on all democracies to stand together to fight fanaticism.
This mass terrorism is the new evil in our world. The people who perpetrate it have no regard whatever for the sanctity or value of human life. And we, the democracies of the world, must come together to defeat it and eradicate it.
As the day developed and the full horror emerged, statesmen from around the world expressed their condolences. The Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat was one of the first to send his sympathies to the American people.
First of all, I am offering my condolences, the condolences of the Palestinian people to the American President, President Bush, to his government, to the American people for this terrible act. We are completely shocked, unbelievable.
Speaking to the BBC's Hard Talk programme, Ehud Barak, Israel's former prime minister, also condemned today's events.
We are facing a growing wave of terror. Our hearts and souls are now with the American people and its leadership, and a devastating, painful kind of consequences.
The knock-on effects are enormous. In the short term, air travel to and from the United States is in disarray. At Gatwick, passengers were told flights were being recalled or cancelled. At American embassies around the world, people have been laying flowers and leaving messages. Tonight, Americans at home and abroad have been warned to stay alert. Helen Callahan, BBC News.
Well, as President Bush mentioned in his address, the hunt for those responsible has already begun. In the studio with us now is Dr. Martin Navius, who is a defense and security analyst. Where do they start looking?
Well, it's going to be very difficult to find direct evidence linking any particular terrorist group to this particular terrorist outrage. So the United States has basically two options. It can continue to seek such direct evidence, in which case it will be frustrated, or it will take a very long time in which to locate that evidence, and then that evidence will always be contested, or it can make a general determination that a list of terrorist groups or a terrorist group is responsible for this outrage and therefore must be held responsible.
So it's going to be circumstantial evidence, more or less, on which they base their decision?
I think, unfortunately, we cannot look at quasi-legal approaches to dealing with terrorism. What has to be taken is a political decision and a military decision that various groups are to be held responsible for this, and those groups and those countries that support them will be punished.
Yes.
The United States has to act. President Bush's presidency will be judged by how he deals with this crisis, not by how he deals with the faltering US economy. And therefore, we can expect that over the next few days or few months, United States forces will be ready to launch attacks somewhere, certainly in Afghanistan, possibly elsewhere.
Right, I was going to come on to that, because President Bush saying that the United States would make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbour them. If this was carried out by an Islamic militant group, which countries should be looking over their shoulder?
Well, the question is how wide the United States wants this war. If Osama bin Laden is going to be the only objective of US policy, of US military action, and if Osama bin Laden is located in Afghanistan, then the United States can fight a limited war, provided they can find where he is hiding. If the United States decides that what they are going to undertake in view of the scale and scope of the outrages committed in New York today is a broader war, that is not simply going after one or two individuals or one small organization, but going after a whole range of terrorist organizations located across the length and breadth of the Middle East and elsewhere, then we are going to see a long, drawn-out and bloody conflict in which there are going to be casualties on both sides, enormous collateral damage and political costs.
Because there are other countries with whom Osama bin Laden has been associated: Sudan, Syria, Iraq.
Well, the United States has identified a number of, in the past, has identified a number of countries which have been supportive of terrorism, terrorists. These have included Iraq, Iran, Syria, Afghanistan, as you mentioned, and Sudan, as well as Libya, and possibly a number of others. If the United States is going to hold all these countries responsible, then we are going to see quite an extensive campaign that will have enormous military and political consequences throughout the world.
Dr. Martin Navius, thank you very much. We can get more reaction now from Washington by joining Mark Plotkin, who's a commentator for US National Radio. And Mark, presumably the shockwaves still reverberating across the American nation.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is, to say it is unprecedented would be a slight understatement, to say the least. This has been called a second Pearl Harbor. We had an isolated incident of Oklahoma City. Yes, there was a bombing in World Trade Center, but 4 commercial airlines, the Pentagon, which is the military center of the nation, and the financial capital of the world, New York City. If this was on a movie, people would walk out of it because they would feel that it was implausible and unbelievable.
How long do you think before America can come to terms with this?
Well, I don't think they'll ever come to terms with it. I think everybody will date this day like they did. The only thing I can compare it to in my life is the assassination of John F. Kennedy. That is the significance of it, where you have the president returning to Washington, where you didn't know for some time where he was, and then people are still very tense about if there are going to be further attacks. We have this sort of sense of invincibility, that things that happen all around the world won't happen to us. Now there is a certain psychological terror, a certain uncertainty, a certain tentativeness that we as a nation probably never had before.
At times like these, America particularly looks to its leader for comfort and leadership. Do you think people will have been convinced by President Bush's performance?
Well, you know, this was a test for him. This was a person that was considered maybe not up to the job, not a man of the most conscientious seriousness, somebody that was going to really have to really strive to be taken seriously. He was characteristically brief, as I've said to other media, 4 minutes and 21 seconds. I think he could have spent a little longer, but he probably said the right things. The most important thing he said is that America will be open for business, meaning that we will continue to be strong and we will continue to function.
Mark, you're just a couple of miles there from the other appalling outrage carried out when one of the planes crashed into the Pentagon. Can you bring us up to date at all on what casualties are estimated to be there?
Well, it was quite a while before people were even allowed in there. The Pentagon, as you know, is not, or maybe your viewers don't know, is not in Washington, D.C. It is about a mile and a half outside Washington in Virginia. And the point is that there are people at the hospital, but we don't really know how many people perished there, and they, for many, many hours, weren't even able to get into the Pentagon. We are assured that all the top military people, including the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the heads of all the military services, are safe. But there are many employees, and we are not getting firm numbers. But it wouldn't be unrealistic to think that there would have been hundreds of people killed there in that building.
Mark Plotkin in Washington, thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is BBC News. Let's get a summary now of the main news from the United States.
I'm Pat Rogers, and this is TLC's continuing coverage of the tragic events of today. The terrorist attacks in the U.S. today are unprecedented in history. For full coverage of this story, TLC brings you BBC World News.
Attacks by unknown assailants. A huge operation is underway to find survivors from the wreckage of both towers of the World Trade Center in New York. Several thousand people are thought to have lost their lives when two hijacked passenger planes flew directly into the side of the twin skyscrapers of the World Trade Center during Tuesday's morning rush hour. Both towers caught fire immediately and later collapsed, sending clouds of dust and billowing smoke into Manhattan as people frantically tried to escape.
The police officer told everybody to form a human chain, and we held on to each other, and he flashed a light, and he directed us to Building 5, and we went out Building 5.
Did you see people bleeding, and what did you see?
Oh, everybody could see. You want blood? Here's blood. Everybody's bleeding. People are laying all over the floor. It's horrible. And I was there the first time, and this is twice.
Shortly after the first two strikes, another hijacked Boeing passenger plane crash-landed near the Pentagon building in Washington, the headquarters of the American military. The building burst into flames and part of its five-sided structure collapsed. A fourth airliner crashed in Pennsylvania, again after apparently being hijacked. President Bush has addressed the American public to give his reaction to the terrorist attacks. He said all efforts were being made to track down those responsible and that world leaders would stand together to win the war against terrorism. Mr. Bush said the U.S. would make no distinction between terrorists and those who harbored them. He said no one would forget that day, but America would go forward.
It's a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world.
The number of casualties may not be known for some time, but the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, says the figure will be more than any of us can bear. Rescue workers are being hindered by a thick fog of ash, fumes and debris from the ruins. Some 260 people died on board the planes. The American Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld said the Pentagon was functioning and would be open on Wednesday. He said the United States was in no way connected to explosions that have been occurring in the Afghan capital, Kabul, in the last few hours. American forces around the world have been placed on the highest alert, and warships have been deployed along the U.S. East Coast. International leaders around the world have condemned the attacks, among them the Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat and the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon.
I believe that together we can defeat these forces of evil. At this most difficult hour, all Israelis stand as one with the American people.
President Bush has said those behind terrorist attacks will have nowhere to hide. Suspicion has fallen on Islamic militant groups, including those associated with the Saudi exile Osama bin Laden, already wanted by the Americans. The Taliban authorities in Afghanistan, where Mr. bin Laden is based, say he didn't have the capability for such a huge operation. Many world governments have ordered defense alerts and called emergency security meetings. In Moscow, President Vladimir Putin spoke of inhuman attacks.
That carried out these attacks, there are no adequate words of condemnation. Their barbarism will stand as their shame for all eternity.
Prime Minister Tony Blair. Well, the skies over the United States are closed for the moment after the appalling events of the past 12 hours, and the repercussions will be felt in the airline industry for many years to come. I'm joined in the studio by Annie Redmile, who's a journalist who specializes in aviation and travel issues. Annie, it was in the United States all too easy, wasn't it?
Sadly, very much so. US domestic airports or flights are treated very differently to international. They like to get on them like they get on buses. And there's been a lot of pressure from the business community in the past to keep it like that. Well, of course, that makes it very easy for anyone to get onto an aircraft.
And you only have to show one form of identification. So if you get a forged driver's license, that'll do for an ID to get a ticket in an assumed name.
You just get a ticket and away you go.
And what they do have X-ray machines at these airports, though, don't they? Or some form of security before you get on the plane?
There's some light checking at certain airports, but certainly nothing compared with the checking would get going through Heathrow, for example.
Presumably things will have to change now.
There'll be a lot of pressure for change, I think, because this is just the most enormous crossroads. I think it's been a devastating shock, obviously to America, but also to the whole aviation industry throughout the world.
So do you think that the repercussions will be felt outside the United States as well?
Yes, I do. I think it will make people look yet again at airport security, because it's no longer just hijackings we've got to worry about, but suddenly human bombs, and that is absolutely terrifying.
So what's that going to mean for the average passenger?
More, certainly in the short term, a lot more delays, increased security, so people will have to learn to be patient. That's the first sign. But I think a lot of people will stop travelling for a while.
And presumably there'll be commercial implications. If the airlines have to spend more money on security, that'll mean it won't be as cheap as it has been in some instances.
No, and of course if not very many passengers travel for a period of time, that's going to hit airline balance sheets and hit them badly.
Has there already been an impact in terms of companies talking to their staff, restricting travel?
Yes, I've spoken to a few people in the last few hours, and they've had bannings on all travel, all air travel for their staff.
Anywhere in the world?
Yes.
Do we know how long it'll be before normal flights, normal operations are going to be resumed in the United States?
No, I think it's too early to tell. I think the ramifications of this are going to go on for some time, and I don't see normality returning for a very long time.
Altogether, it's been a pretty catastrophic period for air travel altogether. When you think you've got this situation and you had the Concorde disaster last year, people are going to be wondering what on earth is going to be next.
They are, although memories can be short. I mean, there have been tragedies in the past, Lockerbie being an obvious one, and people did start flying again eventually.
Annie Redmile, thank you very much. In the Middle East, the unprecedented terrorist attack has been condemned by both the Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat and the Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon.
I believe that together we can defeat these forces of evil. At this most difficult hour, all Israelis stand as one with the American people.
Well, Israeli tanks, that was Ariel Sharon, of course, Israeli tanks and bulldozers have entered the Palestinian-controlled city of Jenin in the northern West Bank. They're said to have been a heavy exchange of gunfire between Israeli troops and Palestinian gunmen. Israeli tanks had previously encircled Jenin in an operation which Israeli forces say was intended to prevent suicide bombers reaching Israel. Joining us now live from Jerusalem is our correspondent Barbara Plett. Barbara, first of all, bring us up to date, would you, on events in Jenin?
What we've heard is that Israeli tanks have now entered Jenin. They are in the center of town. As you mentioned, there are heavy exchanges of gunfire. It's not clear how long they're going to stay or what they're going to do, but in the past they have destroyed buildings belonging to the Palestinian Authority infrastructure, in particular police stations and security offices.
Is this coincidental with what's been taking place in the United States, or is there a connection somehow?
There's not necessarily a connection. As you mentioned, the tanks have sealed off the town since about 24 hours, and the army said it was doing that in response to a suicide bombing in Israel. It says that in the Jenin area there are Islamic militant groups that are responsible for a number of suicide bombings in Israel, and they don't want to let any more bombers through. Also, the Israelis have, over the past 11 months of conflict, several times they have temporarily reoccupied Palestinian territory. The key thing is how long they stay. That usually is an indication of how serious the incursion is. However, we do have indications that the Israelis are ready to take tougher action against the Palestinians in the wake of the U.S. terror attacks. Government sources have said to us that Israeli officials sent strong messages to the Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat, telling him to put a categorical end to the violence, saying that the U.S. terror attacks showed that the violence could get out of hand. And I think this is an indication that the Israelis would like their conflict, their battle against the Palestinian militants, to be seen as part of an international fight against terrorism, not as part of an attempt to put down a revolt against occupation, which is what the Palestinians say. And if a Middle East group is implicated or blamed for the U.S. terror attacks, it's possible that the Israelis might get more sympathy for this view. This would, of course, be worrying to Palestinians, who would then fear that Israel might get an even freer hand to apply very harsh military and economic measures that are against not only the militants but also affect the population as well.
So in some sense, Barbara, there could be some kind of strategic advantage for Israel from this tragedy.
It's possible. I think it depends who's going to be blamed for the attack. If a Middle East group is blamed, therefore making the conflict in Israel connected to what happened in the United States, it's possible that Israel will get more sympathy for its fight against Palestinian militants, which will then be seen as part of a bigger picture. Even if a Middle East group isn't blamed, because these were suicide attacks in the United States, it's possible that Israel might get more sympathy for its battle against suicide bombers, and it's possible that the international community might take a harder line against Palestinian attacks, which might not be viewed, as the Palestinians say, as a fight against military occupation.
Barbara, we've seen a mixed reaction from the Palestinian community. On the one hand, a visibly shocked Yasser Arafat. On the other hand, we've seen pictures of ordinary Palestinian people clapping and cheering as they heard the news. Which is more representative, do you think, of the Palestinian people as a whole?
Well, you're right that some Palestinians did respond with celebration. There was in the West Bank town of Nablus, people went out onto the street and they handed out sweets and shot guns in the air, which are all signs of celebration. And they said that the United States was getting its just desserts, that this was divine retribution because the United States uncritically supports Israel and therefore is responsible for the large number of Palestinian deaths which have happened over the past 11 months because of Israel's military superiority. I think those are strong feelings, but also across both the West Bank and Gaza, it has to be said that most of the towns were actually quiet, that a lot of the Palestinians were glued to their television sets, just like people have been all over the world, and that there was apprehension as well. There were some people who said they just hoped that there was no connection to the Middle East or to the Palestinians, that they didn't want their situation to become even worse, to get associated with this crime. And also there were some people who expressed sympathy as well, as the leadership did. They said that they were accustomed to pain, so they could understand how these people felt.
Barbara Platt in Jerusalem, thank you very much. Well, after what could turn out to be the worst ever attack on American soil, President Bush has promised to find those responsible for the attacks and bring them to justice. Bill Hayton looks now at his options.
The wreckage at the Pentagon is still being cleared and the human cost still being counted. America's military headquarters has now suffered the horror inflicted on many army bases and embassies abroad over the past 2 decades. The sheer military might controlled from this building has made direct military attacks against the United States all but impossible. Instead, its enemies have turned to so-called asymmetric warfare, small-scale operations with dramatic effects, such as last year's bomb attack on the USS Cole in Yemen. Washington has responded in two ways, by court action against those it believes responsible, and also by direct military retaliation.
And I have no intentions of discussing today what comes next, but make no mistake about it, your armed forces are ready.
When Osama bin Laden's group bombed the US embassies in Kenya and Tanzania 3 years ago, killing more than 220 people, the response was dramatic. More than 80 cruise missiles were fired at sites in Afghanistan and Sudan, allegedly connected to his organization. They killed 20 people, but missed bin Laden himself. The actual bombers were extradited to the US, and last May, 4 men were convicted in New York and sentenced to life in jail. But retaliation doesn't always hit the right targets. In 1986, after 2 American soldiers were blown up in a Berlin nightclub, US planes bombed Libya, though it was later suggested that Syrian agents had been responsible. And Washington is being sued for millions of dollars by a businessman whose Sudanese factory was destroyed by a cruise missile after it was wrongly linked to bin Laden.
If they reflect on these questions and if they look at the source of the resentment in the Arab world and Muslim world, I believe there wouldn't be any attack. But sending cruise missile, it wouldn't solve the problem. It will maybe fuel more problems to the American and to the whole international community.
The USS Enterprise is sailing to join another carrier group in the Gulf, projecting American power into the heart of the Middle East. But political leaders must now decide whether using that power makes further attacks more or less likely in the future. Bill Hayton, BBC News.
A summary now of the main news. The United States of America has been hit by a wave of terrorist attacks, the worst the world has seen. 2 planes were hijacked and they crashed into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York early on Tuesday morning, causing both buildings to collapse. A 3rd plane then struck the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., the heart of American military intelligence. A 4th plane, also believed to be hijacked, crashed in Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. Thousands of people are feared dead. All air traffic into and out of America has been suspended and borders with Canada and Mexico closed. President Bush has vowed to hunt down and punish those responsible.
Worldwide condemnation of the attacks has been swift, and so too have been the denials of guilt. Those responsible will have had money and resources available to only a few terrorist organizations, and the focus of the investigation into America's worst breach of security will inevitably fall on Islamic and extremist groups. As George Eakin reports, it will be those responsible for previous attacks on US interests around the world who will come under closest scrutiny.
To some, the horror and carnage inflicted on the United States today is a cause of celebration. This was the Arab quarter of Jerusalem, where many showed their approval of a day of unprecedented terror in America's backyard. A claim of responsibility was reported from one Palestinian group, but then swiftly denied. The Palestinian leader condemned the attacks.
We are completely shocked, Unbelievable.
Investigators hunting the organizers will first consider these were airborne suicide missions on a scale not seen since the Second World War.
I think it's almost impossible to believe that a hijacker could convince an American domestic airline pilot to commit suicide by flying into the World Trade Center. I have absolutely no doubt at all they had trained pilots. We know in the past that they've had pilots who have been perfectly capable of flying aircraft, and this can only be the only, I think, answer to this. American pilots would not do this, but Arab fundamentalists may well be prepared to.
And it's this wealthy Arab fundamentalist that American officials are already naming as an immediate suspect, Osama bin Laden. He controls and finances Al-Qaeda, an umbrella network of Islamic militants, and he's vowed to destroy the United States. Bin Laden is accused of masterminding a string of attacks, including the US embassy bombings in East Africa 3 years ago, which killed more than 200 people. In retaliation, the Americans fired cruise missiles at training camps used by bin Laden in Afghanistan. They put a $5 million price on his head, and led a worldwide crackdown on Al-Qaeda. Afghanistan's ruling Taliban, which continues to offer bin Laden sanctuary, insists he isn't capable of carrying out attacks like today's. But bin Laden is suspected of involvement in the last attack on the World Trade Center 8 years ago. 6 people died when a bomb exploded in an underground car park. His associate, Ramzi Youssef, was jailed for that and for plotting to blow up a dozen American airliners over the Pacific, a plan which in some respects foreshadowed today's terror. While the possibility isn't being excluded, no one's suggesting that the devastation of such high-profile international targets like the Pentagon and the World Trade Center is domestic terrorism. The sophistication of today's attacks with highly trained perpetrators and their synchronization to occur within 2 hours point towards months, if not years, of preparation. Does all this mean then that a rogue state might be involved? Some experts are skeptical.
Countries have realized that as governments, their involvement in terrorism has cost them more than it's gained them. And so there are very few countries left who are in the real terrorism business. Obviously, some governments fund groups that may conduct terrorist acts, but that's very different than actually providing government support for it.
State condolences flood in, yet it seems highly unlikely, if not impossible, that the biggest and bloodiest terrorist operation ever could have been planned and prepared without a single government around the world even noticing. George Eakin, BBC News.
Well, the hunt for those responsible has already begun. Speaking from the White House earlier, the U.S. Attorney General, John Ashcroft, said his department's full resources will be put into the investigation.
The full resources of the Department of Justice, including the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Immigration and Naturalization Service, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the U.S. Marshals Service, the Bureau of Prisons, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and the Office of Justice Programs are being deployed to investigate these crimes and to assist survivors and victim families. Thousands of FBI agents in all of the field offices across the country and in the international LEGAT offices, assisted by personnel from other Department of Justice agencies, are cooperating in this investigation. The FBI has established a website where people can report any information about these crimes. That address is www.ifccfbi.gov.
The U.S. Attorney General John Ashcroft. Well, it may be at least 24 hours before it's known how many have died in the attack, but the mayor of New York has said the death toll would be more than any of us could bear. It's estimated, for instance, that at least 200 firefighters have been killed. The mayor appealed also for blood donations for the injured who've been taken to 170 hospitals across New York.
Rescue workers overwhelmed by their task. For New York, this was a nightmare come true. The scale of the carnage remains unclear, but it's possible that many thousands of people may have been killed. It's still too dangerous for the authorities to search the rubble that was the World Trade Center. The National Guard has been sent in to relieve exhausted firemen. The hospitals are overwhelmed.
All right, well then let's go north then.
For a while, the city's mayor Giuliani was himself trapped in the emergency control center, which was close to the towers. Later, he said the city's hospitals had been coping with more than 2,000 injured, but it's clear there's much more bad news to come.
Good afternoon. The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately, and I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible.
As survivors walked around dazed, no one could be sure how many did not escape before the towers collapsed. Some estimate as many as 20,000 could still have been inside. Across America tonight, families will be coming to terms with untold grief. Within a couple of hours of the attack, volunteers were queuing to give blood at this Red Cross centre after the city's hospitals reported a critical shortage. Red Cross shelters are also being set up, offering support to the injured and bereaved. In In Washington, rescue workers tended to hundreds of defense staff. After the Boeing 757 had crashed into the Pentagon, there was an orderly evacuation from the rest of the building. But nearly 5 hours later, the flames were still too intense to allow rescue in some affected areas. Again, the death toll is uncertain.
I don't have any sense of scale at all. We know there are casualties. I can't give you a good number, and we're going to work to try to get that as quickly as I can, but we don't have it yet.
America is in shock. As well as the casualties on the ground, 266 died on board the 4 aircraft. But everyone knows that that is just the start. The full horror of what's been done to this resilient nation will take time to sink in. Neil Dixon, BBC News.
Let's go back to Washington now and join our correspondent Stephen Sweech. Stephen, do you have any further details, first of all, on casualties at the Pentagon?
No, I don't. We believe that there are many people, quite a few people, still trapped in the rubble at the Pentagon. But I think overall the best indication we've had of the casualties from all the incidents that have taken place in the last 24 hours was President Bush, who said he talked about thousands of lives being ended during the attacks. And I think that's the best indication we have of the scale of this so far.
What sort of reaction has there been in the news media as a whole? It's very hard for anybody really to come to terms with, but people will be trying to make some sense of it.
Yes, the news media have, of course, been giving this wall-to-wall coverage. I was watching the ABC News network quite a lot today. The coverage was, in a way, quite restrained, perhaps more restrained than you'd expect. A very somber mood, certainly an attempt to be as factual and accurate as possible, not to get too carried away, but, of course, a great sense of shock and of anger coming through from the people being interviewed, the eyewitnesses, survivors, family members, and of course politicians. Interesting to note, there have been quite different reactions from different politicians. Some politicians saying this is war, you know, we have to retaliate. Other politicians, including Senator Joseph Biden, a prominent Democrat on the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, saying, hang on a minute, we have to behave as a democracy, preserve civil liberties and think before we act.
And those who want war, do they have any idea who they would wage this war against?
Well, there have certainly been indications earlier on in the day. People were talking about Osama bin Laden and a Middle Eastern connection, or certainly an Islamic connection, and that seems to have hardened up. The indications are that the CIA do have indications that it was the work of Osama bin Laden, or at least of his group. And so I think, certainly from intelligence sources, this line seems to be coming out pretty strongly now.
The early editions of the papers will be out in Washington by now. What sort of editorial line are they taking?
Well, I've got the editorial of the Washington Post in front of me, and the headline is simply "War." And it goes on, Americans watched in shock this morning as a war was launched against them, making an explicit comparison with the attack on Pearl Harbor in 1941. And lower down in the editorial, very interestingly, it says, the impulse to pinpoint responsibility and to act only when certainty is achieved is admirable. But if this assault originated overseas, it is not a question for law enforcement. It is an act of war and must be treated as such. So very strong words are perhaps an indication of the way in which public and political sentiment is moving here.
Stephen Sweech in Washington, thank you very much. Well, the events in New York and Washington have been described as America's second Pearl Harbor. Such was the disbelief and horror at the terrorist attacks. We can take a look now at some of the images and reactions of eyewitnesses.
Let's just get back. Get back.
What is it? They just think there's going to be another explosion.
Try to say people, the moment we heard a big explosion coming down, everything just went black. Everything came down, glass started popping, people got hurt, stuff went on top of them, and it was a big explosion. Everything got dark, real dark, like snow. You can see behind me, oh, this is not snow, this is all from the building. It was a terrible nightmare.
Big explosion happened. Some guy came out, his skin was all off. I helped him out. This is him all over. There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific. I can't believe this is happening.
We heard a big bang, and then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere, and people are jumping out the windows.
I was in One World Trade Center.
And what was it like in there? Did they start evacuating?
Yeah, as soon as it got hit, I was thrown to a window. So I was very lucky to get out. There's a lot of people that didn't get out. There's a lot of people coming down the stairs, burnt up. It's bad.
I was on the 36th floor of Building 1. All of a sudden, it was like an earthquake. Just shook. The building was shaking. Then I saw chunks of debris just falling down because I was close to the window. It was unbelievable.
I'm coming down 6th Avenue. All the people traffic was running up. And I'm looking up, I'm trying to call the station, trying to find where we are. And I look up and the tower just starts crumbling down. And everybody in the street just stops and started crying and bawling. And I'm standing next to a fireman, he said, yeah, they just bombed the Pentagon too.
Yes, I was in the traffic on the 14th Street Bridge, right at the Pentagon, tied up going into town, and I heard this plane come over my head. It was really low.
What size plane?
It sounded like a small plane, but it was very, very low. And the next thing I know, there was this tremendous explosion as it hit the Pentagon. I looked over, and the smoke started coming up. Pieces of the plane and pieces of the Pentagon were falling onto the 14th Street, onto the Shirley Highway.
It was terrible. It was terrible. A tragic day today.
Good evening, I'm Pat Rogers, and you're watching TLC's special coverage of today's events. The terrorist strikes in New York and Washington are a tragedy of enormous proportions. Now, a summary report of those events on this terrible day in American history. Terrorists struck today at the heart of U.S. financial, military, and governmental systems. The coordinated terrorist attack was the worst in U.S. history. 4 planes were hijacked. 2 of them were crashed into the World Trade Center buildings, 1 slammed into the Pentagon, and a 4th was flown into the ground in western Pennsylvania. The attack began this morning in New York as tens of thousands of workers began their day in Lower Manhattan. Oh my God! At 8:48 Eastern Time, a hijacked airliner slams into the World Trade Center's South Tower, setting it afire. Smoke from the blaze mars the Manhattan skyline, and a gaping hole is torn in the 110-story building. Then, just after 9 o'clock, a second plane, another hijacked airliner, crashes into the North Tower and explodes. Now, both buildings are burning.
And we heard a big bang, and then we saw smoke coming out, and everybody started running out, and we saw the plane on the other side of the building, and there was smoke everywhere, and people are jumping out the windows. Over there, they're jumping out the windows, I guess because they're trying to save themselves. I don't know.
There's people jumping out of windows. I've seen at least 14 people jumping out of windows. It's horrific. I can't believe this is happening.
Emergency personnel poured into the busy financial district that surrounds the World Trade Center. Mayor Rudolph Giuliani closes tunnels and bridges into and out of Manhattan. At 9:39, President George W. Bush addresses the nation from a school in Florida. He vows retaliation.
I've ordered that the full resources of the federal government go to help the victims and their families and to conduct a full-scale investigation to hunt down and to find those folks who committed this act. Terrorism against our nation will not stand. And now, if you join me in a moment of silence. May God bless the victims, their families, and America. Thank you very much.
And tragically, there would be more victims, more terror from above. This time, a strike at the heart of U.S. military control. That strike comes just minutes after Bush faced the cameras. A third hijacked plane slams into the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia. 5 floors of the building collapse and the Pentagon is evacuated, as is the White House, the Capitol, and all other federal buildings. The U.S. government comes to a standstill. At 9:51, the Federal Aviation Administration halts all domestic air traffic. All planes still in the air are ordered to land at the nearest airport, a first in U.S. aviation history. Back in New York, the horrific scene gets even worse. The World Trade Center South Tower collapses. The number of people trapped inside is unknown. Emergency workers flood the area, but they are overwhelmed.
There are a large number of firefighters and police officers who are in harm's way, and we don't know how many we've lost. But there's no doubt we've lost some firefighters and police officers.
Ambulances take the injured to hospitals and set up triage centers just outside the World Trade Center.
We're in shock. I mean, the enormity of it and the the significance of it hasn't filtered through yet, I don't think. But everyone's walking along. I mean, I walked up from 25th Street up Broadway, and I mean, people are walking around in shock, literally.
Then, unbelievably, a fourth hijacking. This time the plane crashes southeast of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Eyewitnesses say there were no survivors. Back in New York at 10:30 a.m., almost 2 hours after the first strike, the World Trade Center North Tower collapses from the top down. One of the most enduring symbols of American commerce is reduced to a twisted heap of metal and concrete. By around noon Eastern Time, airline officials had sorted out which planes were hijacked and where they were taken. American Airlines Flight 11, a Boeing 767, was bound from Boston to Los Angeles. It slammed into the World Trade Center's South Tower. 90 passengers and crew were aboard. American Airlines Flight 77 was headed from Washington to Los Angeles this morning, and officials believe, but have not confirmed, that it was the plane which crashed into the Pentagon. 64 passengers and crew were aboard that plane. United Airlines flying from Boston to Los Angeles with 65 passengers and crew crashed into the World Trade Center's North Tower. The fourth plane was United Airlines Flight 93, a Boeing 757. It crashed in western Pennsylvania. 45 passengers and crew on board that plane. President Bush, meanwhile, leaves Florida for Offutt Air Force Base near Omaha, Nebraska. There, he joined by telephone a meeting of the National Security Council. Mr. Bush once again addressed the nation.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward, and freedom will be defended.
As Bush and his security team searched for answers and suspects, reaction from other world leaders came in from around the globe. Great Britain's Tony Blair.
As for those that carried out these attacks,
are missing.
Yes, we have an idea of how many we're missing.
Can you tell us that?
Well, it's a lot. It's a lot. A lot of firefighters and a lot of police officers. And I don't know that I really don't want to get into a numbers game until we know. It's a lot.
There are also reports that there are some top brass in both departments who are missing.
Yes, we lost the deputy chief of the fire department and the chief of the department.
The chief of the fire department?
The chief of the fire department. The first deputy commissioner. Feehan. Deputy Commissioner Feehan, Chief Gansey, Father Judge, and Ray Downey, who I just gave a party for at Gracie Mansion for his years of service to the fire department, who led our team in the Oklahoma City bombing rescue. We've also lost him.
This must be very difficult for you, Mr. Mayor.
It's very difficult, not just for me, for the fire commissioner, and there are some other very close friends that are missing right now.
Have you had to speak to their families?
I haven't been able to speak to their families yet.
Mr. Mayor, advice again to New Yorkers who are still concerned about going to work and things like that.
The very best thing would be to stay home tomorrow. If you have to come to work and you work north of 14th Street, then you can come to work if it's critical. So if it's important and it's critical, then you come to work. But if you can stay home tomorrow, you're going to make things easier on yourself and easier on the city if you stay home. So the city is not officially closed. Manhattan is not officially closed north of 14th Street. But we're advising people if you can stay home, it would be better. Outside of Manhattan, you go to work and do all the things you would normally do. There's no particular reason to be constricted in activities there. But if you can stay out of the city, that would be good.
Any idea when the airports will reopen?
I believe not before 2 o'clock tomorrow, but that was the report we had a while earlier, so at least closed until then.
Mr. Mayor, Arab Americans for Peace issued a statement condemning the attack and asking for Americans and New Yorkers to withhold judgment until after an investigation has been completed. But they're also concerned about the fact that Muslim communities here in New York will be targeted for harassment both by law enforcement officials and by community members because of the nature of the attack.
Just the opposite. They will receive extra protection. That's the point of what I was saying earlier. Nobody should engage in group blame. The reality is, whoever is responsible for this, law enforcement will figure that out. The United States government will figure it out, and the retaliation will be, I'm sure, very, very strong, and make an example out of those people. But nobody should try to make that determination on their own. Nobody should blame any group of people or any nationality or any ethnic group. The particular individual is responsible and the group's responsible. That's up to law enforcement, and it's up to the United States government to figure out. And citizens of New York should, even if they have anger, which is understandable, and very, very strong emotions about this, it isn't their place to get involved in this. Then they're just participating in the kind of activity we just witnessed. And New Yorkers are not like that. So we're sensitive to that. The police department will have special patrols in those areas of the city, and anybody that tries to do anything like that will be arrested.
Mr. Mayor, is there anything you could say to put to rest some of the fears people have?
Everything is being done to try to make the city as secure as possible. The president, the FBI, federal government, the state, the governor, the New York City Police Department, law enforcement authorities, everything is being done that can be done. And people tonight should say a prayer for the people that we've lost, and be grateful that we're all here. And tomorrow, New York is going to be here, and we're going to rebuild, and we're going to be stronger than we were before.
Last question. Police Commissioner Carrick, did you lose any top people in your department?
No, not to my knowledge, not at this point. We have suffered losses. There was a contingent of cops that was with the mayor and I, and Chief Ganji and First Deputy Meehan. The mayor and I left them. We were gone about 10 minutes when that portion of the building fell, and I had a number of people there. We haven't found them yet, so I don't know the numbers. I don't know yet.
We're still hopeful that we're gonna find people,
and we
have not given up hope that we're gonna be able to find some people.
We do know there are people in the building that are alive. We know that for a fact.
How do you know?
I can't get into it right now, but we do know there are people in the building that are alive, and we're making every effort to get to them.
Are those members that saw those police officers, Commissioner?
Excuse me?
Are those police officers?
There are some police officers, yes.
How many? Which building are they in?
2 that we know of.
How many? 2?
2.
Do you know which building they're in?
Which building?
I can't say right now.
Have police officers been pulled from the rubble already, alive?
Yes, there are a number of people that were taken to the hospitals.
Can people be heard from
Yes.
inside the rubble? Is that how you know? Can people be heard?
I can't get into it right now.
We have a group of shelters that are available in Manhattan. Bayard Rustin High School, Seward Park High School, Washington Irving High School, the High School of Fashion Industry, Chelsea High School, Norman Thomas, the City School, JS 22, IS 131, Comprehensive Day and Night. They're all open for people that may need shelter tonight. And we'll put out this list, as well as Curtis High School in Staten Island and Westinghouse High School in Brooklyn. So we'll put out this list, and these shelters are all available to people who may be displaced. Thank you.
That was Mayor Rudy Giuliani in a late evening press conference in New York discussing the events of the day and the precautions taken by the city. This is the end of Larry King Live, but I did want to say a word and hold Tim O'Brien over too about Barbara Olson. Barbara appeared on this show many times, as you know. Sometimes her opinions could be infuriating, but you could not love her. you could not love her. She was just, Barbara was a doll. Would you agree, Tim? Is Tim O'Brien there? Wouldn't you agree that she was a special lady? Oh, I'm sorry, Tim is not there. I thought he had stayed over. Anyway, she was a special lady. We will all miss her. I can't imagine doing one of our panel debates and not having Barbara Olson. And to her wonderful husband, Ted, the condolences of all of us here at CNN. We'll be back tomorrow night. Stay tuned for a CNN special report, America Under Attack.
Now, a CNN special report, America Under Attack. Here's Paula Zahn in New York, Wolf Blitzer in Washington, and Bill Hemmer in Atlanta.
Good evening, everyone. You've heard some of our leaders calling today one of the worst days in American history. You are joining us now some 13 hours after two hijacked commercial airlines crashed into the World Trade Center, taking down the North Tower, taking down the South Tower, as well as an adjoining building. Some 50,000 people worked in this complex. As I look behind me tonight, a disturbing sight. And after we look at this shot, we will try to fast forward to this evening. No trace of what used to be the tallest buildings in New York City, just a smoldering black hole. The Empire State Building, now the tallest building in the city. The strikes happened 18 minutes apart, the first one at 8:45. By 10:30, both towers had collapsed. An untold number of victims are still trapped inside the wreckage of the building. Mayor Giuliani and the police chief confirming they believe there are people who are still alive. Unfortunately, rescue workers cannot get to them at this hour because of falling debris, because of smoke, and because of structures of buildings that might continue to collapse. Mayor Giuliani said the death toll could be horrendous. He said the numbers are going to be very, very high. What we can tell you tonight is the city is confirming that some 265 firefighters are believed to be dead. The police chief saying among the dead, the chief of the fire department as well as the deputy chief, some 85 police officers missing tonight. CNN's Peter Viles takes us back to the start of this dreadful day. I need to warn you, the pictures are graphic. Some of you might find them disturbing.
Just before 9 a.m. Eastern, Americans awakened to shocking pictures from New York.
I just saw the entire top part of the World Trade Center explode.
Minutes earlier at 8:45, a hijacked plane had slammed into one of the World Trade Center towers. 9:03 a.m., a sickening sight.
Oh my God!
A second plane crashes into the Trade Center.
See the damage to that about the middle of the building. Just incredible what we are witnessing here.
People on the ground look on in horror as workers in the Trade Center towers fall, or maybe even jump to their deaths. 9:30 a.m., the president in Florida.
Today we've had a national tragedy. Two airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
The airport's being evacuated. They need to go home.
9:40. All American airports have been closed, but there are still planes in the sky. And minutes later, one of them crashes into the Pentagon.
Several Army officers I talked to reported hearing a big explosion, seeing shards of metal.
9:59. As the Pentagon burns, the South Tower of the World Trade Center buckles and collapses. 10:29, the second Trade Center tower collapses. An American landmark is in ruins.
Here it comes. I'm getting behind a car.
Thousands feared dead, lower Manhattan shrouded in smoke and debris. 10:48, police in western Pennsylvania confirmed that a fourth hijacked plane crashed a half hour earlier outside Pittsburgh.
Enormous loss of life.
Noon, shock and disbelief as the dead and wounded are taken to East Coast hospitals. Officials in New York and Washington report a shortage of blood and appeal to Americans to donate their blood. Late afternoon, New Yorkers are evacuating lower Manhattan by the thousands. Parts of the city unrecognizable. A third building at the Trade Center, this one 47 stories, collapses. At Bellevue Hospital, an official says, quote, "It is a catastrophe of unparalleled proportions." Peter Weil, CNN, New York.
And if you were with us through Mayor Giuliani's news conference, you can see how tough it is for anybody to sort out the magnitude of what this city endured as well as what Washington endured today. I was on the phone earlier with a city official who believes the death toll will go into the thousands. Once again, that is impossible to even get a sense of the number of injuries and the number of deaths because of the fact that rescuers simply cannot get in to that perimeter area surrounding the World Trade Center because of fears of further structural collapse. I wanted to let you know what we can also tell you New Yorkers can expect in the morning. The city from 14th Street down will be closed off to civilians at least until Thursday. All New York City public schools, parochial schools, and private schools will be closed tomorrow. All, as I mentioned, all businesses below 14th Street will be closed as well. The nation's airports have been completely shut down at least until noon Eastern on Wednesday. The stock markets, as you can see on the screen, will also be closed. And you know that the news from the Asian markets that are now opening is not good, opening to a 17-year low. But once again, New Yorkers are going to wake up to a skyscape they barely recognized. The two towering World Trade Towers no longer exist. And Wolf, throughout the next hour, we will hope to be bringing you more information from some of the trauma centers in the area that are trying to treat patients. We know for a fact some 300 victims are being treated at St. Vincent's Hospital, and we're going to go to our reporter live there to get a better sense of what their condition is at the moment.
Paula, President Bush was very succinct in his remarks tonight, insisting, quote, "Today our nation saw evil," confirming the worst fears when he said this: thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. He began this day on a routine assignment in Florida, promoting his education agenda when he got the word of the plane crash, the plane attack on the World Trade Center towers in Manhattan. He was immediately flown shortly thereafter to Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana for security considerations. His security personnel not believing it was safe yet to return to Washington. From Barksdale, he was flown to Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, home of the Strategic Command, where he remained for several hours, participated in a telephone conference call with his national security advisors. Eventually, it was determined that it was safe for him to return to Andrews Air Force Base outside of Washington. He came in under unprecedented escort protection from F-15s and F-16s, eventually landing at Air Force Andrews Air Force Base outside of Washington. We're taking a look at some of those escorts that accompanied Air Force One on the way to back to Washington. And once he landed at Andrews, he was flown by Marine One, the Marine helicopter, to the south lawn of the White House. Once again, almost unprecedented decoy helicopters, Marine helicopters, joining him in order to get to the White House. The President spoke for just under 5 minutes, and he spoke from the heart.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices, secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
President Bush speaking at the White House almost 2 hours ago from the Oval Office, his first nationally televised Oval Office address. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, is at the White House. John, from that address, the president met with his top national security advisors. What do we know about that meeting?
That's right, Wolf. The president immediately proceeded to that meeting at the White House Situation Room. It lasted a little under an hour, we are told. On the national security side, the president was brought up to speed on U.S. military deployments around the world, including the status of U.S. forces in the Persian Gulf region, as well as the deployment today of naval vessels from Norfolk, Virginia, up along the eastern seaboard of the United States. Also, that meeting was expanded beyond the normal national security meeting in a way to take into account the devastating effect of this tragedy. The Transportation Secretary, the Health and Human Services Secretary, and the Director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency brought into that meeting as well to discuss with the President and his national security team the steps the federal government is taking to try to deal with the devastation of this. Now, we are told from sources earlier today that senior administration officials told key members of Congress that they are, quote, certain, based on the evidence they have gathered so far confident, not certain, confident, based on the evidence gathered so far, that people and organizations associated with Osama bin Laden are responsible for this. But coming out of the national security meeting tonight, I was told by a senior administration official they do not want to jump to conclusions here. The administration will say nothing publicly about that. This official saying, quote, "We're going to take a little time to sort this out." So the president being briefed by his team, he is here at the White House tonight. That meeting is now over, but look for the president tomorrow to have more public events. The goal here is to send reassuring signals to the American people. We are told the first order of business tomorrow is a bipartisan meeting with the congressional leadership here at the White House. Wolf.
And John, the president was also sending a very powerful signal to the enemies of the United States when he said this. Let me read this line from his speech. He said, "We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them," which suggests that some states may eventually be paying a price if the U.S. concludes that they were responsible as well.
It certainly does. The president's very strong words there come at a time this administration, and especially the prior administration, had been criticized for some by not taking stronger actions against the governments that have provided safe harbor and financial support to Osama bin Laden. Again, the administration publicly not assigning any blame, but we do know from the intelligence briefings provided to key members of Congress that is the administration's, at least the preliminary conclusion. Again, 3 sources I spoke to on Capitol Hill say administration officials used the word confident that the evidence they were gathering so far pointed to the bin Laden organization. Wolf.
All right, John King, stand by at the White House. I want to bring in our military affairs correspondent, Jamie McIntyre. He's at the Pentagon, which saw devastation there as well. Jamie, first of all, what do we know about the casualty count at the Pentagon?
Well, Wolf, just a short time ago, we got the first estimate of how high the death toll may be here at the Pentagon. It could be as many as 800 people killed, according to Arlington County fire officials, who say they've been told by Pentagon officials that the range of missing persons here is somewhere between 100 and 800. So that's the range that the death toll could take here at the Pentagon. Arlington County fire officials also say that the work tonight, as the fire continue to burn here at the Pentagon, is to remove some of the debris, take some of the front of the facade off so that firefighters can go in the morning in full force and try to put out what remains of the fires that, as I said, are still burning here more than 13 hours after the crash took place. Now, in addition, Pentagon officials insist that they're going to have the building open in the morning, at least large portions of the building on the other side that were not affected by this incident, as a symbol that the fact that the U.S. military headquarters has not been shut down by this terrorist action. Wolf?
And Jamie, just to remind our viewers, about 20,000 people on a daily basis go to work at the Pentagon, which is, of course, just outside of Washington. It was the Army section of the Pentagon that took the brunt of this attack, wasn't it?
Well, actually, it hit at the 4th corridor, if you're familiar with the Pentagon from your Pentagon days, in an area that had just been renovated. That actually is an area where there are a lot of Navy offices. There were also a lot of Army offices along this side of the Pentagon over here that was also affected by the blaze. A couple of interesting notes. One is that this marks a dividing line between where the Pentagon was just completed being renovated and another area that they were just about to start on. That meant that there were fewer people in both of those sections. In one case, because some people had not yet moved into new offices. In other case, because they had just moved out of old offices. And in the new area, which is on this side and didn't burn as much, some of the new improved fire security systems helped a lot, including a sprinkler system that was installed on one side of the Pentagon, had not been installed on the other. That was a big help in keeping the fire down.
And Jamie, while we have you, what have you been hearing about troop deployments by the military in the aftermath of this attack?
Well, I've only heard of one significant move so far, and that is the decision to hold the USS Enterprise aircraft carrier in the Persian Gulf region. The Enterprise had just been relieved by the Carl Vinson in the Persian Gulf and was on its way home. Pentagon sources tell me that orders have been sent to the ship to hold up, to stay in the area of the Arabian Sea and await further orders, a signal that the United States may have something in mind in terms of some sort of a military reaction. Wolf?
Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon. All right, please stand by. I want to go down to Bill Hemmer in Atlanta. He has more on this devastating day. Bill?
Yeah, Wolf, thank you. On a normal day, and underscore the word normal because we are far from that at this point. On a normal day, any airline that will go down the U.S. would be given what we would consider wall-to-wall coverage. But today in western Pennsylvania, just another element, another aspect of this still unfolding tragic story. To David Mattingly near Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where United Airlines Flight 93 went down this morning about 10:20 a.m. David, good evening again to you.
Good evening, Bill. We are officially in the tiny town of Stony Creek Township, Pennsylvania. That's just outside Shanksville, southeast of Pittsburgh. The FBI here at the crash scene will confirm only one thing, that there were 38 passengers and 7 crewmen aboard the United 757 when it crashed here in a field of an old strip mining area. Officials at this location have been reluctant to call it an act of terrorism until evidence is uncovered that actually indicates this. In the meantime, there are hundreds of state troopers and emergency personnel securing the crash site, calling it a crime scene in preparation of a federal investigation. Now, witnesses in the area said the plane hit the ground at a 45-degree angle, causing a tremendous explosion, rattling windows miles away from here. All that's left of the 757 appears to be small pieces of debris, raising concerns that the investigation here on the ground could be a long and difficult one. Of course, the search is on for the all-important black box, the flight recorder. There is also a great deal of interest in what could be another key piece of evidence if it proves to be authentic. A 911 call originating from the plane and taken by a 911 operator in a Pennsylvania county just west of here. That tape is now in the hands of the FBI. If it proves to be authentic, it could be the lone surviving voice of an eyewitness on board that ill-fated aircraft. And with it, maybe some answers about what happened on board the airplane, and maybe some answers as to why this plane crashed here in this field instead of into another terrorist target. Now, Pennsylvania Governor Tom Ridge surveyed the area earlier today, calling on Pennsylvanians to offer prayer and cooperation. As night fell, we began to see trucks coming by with trailers loaded with equipment that looked like communications equipment and lighting equipment, obviously preparing for a lengthy investigation here. Bill?
All right, David, thank you. David Mattingly in Somerset County, Pennsylvania, southeast of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Throughout the evening here, the human face has been put on this tragedy in more ways than one. We're starting to get an idea of some of the people who were on board the various flights that took off today, a partial list of some of the better recognized names on board. David Angel and his wife Lynn from Pasadena, California. The executive producer of NBC's Frasier, Wings, and Cheers was on board one of those planes. Daniel Lewin, 31 years old, co-founder of Akamai Technologies.
His friends called him Ace, director of scouting for the LA Kings, the National Hockey League. Also Mark Bavis, also a scout with the LA Kings, and throughout the night you've heard the name Barbara Olson being mentioned several times, a frequent contributor to Larry King Live and CNN through her legal commentary. Outside of that, we're also starting to pick up different stories across the country, repercussions from this story, indication that some gas lines in different parts of the country are snaking more than an hour or more in length. Also an indication that some people are afraid of a supply disruption. Nothing confirmed on a disruption of supply, but as a result, some gas stations in Dallas, Texas, $5 a gallon. Indianapolis, $5 a gallon. Parts of Ohio, also $5 a gallon for gasoline at this point. Here in the state of Georgia, getting reports at various grocery stores and supermarkets that people flock to the groceries today, stocking up on water and canned goods. We don't say this out of fear or try to incite some sort of fear or worry or concern. It's just the reports we're getting from people and the way they are reacting to what we have seen now the past 13 and a half hours, originating this morning about 9 a.m. Eastern Time in New York City. Speaking of New York, back to Manhattan and Paula Zahn. Paula?
Thanks, Bill. I think people here are just beginning to grasp the sheer horror and tragedy of the multiple attacks on this city today. Once again, the first hijacked jet is slamming into the World Trade Center about 8:45, the second attack about 18 minutes later. And one of the more chilling developments tonight, both the mayor of New York City and the police chief confirming they have reason to believe the people are still alive and trapped inside the wreckage of the two collapsed towers, as well as an adjoining building, Building 7, that made up a part of that World Trade complex. The Firefighters Union confirming tonight that 265 firefighters presumed dead. The police chief confirming tonight that the city of New York lost its fire chief as well as its deputy fire chief, some 85 New York police officers missing. Some presume them to be dead. We know that in area hospitals, according to the mayor, some 600 patients or victims are now being treated. Part of the challenge in getting to what the mayor believes to be potential victims who may still be alive is the fact that there is a tremendous amount of smoke still billowing from the collapsed towers. There is still so much structural damage. They're fearful that rescuers could go in there and get injured again, as well as the fumes. It is not clear when any rescuers will be allowed to penetrate this perimeter area. The mayor confirming tonight that the fatalities will be horrendous. The numbers, he told us, will be, quote, very, very high. Right now, we are going to listen to Maria Hinojosa's report, who will give you a perspective on exactly what happened after these initial attacks and how New Yorkers reacted to them.
At ground zero, running in the streets is the only form of escape. But on those same streets, the chaos and vibrations couldn't be avoided. Further north, New Yorkers gathered at Times Square. In humble silence and disbelief, everyone looking up to the big screen. Downtown, the mass exodus began.
I saw everybody crying in the streets, saying their prayers and crying. I saw different races, nationalities, and creeds that usually have differences with one another come together and bond and love and respect.
Along Fifth Avenue, people flooded to the streets to watch together.
Oh my God, it's inside the first building.
The faces of New Yorkers, solemn, quiet, praying. A father trying to give security to the innocent ones. The tiniest of faces, protected. Streets filled with anger and shock.
I have never witnessed nothing like this in my entire life. Human beings, parents, daughters and sons jumping out of the window at least from 80-something floor. None of you want to witness that. I'm traumatized for life.
The street where now everyone shares the pain out in the open without shame. The street where office chairs have become eerie stretchers outside a hospital.
We've had multiple types of injuries, from severe burns to blunt injuries and multiple fractures.
The street where a depleted mayor summons some strength.
New York City is a lot stronger than this, and we're going to overcome it, and the people of New York City are going to give an example of how you stand up to terrorism. You just don't be afraid.
But Times Square is empty, the streets are silent, and a city mourns. Maria Hinojosa, CNN, New York.
And I think it is fair to say millions of people were in a state of shock today based on the conversations I've had with people who witnessed this attack. That state of shock is turning to outrage. Joining me right now is Scott Hess and Jennifer Ruth, both of whom were...
I should make it clear before we go any further, some 50,000 people worked in the World Trade Center area. You were not far from there. Both of you were evacuated from your workplaces. What did you see, Jennifer?
I work at the 3 World Financial Center on the 35th floor, and my cubicle faces the World Trade Center, and we saw the hind end of something entering the building and the gaping hole through the building, and then the debris starting to fall. So we then evacuated and crossed the street and saw the second plane before it actually hit the building. And at that point, everyone panicked and screamed and started running north on West Side Highway.
Now, at that point, police obviously had not blocked off streets, so you were able to run as fast as you could.
Right.
What do you remember about what you saw earlier today?
After we evacuated the building, the first tower was on fire, and we saw bodies either leaping or falling from the upper floors, and it was just a chilling scene. And a few minutes later, almost in a very surreal action, the second plane, and I could almost see that it was a United plane, I thought, just
that
smashed.
actually has been confirmed this evening.
It smashed right into the building, and people were just screaming and crying, and it was just, the fire just, started to explode.
Some of the police officials have said tonight that they were surprised about how orderly the evacuations were, not only from your two buildings, you'd expect those to be more orderly than those of the World Trade Center bombings, but that isn't exactly what you experienced on the street.
There was a little more panic on the street. For the most part, things were fairly organized once we got up to the West Side Highway, but there was just people grieving and crying, and some of the schools were being evacuated. There's a bit of panic there, but overall, I think people just needed to get north and just get out of the area.
You saw, as you said, the first attack. You also saw the second plane slam into the South Tower. You heard the mayor tonight say that they have reason to believe that people are still alive in that wreckage. Are either one of you that optimistic based on what you saw? You were very close.
It was very close, but I couldn't see. I left before I was able to escape the scene before the buildings actually fell. And so I don't know what it looked like after that point. People were still evacuating and had the opportunity to get out as I was getting out. So,
most companies are advising people not to go to work tomorrow. All the public schools, private schools, parochial schools will be closed. As you wake up tomorrow morning, I'm sure you have no sense of what that day will be like that awaits you, but a preview of what you think might be like.
Getting off the subway and looking at the World Trade Center for basically the last 18 or 19 years, every day it's just not there anymore. And walking up the West Side Highway, just turning around on a continuous basis, just not smoke.
It is so eerie out there right now, and one of the things that I was impressed by today is there was a plea made for people to donate blood. And I went late this morning to donate blood, and the lines were wrapped around the block. And I've told at some hospitals there were 4- and 5-hour waits to donate blood. This does not surprise you, does it?
No, not at all. I mean, everyone has been so affected by this just immediately on the streets. As soon as I got home after the incident, everyone was glum and quiet on the streets. People stayed outside to see if they could get a view. But it was just complete quiet.
Well, Jennifer and Steve, we appreciate your dropping by. We know that not only has this been a very traumatic day for you, but as Senator Warner said earlier today, one of the worst days in American history. You're very lucky to be alive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right now, we're going to check in with Rose Arce, who is one of our producers who has basically been at Ground Zero most of the day. We find her right now at St. Vincent's Hospital, where several hundred people are being treated right now. Rose, give us an update if you...
Yes, Paula, I'm actually right here on 8th Avenue, and right over my left shoulder, you would see the Twin Towers on any other night clearly, but tonight there's nothing. It's completely dark. I spent most of the day about 2 blocks from there on the top floor of a building that's just north of the World Trade Center. From there we could see people rushing to the windows as fire was billowing out of the top of the building where the first airplane hit. People were rushing to the windows. They were taking clothes. One thing looked like a blanket that they were waving. And then suddenly there was an explosion, and you saw folks start to jump out the front window of the building and plunge. I saw at least 6 people do this. Folks were pushing each other. Some people were screaming for help and then just falling out. There was chaos on the ground. You could see emergency workers rushing to the scene of the building. Right now it's pretty quiet behind me, but this is an emergency route right over here, 8th Avenue. It's a straight shot from the World Trade Center uptown, and we've been watching emergency vehicles rushing right by us into the hospital that's right up the street.
Rose, I want to make a clarification now. The police chief earlier reported that they believe there were people alive, and most people interpreted that as alive in the wreckage of the World Trade Center. The police commissioner is issuing clarifications that says they believe there are people alive in nearby buildings downtown, not the Trade Center. Once again, neither officials at the Pentagon or officials here in the city can confirm the magnitude of the tragedy witnessed here in New York City and in Washington today, but once again the mayor says the statistics will be horrendous and the number of deaths will be very, very high. It's time to go back to Washington now, and Wolf.
Thank you, Paula. We're getting some new information now from our Susan Candiotti in Miami. She's reporting that the FBI has begun the process, or will soon begin the process, of executing search warrants in more than one location in South Florida, including what she says are the homes and post office boxes of several individuals. This is in response, Susan Candiotti is reporting, to information gleaned from the investigation into today's terrorist attacks in New York and here in Washington. One source tells Susan this: we're looking at South Florida ties to some of the people we're looking at. That's because, she says, authorities are basing their investigation on the passenger manifests of these hijacked airliners, 4 of them today, and they're taking information from other sources as well. We'll be following this. One additional note, she says a search will also be done in Daytona, Florida. Susan Candiotti will be joining us shortly. I do want to report once again what she's saying, that the FBI has begun the process of search warrants in South Florida as well as Daytona. Susan is now on the phone with us. Susan, tell us, give us a perspective. What exactly do you know is going on?
It's my understanding, according to a law enforcement source, Wolf, that the FBI is in the process of executing search warrants. That is to say, in the process of putting the paperwork together. The execution of them may not begin until the morning or early morning hours. What they are going to be executing these search warrants are homes, as well as some may only be post office boxes, I am told. They are basing the information on the request for a search warrant on information coming from passenger manifests of the aircraft involved, among other information they have by talking to various other sources. I am told, quote, we are looking at South Florida ties to some of the people that we're looking at. When I asked if they are looking at names on the manifest that may only turn out to be passengers, I was told, no, we are basing our search warrants on more information than that. They are looking at more than one location, I am told, in South Florida, as well as other locations in Central and or North Florida, including Daytona Beach. Wolf?
Susan Candiotti in Miami, thank you very much. And our Jonathan Karl, our congressional correspondent, has been talking with members of Congress who also have been receiving intelligence briefings. John, tell us what you're hearing now.
Well, Wolf, I'm outside the Capitol Police headquarters here on Capitol Hill, where Attorney General and FBI Director have both been briefing about 75 members of Congress. I can tell you that in general, the one bit of information here is that they believe, according to the Attorney General told members of Congress that these were teams of 3 to 5 operating on each one of these planes, and that they believe that in each one of the cases where they have direct information, they were armed only with knives. Besides that, members of Congress I've spoken to that were in this briefing expressing frustration at the lack of information. They wanted to know, about the plane that went down outside of Pittsburgh. They wanted to know where was that plane's destination. They wanted to know more about the nationalities of those that were involved with this attack. And they said they got essentially no new information on any of that. But again, the one thing that they did get out of this was that, according to the Attorney General, what the Attorney General told the members of Congress here, those were teams of 3 to 5 operating on each one of those planes. Now, there will be another extraordinary briefing of law enforcement officials tomorrow at 12:30 on the floor of the House of Representatives, because every member of the House and Senate, for that matter, obviously wants to get briefed, wants to get these questions answered. So there will be a closed briefing on the floor of the House, we are told, tomorrow at 12:30 with law enforcement officials.
Jonathan Karl, so many questions and still so few answers. Thanks so much for joining us. And I want to bring in now the former UN ambassador, United States ambassador to the United Nations and Energy Secretary during the Clinton administration, Bill Richardson, who was one of the last high-ranking U.S. officials to actually go to Afghanistan and meet with Taliban leaders. He met with them in late 1997. And also Julie Sers, a former U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency analyst, a specialist on the Taliban and Afghanistan and Osama bin Laden. And first to you, Secretary Richardson, what is your sense right now, knowing the Taliban, knowing Osama bin Laden, hearing these reports? What do you believe that Osama bin Laden was responsible for this?
My gut feeling, Wolf, is yes, that every indicator, which is similar to the bombing of our 2 embassies, the USS Cole, the modus operandi, the 3 to 5, that most likely it is Osama bin Laden. I believe that intelligence is also indicating that he's now in Afghanistan. If that is the case, I think this new makes sense, and that is that any nation that harbors such a terrorist would also be the beneficiary of a retaliatory effort by the United States. My view, again, is that the Taliban have been playing this game, that we contain him. When I met with him, they said he's not perpetrating any terrorist acts, he's under our control. That is not the case. He operates in a wide network throughout Afghanistan, other countries. I think it is critically important that if he is in Afghanistan, that he be turned over, that he be brought to a swift retaliatory effort.
Julie Sears, you're a former DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency analyst specializing in Afghanistan and the Taliban and Osama bin Laden. What's your take?
I agree with Ambassador Richardson and the other experts that I know you've had on throughout the day that, yes, all the indicators do seem to point to Osama bin Laden being responsible for this attack. And yes, I also agree with Ambassador Richardson that the Taliban, and as the President said, share at least equal responsibility in this act if that does turn out to be the case that bin Laden is behind it. Taliban officials have claimed after the 1998 embassy bombings, after the Cole attack, that bin Laden could somehow be controlled by them, and I think this shows, if anything, that they're working with him, that they're cooperating with him, that's perhaps even the best way to understand bin Laden's organization, that it includes not just bin Laden and this extremist network worldwide, but is very much helped by the safe haven the Taliban provide, and even by the assistance of some neighboring countries, including particularly Pakistan. I think it needs to be said now. It's something many of us American officials have believed, and private experts on the subject as well.
Well, let me ask Ambassador Richardson, do you believe Pakistan should share some of the responsibility if, in fact, Osama bin Laden is proven to have been responsible for these attacks?
Yes, there's no question that the Pakistanis have a lot of influence on the Taliban. When I visited the Taliban, it was arranged by the Pakistanis, who had have a lot of leverage over them, territorial, financial. I think it's important that the international community rally behind the United States. NATO, nations like Pakistan, others that have influence with the Taliban in Central Asia. This should be an international responsibility. This is an attack on the international community, not just the United States. The United Nations needs to be involved. We need to have a multinational effort, but the United States should lead that. If they are the perpetrators, they should be the recipients. The Osama bin Laden organization, the whole network of a very strong retaliatory strike.
All right, Ambassador Bill Richardson, Julie Sears, I want to thank both of you for joining us. We have to leave it right there. And Paula, before we go to you, just to recap the headline from our Jonathan Karl, reporting on a briefing that the Attorney General John Ashcroft gave members of Congress, that the U.S. government now believes teams of 3 to 5 individuals carrying knives commandeered those 4 airliners earlier today, destroying them and themselves in the process. Paula?
Thanks, Wolf. The city here is still paralyzed by the impact of the terrorist attacks here earlier today, and somewhat chilled by what the mayor of the city has just shared with us. He said he believes the fatality numbers will be horrendous. And that they will be, in quote, very high indeed. We do need to clarify one thing that the police commissioner told us was misinterpreted coming out of that news conference that he just held with the mayor. We were led to believe that police officials thought that there were people alive in the World Trade Center. That apparently is not the case. The police commissioner is now reiterating that he believes there are indeed people alive in nearby buildings downtown. Now, once again, to understand the impact of these 2 explosions. The crashes happened 18 minutes apart. Within an hour and a half, both the North Tower and the South Tower, the World Trade Center, had collapsed. An adjoining building collapsed at 6 o'clock tonight. There's a lot of debris in the area. Rescuers cannot get into the World Trade Center perimeter. We can confirm, though, 600 people are being treated in area hospitals. We're going to go to Greg Clarkin right now, who is at St. Vincent's Hospital, where a large number of those victims were taken. Greg?
Hi there, Paula. We are indeed very close to St. Vincent's Hospital, and this is one of the trauma and triage centers in Lower Manhattan. They tell us they have treated about 327 patients. They have 3 fatalities at St. Vincent's. Now, here to help us sort it out and describe what it was like inside St. Vincent's is Dr. Andrew Feldman. He's the chief of sports medicine, and he has been at work at St. Vincent's now for upwards of 10 hours. Doctor, can you give us some sense of the type of injuries we saw first off in St. Vincent's?
Well, there's a whole host of injuries, anything you'd see in any other kind of major trauma. Obviously a lot of broken bones, cuts and bruises, but a lot of blunt trauma, chest trauma, head trauma, things like that.
And what type of infrastructure, what type of system was in place to kind of deal with the influx of victims that we saw today?
Well, at St. Vincent's, we're a level 1 trauma center, which means we're prepared to do this type of stuff. We take care of a lot of accident victims in New York, and we have for many years. And I'm very proud of the staff and the other doctors in the facility for how they handled this. But basically, we are really set up for this type of environment.
Have they given you any kind of expectations, what's in store for you tomorrow? Any kind of heads up, any tips to what you might be in for?
It's basically more of the same, because obviously there's thousands and thousands of people to dig out, and all of them are going to have some sort of an injury, and basically, since we're so close to the world's
comfortable enough that he's back in the White House tonight. Dan?
John Roberts live at the White House. And so from out of the skies, tragedy has rained down on our nation. It was swift, deliberate, terrifying. In a matter of moments, in one city, a towering American icon was destroyed. And in another, the greatest symbol of our national might was set ablaze. What once seemed unthinkable has
on the block of people waiting in line to give blood, but indeed there is still a shortage, and the city very much wants folks who are capable of donating blood to do just that. Right now I'm going to check in with Susan Lasovich, who is out in Weehawken, New Jersey. Susan, if you would, try to set the scene for our viewers who weren't with us earlier today to help them understand, after the 2 towers crash, the drama of people trekking out of the city with roads closed around them, bridges closed, and how they made their way across the river to New Jersey.
Paula, it was just a surreal scene. Hoboken, New Jersey, which is where I live, is a very busy town that is directly opposite the financial district. You have buses, ferries going to the World Financial Center, which is across the street from where the World Trade Center once stood, and the PATH train, which runs underneath the Hudson River. The first stop in New York City is the World Financial Center. Instead, today, the ferries were transporting people who were fleeing for their lives. In fact, one of the cameramen that I worked with earlier today in Hoboken was just running, and they boarded the ferry. He doesn't live in New Jersey, but like many other people, just jumping onto the ferry just to get out of harm's way. The ferries were also used to transport victims as well, the smoke inhalation and other injuries. In fact, the PATH train entrance, of course, no access to New York City, was a triage center. Dozens of ambulances from all over New Jersey treating people, all the hospitals in the area on standby. I went to the Lone Hospital, St. Mary's in Hoboken, as you mentioned. In New York City, people lined up around the block, a long line as well. People lining up, giving their names and phone numbers to donate blood. The hospital was just simply overwhelmed. They said normally they take 1 or 2 people to give blood. They just simply couldn't accommodate the many volunteers that were coming forth to try to lend their hand in any way. Just a surreal scene, Paula. Jet fighters overhead. I saw a fully outfitted SWAT team in the mayor's office in Hoboken, and that was offset by one of the most beautiful days of the year, spectacular Indian summer day. One person who was watching it with me said, there's really not a cloud in the sky except for the huge billowing cloud of smoke that was coming over from the World Trade Center. Paula.
And you described that beautifully, because as I stand here on this balcony tonight, it is one of those crystal clear nights and so eerie, because as I look over my shoulder where the World Trade Center once stood, there is nothing but a big black hole with smoke continuing to billow out of it. Susan, was there any sense of anger among the people you spoke with?
Oh, most definitely. But I think the overwhelming emotion is just one of shock. People were comparing it to Pearl Harbor earlier today. I think everyone recognized the magnitude of what happened. I was actually in the mayor's office in Hoboken when the building was collapsing. We had a perfect view of the building, and even while the mayor was planning this emergency of just unprecedented proportions, everybody's eyes were red-rimmed because they knew. Everybody knows somebody who got hurt. Everybody knows families of somebody who got hurt today in what we saw downtown Manhattan.
And I guess, Susan, it's this stage that we all shudder to think how many fatalities we may be facing in the days to come. Susan, thanks so much for that report.
Sure.
Before I go back to Bill Hemmer in Atlanta, just a very quick update. The mayor of the city confirming that the fatality numbers will be very, very high. One city official telling me on the phone into the thousands. People believed to be alive, trapped in buildings nearby what is left of the World Trade Centers. The mayor also confirming that tonight or earlier today, New York City not only lost its fire chief, but its deputy fire chief as well. The firefighters union confirming that 265 firefighters, those were among the first 400 first on the scene, are presumed dead. 85 police officers missing tonight. So, Bill, this is a city, as I said earlier this evening, is just beginning to grasp the magnitude of the tragedy that was endured here in this city today.
And we're about 7 hours from sunup tomorrow, and indeed tomorrow the images are going to be much darker than we see tonight. Paula, thank you. Quite a bit of information to pass along to you at this point. Senior White House officials indicating to CNN the Air Traffic Control Center for the United States should be up and running tomorrow by noon Eastern time. We had been led to believe earlier today that this indeed would be the case. At this point, all air traffic in the United States for the first time in history has been shut down. But again, we're getting an indication that noon Eastern time tomorrow, air traffic control should be up and working again tomorrow. Now tonight, we continue to put a human face on this tragedy that unfolds not only in New York City and Washington and Pennsylvania, but also in San Francisco. Several of those airplanes bound for California. Our affiliate in San Francisco, KTVU, has done an interview with a woman by the name of Alice Hoagland. She's a flight attendant. Her son, Mark Bingham, was on board United Airlines Flight 93 today, bound for San Francisco. Apparently, he used the plane's airphone to call his mother in San Francisco shortly before that plane crashed in western Pennsylvania. Among other things, he told his mother that 3 men were on board and they had threatened with a bomb. Hear that interview from KTVU, Alice Hoagland, followed by Kathleen Hoagland, who is the aunt of Mark Bingham on board that flight.
Well, that I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
I got on the phone, Mark, and he said, hi, Mom, this is Mark Bingham. Give me his last name. And he said, I want to let you know that I love you. And I'm flying. I think he said I'm in the air. I'm calling you on the airphone of the airplane.
In his seat.
I presume so. He said, I want you to know I love you very much, and I'm calling you from the plane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb. And I said, well, who are they, Mark? And he repeated that he loved me, and he said, I don't think he said, I don't know who they are. He became distracted there as if someone was speaking to him, and he said, it's something to the effect of, it's true. And then the phone went dead.
Alice Hoagland, Kathleen Hoagland. Mark Bingham on board United Airlines Flight 93, again, that went down today with several others in western Pennsylvania. The first throughout the evening and into tomorrow and the rest of the week here. Also, the brother of the pilot on American Airlines Flight 11 says he had a, quote, sinking feeling when he heard about this morning's terrorist attacks. Jim Oganowski's brother John was the pilot of the first plane to hit one of the World Trade Centers today. Flight 11 was traveling from Boston bound for LA, 92 people on board. Oganowski says his brother was a former Air Force pilot who had just celebrated a birthday.
I ask all of you for your prayers for, as I refer to him as Brother John. And I ask you to also pray for our whole country today in this tragedy that's impacting our whole country.
Oganowski had a farm in the area of Boston, Massachusetts. Also at this time, we're keeping an eye on Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Why do you ask? Because in Kuala Lumpur, the Padronas Towers are located, extending 1,483 feet into the air, the tallest buildings in the world. The reports we're getting from Malaysia and through the Associated Press is that both towers have been evacuated. Apparently, another threat has been issued against those buildings, but again, there is nothing here to confirm that report. What we do know is that thousands have been led out of those towers and into the streets of Kuala Lumpur. Normally, we would not report a bomb threat, but indeed, given the circumstances of today, certainly that story out of Malaysia is relative. Back in this country, we mentioned tomorrow air traffic control should be operating, according to the White House, up and ready at noon Eastern time tomorrow. But tonight,
a very different scene. I'm going to take you to two of them now. Bill Delaney is at Logan International in Boston, and in Los Angeles at LAX, we have CNN's Frank Buckley. First, though, to Bill in Boston, Massachusetts. To you.
Good evening to you, Bill. Very eerie, of course, here since early this morning. This usually very busy airport, eerily quiet all day. Particular shock, particular impact here in Boston because, of course, the two planes that crashed into the World Trade Center originated here in Boston. 157 people in all killed on those planes. Dozens of their family members at a hotel right nearby me here, just outside Logan Airport at the Hilton Hotel here, being counseled. Amid the question, how could two planes have been infiltrated, to all appearances, by hijackers, by terrorists? Now, airport officials here tonight, Bill, insisted that Boston's Logan Airport is as safe as any in the world, but this major airport, like other major airports in the United States, has a history of allegations of lax security, particularly in the late 90s, when the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, did a particular study of Logan.
2 years in which FAA officials repeatedly dressed as passengers and repeatedly breached security here. They brought guns, they brought even pipe bombs onto planes. They got onto planes locked away on the tarmac. They repeatedly breached security, some 136 violations in the late 90s here during that study, leading to some $178,000 in fines issued against Logan Airport just those couple of years ago. Now, Logan Airport enhanced its security since then. For example, there are some 300 locks that lead from terminals to tarmac here at Logan Airport. 26 of them, it was concluded, were so insecure they were subsequently permanently locked. But this an airport with notorious incidents in its past. 2 summers ago, a teenager dressed as an Hasidic Jew managed to get over a fence here, a fence with razor wire on top of it. He managed to get himself onto a London-bound airplane and made it all the way to London. Now, this airport has also repeatedly found people with possibly dangerous implements on them. The airport was shut down several months ago when a man with a gun that turned out to be harmless, was captured at a checkpoint, but the airport was shut down and people were evacuated. So the airport security here, officials tell us, is very much like security at other airports. And in fact, that FAA study, though they denounced on many levels the security here, said the security here in the late 90s was not all that different than security at many other major airports. Officials here already saying that they will probably end curb check-in here as soon as the airport reopens. They will probably begin more random security checks. 28 million people go through this airport every year. Now the long, hard questioning of how this could have happened at Boston's Logan Airport. Back to you, Bill.
Bill, hang with me a second here. Curious to know your insights on a personal level, knowing that you've covered the Boston area for many years. Outside of the airport itself, what have you noticed about civilian traffic downtown, on the streets, in the stores, etc., through the course of today?
It's of course not on the level of the extraordinary scenes in New York, but this was a different Boston today. Traffic is something that's fundamental to life in Boston. It's always tangled, throughout downtown Boston. But today, that changed dramatically. As the day wore on, it got thinner and thinner. Of course, here at the airport itself, that eeriness I described as we began our conversation, Bill, from 10 in the morning or so, people leaving the airport, and by midday, it was completely empty, as the city itself also emptied. Buses and trains, the fares were taken off buses and trains so people could leave work and go home. School children sent home early. All public, state, federal, and city offices closed. So a very different Boston today. I'll leave you with maybe one haunting image that stuck in my mind. At this eerily quiet airport, late in the afternoon, right around dusk, one F-15 jet circling the airport. We've been unable to even figure out exactly from officials here why that jet was out here, but it left an eerie tone to an eerie day in the city of Boston. This one F-15 fighter jet circling again and again Logan Airport.
So very far from normal today. Bill Delaney in Boston. Bill, thank you. To the other end of the country, LAX, Los Angeles International Airport, 3 planes were bound for there today. CNN's Frank Buckley parked outside there this evening. Frank, what's the scene there?
Well, Bill, the same eerie scene that our colleague Delaney is describing there in Boston, the same thing here in Los Angeles, a very eerie scene at a very quiet LAX. As you say, 3 flights were bound for Los Angeles, American 11 from Boston, American 77 from Washington Dulles Airport, and United Airlines Flight 175 also from Boston. None of those planes came here, obviously, to Los Angeles today, but a few people did come to Los Angeles Airport, perhaps to greet friends and family who are going to be getting off those planes, perhaps just to come to get information after hearing of the tragedies. They came, they were understandably shaken up. We will spare you the intrusion into their private grief. We will not show you that video, but we will show you the view inside of LAX as it was being evacuated. As the airport was being closed today, they also evacuated not just the American and United Airlines terminals, but also the Bradley International Terminal. In fact, all of the terminals were evacuated here at LAX. LAX was closed, flights in or out, and that affected thousands of passengers. On an average day, there are some 160,000 passengers on 2,100 flights that go in and out of this airport. By this afternoon, however, LAX was completely empty, except for the security personnel and key personnel that were needed to keep the facility.
To turn bin Laden over to us, but I wouldn't give him any more than 24 hours to do it.
You know, Reverend Falwell, today, among the many quotes from many public officials about this, Senator Robert Torricelli of New Jersey said, something must be done, and mere apprehension of those responsible is insufficient. He seems to be saying the mere fact that we could go out and arrest Osama bin Laden, or Afghanistan might turn over Osama bin Laden, is not going to be enough, that there is an extra poundage of flesh we want. So from who?
Well, I don't know about the pound of flesh. I know that when Japan attacked Pearl Harbor and
but that was
Hitler
a country. Bin Laden isn't a country.
I know he's not, but he's just as dangerous because Hitler was never able to bring anything down to New York or Washington, and this guy is being allowed with oil money and with Arab nations funding and with with those who hate America because we support Israel. They're going to drive Israel into the Mediterranean if we don't do something, and we can't let that happen. We are the friend of Israel, and I believe that God blesses us because we are, and now they hate us because we love Israel, and I think we've just messed around as a Campbell County Virginia boy, I would say it that way, long enough, and the time has come just to ask Afghanistan to cooperate and deliver him to us, and if not, take them both out at the same time.
Reverend Falwell, thanks very much for your views tonight. We will certainly be talking to you later. Linda? Thank you.
We have with us now Greg Fife. He is a former senior safety investigator for the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board. Greg, explain to us now what role the NTSB takes in the investigation of the downing of the 4 aircraft.
Well, given the fact that there are 4 separate areas that the teams would have to go to, the biggest concern now is recovering both the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder in hopes of getting some vital information that'll help all the other authorities that are going to be conducting this investigation.
Okay, we understand a couple of things. We've gotten a couple of facts that we're working with now.
Okay.
Number one, that on all 4 hijacked planes, the transponders were turned off. Explain what the transponders are and what this indicates to you.
Basically, the transponder is just a piece of radio equipment on the airplane that the air traffic controllers will give the pilot what they call a discrete squawk code. They'll give them a specific number, 1, 2, 3, 4. The pilots will enter that into their transponder, and then they can track that specific airplane, that specific flight, by that unique identification code. So when they turn it off, they don't get the detailed information on the ground in the radar center that they would typically get. So they don't have airspeeds, they don't have altitudes or the flight number. All they have is a primary return, which just basically shows a dot on a screen moving in a direction.
Greg, one of the most important things, as you mentioned, is finding the cockpit voice recorder. It may be difficult in the World Trade Center with the 2 aircraft that crashed into those towers. But perhaps you have the one in Pittsburgh that you can get your hands on, and perhaps you have the one at the Pentagon that you can get your hands on. Of course, you might get the conversations in the cockpit. That would be key, right?
That would be very key for the investigative process, but if they were smart enough to turn off the transponder, they may have also been smart enough to pull the circuit breakers that run the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. So you could find those boxes with hopes of having some good information, only to have those hopes dashed very easily because they've pulled the circuit breakers which powers those boxes, so you may not have any information at all. The other point to be made is that because of the intensities of the fires, both at the Trade Center and at the Pentagon, the fact is that those boxes may not have survived the intense heat, because the boxes are typically designed to withstand about 1100 degrees Fahrenheit for a period of about 30 minutes. So again, depending on where they were found, if they are found, and what kind of fire exposure they have, they may or may not yield the information that would help investigators.
It's beginning to appear that each of the planes did fly for some time after the hijackers had taken over. Does this lead you to believe that the hijackers had to have some, at least passing, if not intimate, knowledge of how to fly a plane?
Given the sophistication of these types of airplanes, the 757 and the 767, which share a common cockpit, the training that would be involved, you could basically train someone to fly the airplane basically straight and level and follow headings, relatively easy in a very short period of time. But given the preciseness of how these airplanes struck both the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, there may have been some additional education on the part of the hijackers that they could have actually flown the airplane on autopilot by programming the flight management system that would, get them basically in the general area of which they wanted to be, both here in Washington and in New York, and then clicked off the autopilot and hand-flown the airplanes then into the target.
Assuming you can find the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder in the rubble in the 4 different sites, the chances that those boxes are intact are, what would you say?
Basically slim to none. Only because in looking at the damage, and being in Washington, I came in for a safety meeting. I was going to give a speech on aviation safety to the Coalition of Airline Pilots Association. And in looking at the damage to the Pentagon across the river this morning, and then of course at the World Trade Center, the fact that the collapse of the Trade Center, I would suspect that it will be very difficult to find any of those cockpit voice recorders or flight data recorders intact if the modules which are encapsulated inside the container or the orange painted part of the box, if they have survived, which is the most stout part, then there's a high probability that the information on those boxes may be good. But I wouldn't hang a lot of hope on that.
And now I realize that you are very different from the FAA, and it's the aviation security system around the country that's the FAA's business. However, I'd like to get your comment. The General Accounting Office warned in April of 2000 that, quote, serious vulnerabilities in the aviation security system exist and must be adequately addressed. Among the things that they said were a problem was training for airport security regarding screening and bomb detection. What, in your work with the NTSB, has been your experience with what kind of gaps there are in aviation security?
Well, one of the things with the NTSB, we never really looked at a security issue because in this particular instance, this is no longer an accident. And the NTSB's responsibility, of course, is to determine the facts, conditions, and circumstances in any type of accident, whether it be aviation or other modes of transportation, to promote safety. So in the security aspect, the NTSB really never got involved. However, when you look at the type of accident that these are, which basically have no longer technically are classified as an accident, they are an intentional act, that shifts the burden now to the appropriate authorities such as the FBI to look at the investigation process for determining where the shortcomings were that led to these particular events. And so the NTSB's role would be to assist them in putting back the airplanes in parts and pieces so that they may identify some of the evidence that may have still remained in the wreckage. But from the security standpoint, as a safety consultant and a guy who flies on an airplane just about every day, security starts on the ground, and the shortcomings in the security process, every news channel, every newspaper in the country has done an article about some of the shortcomings at just about every airport in the country.
Right.
So security starts on the ground before we get in the air.
Greg Fife, former senior safety investigator at the NTSB, we thank you very much for your expertise.
All right, Linda, a little bit of news out of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, where the world's tallest buildings, the Kuala Lumpur's Petronas Twin Towers, were evacuated Wednesday morning following a bomb threat. There's a picture of them. They are 1,483 foot tall Twin Towers. This bomb threat came during the morning working hours, some 12 hours after terrorists attacked the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon in Washington. Workers and witnesses said that thousands of people in both of the Twin Towers were told to leave the buildings. When they reached the ground, once they got out, they were told there had been a bomb threat. Government and the officials of Petronas, which is Malaysia's national oil company, were not immediately available for comment about that. Once again, the tallest buildings in the world in Kuala Lumpur were evacuated, all because of what happened today. Recounting what surely everybody in the world knows by now. 4 American jets were hijacked today. That picture there was one of the buildings associated with the World Trade Center that collapsed late in the day after it had been evacuated and fire had nearly consumed it. 4 jets hijacked. 3 of them were flown into buildings, causing massive, massive damage and loss of life. We still have no idea how many people were killed in New York at the World Trade Center towers, which both collapsed, or in the Pentagon. In one case, 50,000 people worked in the buildings at the World Trade Center. At the Pentagon, some 850. We're going to pause briefly to let our Fox stations join us. We are back with more of Fox News Channel's coverage of today's disastrous events in New York and Washington. 4 American airliners hijacked and then flown into targets. 3 of them were flown into targets, the 2 World Trade Center towers in New York and the Pentagon in Washington. One other plane was apparently on its way to a target but crashed south of Pittsburgh, southeast of Pittsburgh, where Fox News correspondent Jeff Goldblatt has been following what went on with that plane. Jeff, are you with us?
Yes, I am, John. Good evening.
Good evening. So what have we learned there?
Well, there's a scene here. There is one of a crime scene at this point in time. And what is clear, John, tonight is that the grip of terrorism has not only gone from Wall Street, but also here to Main Street as well, if you will, because one of those planes that was commandeered went down in a field about 80 miles to the southeast of Pittsburgh. It's in a rural community called Shanksville. Actually, we're about outside of it. You have rolling hills behind me, and you have a command post that's set up on a hill about a quarter of a mile up behind me, and the plane went down a little bit after 10 o'clock. This one plane, it was United Airlines Flight 93 with 45 people on board that included the crew, went down at about 10 o'clock. We have received a report that a 911 center in the area did receive a call from this plane, but what specifically came into that 911 center, that emergency center. We are not sure. There's been rumors circulating about that, and that we don't want to spread at this point in time, but it appears to have been a passenger on board calling in this 911 center, telling them that this plane was in distress. From what we know right now, the effort is one of recovery, but that won't take place until tomorrow. We also know that what is on scene here, all the debris, that nothing of which has been found is larger, John, than a telephone book or a briefcase. No signs of life, no large pieces of debris, only small shreds of stuff. And the telltale sign, one of the most telltale signs of what's going on out there, a big crater about 30 to 35 feet deep at its most shallow point, but perhaps goes even deeper than that. John, we're having a little bit of audio trouble, but I think you can hear me now. I want to go over right now, if I can, to Major Lyle Sapinka, who is here with the Pennsylvania State Police. And first of all, tell me about the scene up there, a crime scene right now, right?
Because of all the incidents that occurred today, we are treating this as a crime scene. When our troopers initially responded, we set up a perimeter and we're not letting anybody into the site.
How big is that perimeter, and what kind of work are you doing tonight? What kind of work are you going to do tomorrow?
It's approximately 3 to 5 acres. We have an inner perimeter set up and an outer perimeter. Tonight we're just guarding the crime scene because this is believed to be a domestic terrorism incident. The FBI has primary jurisdiction and we are assisting them. First thing in the morning there will be numerous forensic investigators here. Everything at that crash site must be photographed and documented before anything is moved.
And when might you try and go for the black boxes? That's what's of keen interest here, because unlike some of the other scenes of terrorism around the country today, perhaps you have a better chance of getting the black box here.
Right. That is one of the first things that the forensic investigators will be watching for.
Okay, Major Lyle Sapinka, thanks very much for your time. Appreciate it. I also want to go over to my other shoulder here. I've got Craig Conroy with me, and he is an aviation crisis expert. Craig, you actually got the chance to go up on the scene earlier in the day, and tell me what you saw.
Well, a large hole, but rather deep. When you see a plane wreck, usually it's spread out. The debris field is much larger, would indicate that it probably went at a very steep angle. And because of that, there wasn't as much debris as you've seen in other wrecks.
Was that striking to you? What can you extrapolate from seeing that?
Well, perhaps the pilot didn't want to go to an urban area and chose if it was going to be crashed anyway to take it out in a more rural area, or perhaps there was no one in command and it just spiraled into the ground.
Craig, I asked the Major about the black boxes because they are of extreme interest to this entire investigation. It is likely, from what we understand, knowing what we do about black boxes, that we have the best chance of recovering these black boxes as opposed to any of the others. What do you think, looking at those gaping holes up there on the hill?
I think they're recoverable. There wasn't a tremendous fire, it appears, and they're made to impact a number of Gs, and obviously they would withstand the number of Gs that drove them into the ground today.
Okay. Thank you very much, John. That's the latest out here outside Pittsburgh. Now back to you.
Correspondent Jeff Goldblatt outside Pittsburgh. Jeff, thank you very much. We're going to pause right now as our Fox stations rejoin us as we continue our live coverage. This is the Fox News Channel's live special coverage of the terrorist attack that occurred in New York City and Washington, D.C. today. American Airlines losing 2 jets. United Airlines losing 2 jets. All of them terrorist attacks, all of them hijackings. 266 total people on board those 4 planes. The 2 airlines this hour trying to come to grips with a massive loss of life. They're reaching out to the relatives of the passengers who were killed. There are areas around the airports where those planes took off where they are gathering the relatives. United Airlines is offering an initial sum of $25,000 to the families of those on board the United Airlines flights that were hijacked today to help them meet all immediate needs. We're going to stay on top of those 2 airlines as they give us more updates.
You know, Linda, there's some 200 people on those 4 planes that were crashed in these terroristic hijackings that were meant to kill more people in the places they crashed. As we've told you earlier, Barbara Olson, who has appeared many times on this network as a political commentator, died in the crash of the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. We're now learning some other names of people on the other planes, among them Garnett Bailey, who was the director of pro scouting for the LA Kings hockey team, and an assistant scout named Mark Bavis with the LA Kings as well, and a man named David Angel, who is the executive director of NBC's Frasier. along with his wife. They were all on flights from Boston to LA that were hijacked and then killed. Joining us now, Colonel Robert McGinnis, who keeps an eye on these kinds of things as we track terrorism around the world. Colonel McGinnis, you know, Americans, I don't think have a clear picture of what they have suffered today. We
see that thousands died in the. I tell you what, Colonel McGinnis, hang on just a second. Let's listen to New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani. This is a live news conference.
The dimension will be very large. In terms of the people we're looking for, it's a couple of hundred firefighters and police officers, which is a staggering number. As far as the number of people in the building, that'll be in the thousands. But there's no way of knowing at this point, and we're going to keep praying and hoping that we save as many people as possible.
Mr. Mayor, there are reports that there are a group of survivors in the basement of the World Trade Center, that they have cell phones, they've been calling their relatives in Seattle to tell them precisely where they are, and that there's a group of NYPD police who are with them and alive and well. Do you know about that?
I know that rescue effort's been going on for a couple of hours, yes.
Mayor, do you know anything about the report about the possible explosives that were found in New Jersey?
Yeah, I think the police commissioner was able to get information about that.
I just got a confirmation from the chief of detectives. He's reached out to the FBI. They have confirmed that someone has been stopped in New Jersey, 3 men in a van. However, there was no explosives in the van. All right, they're being held for questioning.
Where in New Jersey?
I can't say yet. Okay.
Why were they stopped, and why do you think they're connected with this?
We can't tell at this point. It's between the FBI and the Port Authority. We just got the confirmation by phone after I left the last briefing.
Were they on the George Washington Bridge as they were heading to?
No, they weren't.
There were rumors that there were explosives. Well, where did those rumors come from, or why did that begin to circulate?
I can't tell you.
Are they in the Meadowlands, Police Commissioner?
Excuse me?
Are they in the Meadowlands?
It's my understanding, but we haven't confirmed that.
Do we know why they were stopped?
Not yet.
Commissioner, can you tell us anything about the rescue of the 2 Port Authority officers or the ongoing effort with the people in the basement, where the Port Authority officers were pulled out of, or the details?
We can't say yet. It was Trinity and Church where the officers were that were just pulled out. The other people that are still in the building, we can't tell exactly where they are.
We all know that the Port Authority is housed in the World Trade Center. Any idea of the status of their operations?
They've lost a lot of people, and we don't know the full dimension of that either. But the Port Authority have a lot of people that are missing, and we were fortunate to find 2 of the police officers. We'll keep searching for the others, but they have sustained a lot of losses.
The group of people with the cell phones that Marcia referred to, do you have any idea how big a group that size is in that particular location?
I don't think we know the exact numbers. We know it's more than 2 people. It's two people communicated, and they say there were more people there.
And do
the people who are roaming around the city trying to find information about those who are missing, what are they supposed to do? Where are they supposed to go? And who's collecting that information?
The phone number that they should call is 212-560-2730. And then, as we have information about people either who have been recovered or are dead, we'll let them know that.
Is our morgue able to handle this?
We had a meeting with the medical examiner earlier, went over it with him. He believes that he's able to handle it. He'll start handling it at 30th Street, which is the morgue for Manhattan. He'll then be able to move up to the Bronx, where he also has facilities. And then we have the possibility of using the pier on the west side, which is set aside in case the numbers get too difficult to handle. But he thinks he can handle at least a good deal of it tomorrow and the next day, right in Manhattan.
Commissioner Bonnet, can you talk about the loss of the fire department?
We've got over 300 people that are missing that we can't account for. We believe that many of them are gone. We don't. We'll keep looking. We have hundreds of people over there now trying to find as many possible locations that they might be in some way in a void or whatever, and still be able to breathe and still alive. but we believe that most of these people, I think, are going to be unable to pull out. So we'll just keep working on it. I have a number I'd like to give. We haven't been able to make any contact with the families because we're still unsure of the situation. So the number for the families who haven't spoken to their loved one in the course of this whole horrible day, if they call this number, we'll at least tell them that that this is a person that's missing, or that we have had some contact with this person. The number would be 718-999-2541 is the number that we'll be using at Fire Department headquarters.
What about
It's just for firefighters.
What about Chief Dan?
Just for firefighters, firefighters and fire officers, EMS personnel. I would we'll man those numbers. That number will roll over to 10 lines, and we'll be able to just try to give them some information. We don't have a lot, so that's why we haven't been calling them like we would normally do.
How close are the rescue teams able to get? How close are rescue teams able to get to Debbie Whit?
I'm sorry, Deb.
What about the top members of your staff who may be lost?
We've notified their families already. Spoke to them earlier.
How do you feel about that?
How do I feel about it? I don't know what to say. We lost people that have given over 40 years. Commissioner Feehan has had every job in the department. Probably the most valuable person in the department. When I got this job, the mayor and Commissioner Safer said, make sure you keep Bill Feehan. Haven't regretted that one day. He's given a whole life to this department. Chief Gansey, the same thing. Chief of Department, 33 years, 34 years. Ray Downey, we just honored him with a dinner. Almost 40 years of service. World renowned for situations like this. Telling me how dangerous it was when we first got there. All the possibilities, everything that he was trying to do to, get the people out. Father Judge, I don't know if you know Father Judge, one of the nicest men you could possibly find in the whole world. We haven't found other people yet either. I don't even want to mention their names. Some of the best people in this department. I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads, and it's just it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
Commissioner Garrick, in the police department, do you have any idea how many people you're looking for at this time right now?
The number we're looking for is in excess of about 32, 33 people. That's what we know as of right now. And for the members, for the family members of the police department, if they have questions or they need to contact us regarding their family members, they can call 718-677-8238. It's the Special Operations Division, and we'll be able to help them as much as possible.
How close are rescue teams able to get to the scene?
The rescue teams are able to get very close now. It was very difficult during the day, but in most places they now can operate. There's still a few dangerous areas, but they're able to operate. They're able to operate down there now.
And are there pockets where people maybe?
Yes, we're very hopeful that there are pockets where there are people, not only the ones that we know about, but hopefully others. A group of firefighters were at St. Vincent's Hospital that were in a void for 4 or 5 hours, and we're hopeful that there are other situations like that. And that's why our rescue workers are working so furiously.
How big a group was that there?
That was a company. It was a group.
Company survived?
No, it was about 7.
Yeah, it's 5 guys and an officer.
5 guys,
6.
5.
Yeah,
6 men.
This was earlier today. They were in I believe one World Trade Center, and the firefighter described to me that they were there for about 4 or 5 hours, and when they walked out, they were shocked to see that the building had come down, because they knew there had been damage, but they had been in a void, so they had been protected.
What unit are we talking about, Bill?
It was,
I'm not sure.
I forget.
We'll find out for you.
I think I remember, but I don't know.
Can you just tell us again about the 2 Port Authority police officers, how they were found, their condition?
No, the only thing we know is that they were found a while ago, that they're alive, and we'll get you more information about their condition.
And since we're talking about the Port Authority, I guess it's a reasonable assumption there's a large number of Port Authority police officers missing as well.
I'm sure there are. We don't have those exact numbers, as well as Port Authority personnel, people who work for the Port Authority.
Wasn't their office in?
Yeah, their office was there, and so we don't know how many people were actually at work. The first attack was at about 8:50, and then there was time to evacuate a lot of the building. So we're not sure at this point how much of the two buildings were evacuated in that period of time between the first attack by the airplane until the first building came down. We're hopeful, because we saw a lot of people leaving. We all did at the time we were down there. We're hopeful that a lot of people got out of the building, but we don't know the numbers yet.
Maybe Commissioner Carrick could tell us a little bit about the high-ranking members of the department. I understand one was missing for a while, and you were able to find him. And I believe the police surgeon was medevaced out to New Jersey. Did I get that right?
No, not to my knowledge. Police surgeons accounted for the ranks that we're looking at and looking for are at the ranks of police officer and detectives, and perhaps a few sergeants.
Last question, Deborah Farrell. Last one, Deborah Farrell.
That's all right.
Is there a coordinated effort right now to find out who exactly may have not been in the building when this happened, or people just calling various companies? How will we find out who was there and who was not there?
Yeah, we're trying very hard by communicating with the Port Authority and some of the major tenants. We're trying to recreate how many people are there, but actually the major effort is really focused on trying to rescue people. The people who are out, I'm sure, have largely communicated with their families and are doing that. I saw many people doing that on the telephone as we were leaving. So really the focus of our efforts is to try to get as many people out as possible, with the hope that there are still people that are alive, like the ones that we know about.
Mayor, you said earlier that there were several other buildings downtown that may be structurally unsafe that you were still not sure about and that, in fact, may collapse. Has anything changed from earlier today?
No, I think. No, I don't think so. Not from the last time we had a briefing, and we were down there. And
5 World Trade Center, I heard, was in some kind of trouble. What's the status of 5 World Trade?
I don't know.
We're going to wait for daylight, the engineers to take a look at all these buildings.
I'm sorry.
We're going to wait till the daylight tomorrow. We'll have building and structural engineers check all these buildings that we're concerned about to make sure they're safe for rescue workers and to see what we can do to salvage these buildings.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you can ask your last question. Go ahead. Go ahead. He's been trying. He's been trying for a while.
In terms of how long does the department expect people to be able to survive underneath the rubble like that? I mean, is there some sort of?
There's no. They could survive for some time. There's no way to know exactly how long, but it really it depends. And I think one of the things that comes out of today is it depends on. I guess it depends on the will of God, or as to where you are, where you're standing, as this firefighter pointed out to us earlier.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify something Commissioner Carrick said, you were about 10 minutes past from when you were standing with several of the high-ranking officers who you lost, and then you went to Barclay Street, and you thought about that 10-minute gap, how you were 10 minutes from being in a horrible situation?
I haven't had a chance to think about it yet.
But is that sort of accurate, that you would have been with them, you were with them 10 minutes earlier before the building collapsed?
Well, some of the people that we lost, we saw, like Father Judge and Chief Gansey, Bill Feehan. We saw them about 10 minutes before we went over to 75 Barclay Street. And as I talked to their families, and I explained to them that they were working very hard, and they were working at what they love to do, and I'm sure their efforts will end up having saved other lives, and their families can be very proud of them. And we have, without any doubt, the best police department, the best fire department, the best police officers, the best fire officers, the best emergency workers of any place in the whole world. And although today's tragedy is going to be enormous and there's no way to minimize it, if it weren't for them, this tragedy would be far worse. I mean, they executed brilliantly today. And I, having watched it and having been a recipient of their services because we had to get ourselves out, I can tell you that whatever the number of casualties, without our police department, our fire department, our EMS, and the kinds of people that we have, many of whom lost their lives, there would be double or triple the number of casualties.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani wrapping up his latest press briefing, and we bring you this latest news coming to us via the Associated Press. U.S. authorities are now beginning to focus on Osama bin Laden's supporters in the state of Florida. This based on the identification of a suspected hijacker on one of the manifests, that's the passenger list, of one of the 4 jets that crashed today. The source is saying that the FBI is preparing to search locations in Broward County in South and Daytona Beach, also in Florida. These locations with links to the suspected bin Laden supporter who was on that jet manifest.
Okay, as you just heard the mayor in an increasingly somber tone of today's events, we're now talking about life and death stories. The fire department in New York missing 300 firefighters. The police department missing 32 or 33 police officers or detectives. I think a sergeant is involved. And of course, the top brass of the fire department killed. The chief of the fire department, Peter Gansey, the deputy chief of the fire department, Raymond Downey, the first deputy commander, William Feehan, and the fire deputy chaplain, Father Michael Judge. In addition, stories of survival. Survivors have now been reported in the basement at the World Trade Center calling out on their cell phones to relatives in Seattle. 2 have made those calls, and they say there are more than just themselves down in that basement. For more on the possibility that there are people in that rubble surviving, let's go now to David Lee Miller, who is down there keeping an eye on activities all day long from the first impact today. David, you know, this would be an amazing tale. Somebody in the basement calling out on their cell phone to Ma and Pa in Seattle, hey, I'm here and I'm still alive.
We certainly want to sound overly dramatic here, but you're right, John. It would be nothing short of a miracle if, in fact, people not only survived this horrific attack, but that they're still capable of getting cell phone communication out from underneath the rubble. Because interestingly, throughout most of the day here, there has been very little communication. In fact, most of the media has had a very difficult time just talking with their newsrooms because our cell phones were not working properly. They were simply overloaded. And at one time earlier down here, we actually saw some of the firemen actually break into a cell phone store in the hope that they were going to be able to get walkie-talkies because they needed the communication equipment so badly. But at this hour, as you point out, a massive search and rescue effort is underway. Authorities are searching now, hoping to find the bodies of survivors and as well as those who did not survive this horrific attack. Mayor Giuliani mentioned a short time ago that there have been, as you mentioned, a number of miraculous stories, and they are holding out hope that there will be survivors. But the rescue efforts have been hampered by a couple of reasons. Number one, there was serious fire problems throughout the day here, and secondly, an adjacent building, World Trade Building number 7, was on fire and was feared that it would collapse throughout most of the day, and that's exactly what happened. At about 5:40 this afternoon, that building gave way, collapsing, falling to the south in the other direction compared to the World Trade Towers, which fell in the northerly direction. That building now resting on its side. And it's interesting to note that that building, number 7, is the same building where the city of New York has its emergency operations bunker. And that's where the authorities go whenever they have some type of an emergency, such as this one, to coordinate the activities of the police and the fire department. In this case, however, they have obviously had to make do elsewhere. Now, at this hour, as you can see over my shoulder, there is a great deal of emergency equipment down the street here. For the last few hours, we have seen a steady stream of heavy equipment. We've seen cranes, we've seen tractors, we've seen generators, portable lights, all types of equipment getting in place so that they can conduct this massive search. As the mayor said, they have feared the loss now of some 300 firemen, including some of the top brass, as you put it, of the fire department, including the chaplain for the fire department and the fire department chief. Between 30 and 40 policemen are thought to be missing. Now, that is a reduction in the number that we had earlier, which was as high as 78, and we understand that at least a few officers have been located, so that in and of itself is good news. As for the rest of Manhattan, you can leave the island of Manhattan, but don't try coming in right now. The bridges, the tunnels are still closed off, and lower Manhattan is going to be completely sealed off tomorrow. The authorities say that anyone down here other than the authorities working on the search and rescue mission will be charged with a Class B misdemeanor. Back to you.
David Lee Miller, downtown, keeping an eye on the rescue efforts, which the mayor says now will kind of step up because the rescue workers can get closer to the wreckage and start looking. Report that survivors are in a basement down there. At least a couple of them have made cell phone calls out, and they say they have more people in the basement with them, so maybe there is a little good news somewhere in all of this disaster. Linda.
All right, we're going to pause for just a moment so that some of our Fox stations can bring in their local news in just a moment. But in the meantime, we want to bring in Colonel Joe McGinnis in Washington, D.C. with us. He has been helping us along with some of the terrorism information we've been working on. Colonel, an important new development, it appears, according to the Associated Press, the FBI is preparing to search locations in Broward County, Florida, Daytona Beach, Florida, looking for some connection to a person who's been listed on the manifest of one of the 4 jets hijacked today. It's believed that person has a connection to Osama bin Laden. What do you make of that?
Well, that's probably true, Linda. You know, keep in mind the 1998 bombings in Africa, our 2 embassies there, we've traced back to Ali Muhammad, a former sergeant of the U.S. Army who was linked up with Osama bin Laden, also a link with Iran. And so, you know, it's a rather tight circle. There had to be, as we've heard along through the night, a host of people that are working on this issue that had to be inside the airport, 4 different airports that had to be, you know, working very carefully on these various issues. So this is a tough issue. But yes, we'll find those people, no doubt, in time, and we'll be able to trace it back, I think, quite frankly, as everyone's been saying, to Osama bin Laden.
Colonel, I want to apologize, first of all, in the rush of things, for messing up your first name.
That's
Robert
right.
McGinnis, not Joe. And a question about what exactly we may be able to gain if we don't find the black boxes in the investigation. We've had some other folks here, including a senior investigator from the NTSB, former senior investigator, who believes that the chances of finding any of the black boxes on any of those 4 aircraft, well, the chance is very slim, he says. What do you think?
Well, Linda, you know, clearly the black boxes and the voice recorders and all that would be very useful. However, we do have some idea of who's on the manifest for those aircraft. We'll do, if we haven't already completed, some sort of tentative background investigation to determine where they came from in histories and so forth, criminal backgrounds. So we'll be able to piece together a team of people. Keep in mind, you probably had at least 2, maybe 3 in each of these aircraft. They had to have some connection with one another. So the FBI will be looking for that. They'll be looking perhaps on the ground crew what commonalities are there. They'll find these traces and they'll be able to do something with it.
Colonel Bob McGinnis, we thank you very much for your expertise. If you would just stand by for just a moment. We are going to pause now so that our Fox stations can join local news. This is the Fox News Channel's special live coverage of the aftermath of the massive terrorist attack on the United States of America today. Early this morning, 8:45 a.m. was the first attack. A jetliner hijacked headed into the first of 2 towers of the World Trade Center. Shortly after 9, the second plane crashed into the World Trade Center. Shortly after that, an aircraft literally plowed into part of the Pentagon. And then shortly after that, another aircraft, which we have been told, at least by one member of Congress, was destined perhaps for Camp David, the president's retreat. It ended up crashing outside of Pittsburgh. There is a massive investigation underway. The FBI has dispatched literally thousands of agents. The NTSB helping out. There is a federal response plan. This has been planned, a federal response plan has been in the works now for decades, but it has recently been updated and now it has been called into place. Some 28 agencies involved in responding. At the lead, the Department of Justice, also though the FBI leading the investigation. We're going to stay on top of this round the clock, continuing live Fox News coverage not only of the investigation, as the FBI agents now have descended on the 3 airports where those aircraft have taken off. Boston Airport, where 2 aircraft took off. Dulles Airport in Virginia, 1 of the aircraft took off from there. Also Newark Airport in New Jersey. We go back to Colonel Bob McGinnis, who is with us, helping us understand some of the pieces that are going to go together in a terrorist investigation. It's early, I know, Bob, but tell us where we go from here in these next few hours.
Well, we're going to obviously first try to save as many lives, and I saw the Pentagon on the way over to Fox News, and it's still burning. Frankly, we have to trace, as I said earlier, all those connections, all the people that are out there. Clearly, your National Security Agency, your CIA, they have bits and pieces. We've known for weeks, perhaps, that Osama bin Laden's been, threatening. Now, he threatened prior to the USS Cole bombing last October. He threatened perhaps on the Khobar Towers years ago in Saudi Arabia, and he also threatened about the embassies in Africa. So this guy has a track record. I think that we'll be able to piece a lot of these things together, and we will probably paint a clear enough picture for the NSC so the president can make a decision on how best to proceed. And that may be, some very tough action on the part of the president and the military against Afghanistan, the Taliban. In fact, of course, they've denied any involvement. But these issues that have already been brought up throughout the last 12 hours are very clear. They point a finger straight at Osama bin Laden.
Colonel Robert McGinnis, as we try to figure out what's going on, we appreciate your help and staying with us tonight as we stay up late following the developments in this case. Some incredible stories are now emerging on the Associated Press and other sources from the planes themselves. These planes that were hijacked, people on board, who was on board, where they were going, what was going on, and a few phone calls. A businessman, his wife and young child aboard a United flight that left Boston and crashed in the World Trade Center, twice called his father in Connecticut as his plane was being hijacked. The victim's father told the FBI his son made 2 calls. Both times the phone cut off. In the first, the businessman said a stewardess had been stabbed. In the second call, the son said his plane was going down. This is truly awful stuff, but we've known it's awful stuff all day long. It's just that now we will begin to see some of the true dimension of this. Survivors, some are being found and popping up in the World Trade Center, and of course we don't know the death toll yet. Linda?
We just want to let you know what you're seeing on the bottom of your screen. It's what we call a crawl, and you're going to see the names of a lot of companies. We are giving you the names of those companies. Those are the ones who have offices in the World Trade Center. Some of them are still looking for staffers working in their offices at the time the 2 aircraft slammed into the Twin Towers. They are still working to try to find some of the people who are still missing. People working in those towers, and also some of the rescuers, the firefighters and police officers who rushed to the scene as soon as the aircraft hit the towers. It is going to be a scene of confusion for some time, but clearly the companies that you're seeing on the bottom of your screen are trying very hard to reach their employees who many of them at this hour are still missing. There are hopes that they are still alive in the rubble of the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan of New York City.
Terrible day in New York and Washington and out in Pennsylvania, where 1 plane crashed, 2 directed into the World Trade Center towers in New York, and 1 into the Pentagon. People aboard, a couple hundred people aboard, killed. No one knows how many people on the ground at the Pentagon and in New York were killed, but we're hearing some startling stories now of people on board the flights calling their relatives from their cell phones and reporting what was going on. A woman in San Francisco reported that her son called from the United flight that crashed in Pennsylvania. He said, "We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb." Once again, we're trying to follow every development in this. The United States now threatening anybody who had a hand in this and anybody who would have harbored them. That would include the Taliban government of Afghanistan if they had anything to do with harboring Osama bin Laden, who if he had anything to do with this terrible attack. Linda.
Some 15 hours after the first attack on the World Trade Center, there are reports now that there are some people alive in the basement of the World Trade Center. Apparently, according to the mayor of New York City, at least 2 people have cell phones. They've called their relatives, apparently their relatives in Seattle, to let them know they're alive. Also to let them know that there are others in that basement trapped along with them. The mayor says that there is a rescue effort that is underway. He also said it's been underway for some time. They're still trying to reach those people. One of the difficult things here is fortifying what is left of the World Trade Center so that they can get to those people who are still in that basement, hoping that they do have some air pockets that they can use for oxygen. We have as producers tell us once again who we have to join us. Colonel Hunt with us, who is going to help us with a little bit more information. Colonel, are you there?
Hi. Yeah, how you doing?
Hi. Tell us exactly what you know.
What I'm getting is there's some interest. There has been some rocket attacks in Afghanistan reported. Everyone, we're denying it. That's of some interest. I don't think we get enough information to say we're targeting Afghanistan.
Colonel, I think well, the White House, actually the Pentagon has come out pretty quickly saying that they have nothing to do with it. What people may not be aware of is that there is a terrible civil war going on in that country.
Yeah, right.
There were explosions even yesterday that were utterly unrelated, and so at this point it's being assumed that those explosions have something to do with the Civil War and not any sort of United States response.
I guess, Mike, from what I know is that maybe of some interest, I've actually run about 9 hijacking training exercises at about 10 major airports over the last 15 years, and I've actually did one in Boston. And it's already been noted more than once here that the GAO reported and the FAA has reported, and it's unfortunate, tragic, devastating that it's going to take these numbers of deaths that'll finally come out to possibly get us excited about doing the right stuff at our airports. Once we figure out who did this, everyone seems to want to pick on bin Laden. I think it's an easy target. I'm not so sure yet that it is. We still got to answer the question of who's supporting these people. I don't think it's enough to take out an organization. You have to do the country and the people. There's no question, Saudi Arabia's involved. Clearly Afghanistan's involved. But we've got state-sponsored terrorism. This was such a well-planned deal. I would find it difficult to believe that this was done by just a terrorist organization. This takes inside information. This takes a lot of planning and pinpoint execution.
Colonel David Hunt, let me ask you, if it is state-sponsored terrorism, I mean, not even sponsored, state-involved or state-countenanced or state-aware terrorism, is what you heard the president saying tonight, that we would make no distinction between those who carried out these deeds and those who harbored them, does that mean we rain bombs down on some countries?
Look, I have heard, take anything in the recent 20 years, from the tragedy in Beirut with the Marines and Army guys who were killed, to the most recent tragedies with the coal, in Saudi Arabia with Tobal Towers. We've heard our leadership, our public officials make those same comments. My problem, John, is we've got nothing happening. I mean, the most recent time I was on with you, we had the Chinese take some of our guys for a few days, and now we're paying the Chinese some money for
Well, right, but you would admit, even in this discussion, that there is a hugely quantitative difference between the couple hundred, 200-300 Marines killed in Beirut, the few hundred killed at the Khobar Towers, the 168 killed at Oklahoma City, and what is likely to be 10 to 20,000 dead at the World Trade Center. Is that what it is? Just numbers?
John,
if you get into the thousands, we go to war?
I guess my point, Augusta, is have we had enough? I mean, are we mad enough now to do what we need to do and unleash the dogs of war? Yeah, the tragedy is that, I mean, one person gets killed overseas, 20 get killed overseas, it's over there. And it had to come to this level of devastation.
All right.
Although, yet, I'm not convinced, as we're speaking now, what we're really willing to do.
All right, let me put it there. Let me make it practical for a moment.
Sure.
You have run these hijacking exercises.
Yep.
We now have reports from numerous cell calls made to relatives aboard these planes as they were going in, that the hijackers had taken over the planes with knives. Not with guns, not with bombs, with knives. Maybe plastic knives, maybe knives that couldn't be detected in the middle of the thing. Something as simple as a knife. Get up, stab the stewardess, take over the cabin, cut the throat of the pilot, fly the plane into the tower. Why don't we have armed sky marshals on our planes?
Oh, you're right. You can remember when we had them.
I do remember when we had them.
I remember.
I don't know why they went away.
One, it made everyone nervous. 2, we lost the money. 3, it got...
Wait a minute, you mean the airlines lost 3 seats of revenue?
No. It cost... The Sky Marshal program was actually people that were hired as U.S. Marshals. They were... Some of them were... When they first did it, they were active duty special forces guys. The program ran out of money. Nothing happened. We've got people with active guns on the plane. It made a lot of people nervous. You're absolutely right. If in fact the reports are that at least one of these planes was taken over with knives, clearly Sky Marshals would have been great to have.
I mean, that would at least assure you that even if somebody got on board with a gun, that there was a fairly even match. I mean, you know, passengers, you're right, get nervous about it. A gunfight on board a plane at 33,000 feet is an inherently dangerous situation. But it might be a better result than what we saw today.
I think you're absolutely right. That's certainly one airplane. I find it difficult to believe, though, that the other all these 3 planes, there weren't some weapons involved. But the terrible fact is that our airports are civs. It costs billions of dollars to secure them. All of the facilities, the fencing around all these airports, with the exercise we've done more than one in which you just throw the weapon over the fence and go get it. We get into a mechanic's outfit, put a fake badge over, and walk any place in the airport you want to. Here's the problem with this, John. I think we have to look out. We got to take care of business on who did this. One of my concerns is that we're gonna start losing a lot more civil liberties than we really need to think about. I don't mind us being inconvenienced. I think we need to be more inconvenienced, like the El Al and like the Rome Airport is. But I think we ought to be real careful about putting the 82nd Airborne Division on the streets of New York City.
Colonel Hunt?
Yes, ma'am.
If you would, I'm sorry to interrupt, if you would just stay with us for a moment. We need to bring in another voice here. Congressman Chris Cox of California, joining us with more information on what members of Congress are being told this hour, particularly with regard to the investigation and what we're learning, who may be responsible for these 4 plane attacks. Congressman, what do you know?
Well, this evening, I and the congressional leadership and other members of the House and the Senate were briefed by the Attorney General, by the Director of the FBI, by the Deputy National Security Advisor. It was a classified briefing, and so of course I can't share with you the details of what was discussed, but as the President explained to the country this evening, we are focused on 2 main objectives. Number 1 is hunting down, tracking down the source of this terrorism and eradicating it. And second, putting the country back on its feet and getting back to work.
Congressman, let me ask you some pointed questions. Our chief political correspondent, Carl Cameron, has been talking with congressional staffers who have high-level security clearance. I'm assuming you've been told the same thing, that there are Osama bin Laden sympathizers in Broward County, Florida, and Daytona Beach, Florida, one of whom was listed on the manifest, the passenger list, of one of these 4 hijacked flights. I'm sure you were being told the same thing, were you not?
Well, what I can't tell you, of course, is precisely what was discussed in a classified briefing. What I can tell you is what you might surmise on your own, and that is that going through these manifests, identifying the pilots and so on who were on board these aircraft is one of the very elementary first steps that law enforcement is going to be taking in these cases.
All right, now let me also ask you about this report. Orrin Hatch, ranking Republican on the Senate Judiciary Committee, said earlier this evening that U.S. intelligence has intercepted communications between certain bin Laden backers, acknowledging that certain targets had been hit. What were you told?
In this briefing, of course, I'm not at liberty to describe to you what I was told. During the day today, I heard reports from public sources that these intercepts had been made. I should tell you that I started out the day with the Secretary of Defense and the Deputy Secretary of Defense at the Pentagon. At the very moment that these attacks occurred on the World Trade Center, I was with Don Rumsfeld and Paul Wolfowitz in the Secretary's private dining room. Ironically, we were discussing the new threats that are emerging that America is facing, and the Secretary had said literally moments before the Pentagon itself was hit that there will be another event. He said it twice for emphasis, there will be another event, not because he'd been tipped off, but because he was so certain that terrorists are aiming now at America, at our heartland.
I know. I realize that if I keep asking you more pointed questions, you're still not going to tell me what was said during that briefing. But earlier today, I spoke to the foreign minister of Israel, asked him pointedly, with all of their extensive intelligence network, did they have any clue, any specific indication that this attack was coming? Israel said no. Is that what you have also gotten from the United States government? Our government, as has been said in many public fora during the day today, did not have advance warning of this attack. It was indeed a horrible surprise attack and one of the most egregious acts of mass murder imaginable. What is it for the rest of the night for you and other leaders of Congress? Are you hunkered down in a certain place? Do you continue to hold meetings throughout the night? Are you going to bed down for the night and begin things anew tomorrow morning? What's the plan? Well, as you know, I'm a member of the elected leadership of Congress, and our small group of elected leaders in the House and the Senate has decided very recently, and we are going to continue to talk and plan tomorrow, that we will be in session tomorrow, that Congress will go to work. It will not be exactly business as usual because we will take up a resolution dealing with this subject. It's probably very likely that early on in what remains of the week, we will also take up a supplemental appropriations bill to give our government agencies dealing with this problem the tools that they need. Now, you realize that some mere statement about just condemning this act is probably going to be insufficient for an awful lot of Americans who are outraged tonight, who are terrified tonight. There is no question that a piece of paper, condemnation, public opprobrium, UN resolutions, or even cruise missiles directed at militarily related targets, the usual sort of response, is wholly inadequate here. But what has happened today has transformed not only America, but I think the free world. And I think what we have seen now is that there is an annealing. We are now united in our resolve, liberals and conservatives, Democrats and Republicans, Americans and our allies, in going after this menace, which is a threat to civilization. Civilization has a right to protect itself. These people, whether it is Osama bin Laden or some other horrible person uniquely as evil as is he, we are going to eradicate these people from the face of the earth. Do you think that the intelligence community let all of us Americans down today? That's the wrong way to direct all of the emotion and energy and, if I may say, enthusiasm for going after this problem. Rather than direct it inward and point fingers, we've got to direct it outward at the problem. And I think if properly channeled, all of these energies will be put to good use. We have, in America and in the free world, many more resources than do the terrorist networks that we are facing. What they're doing is leveraging rather meager resources into terror, really making 250 million people feel as if they are threatened, when in fact they are not. The free world can and must go on, and if we decide to do so in ways that we have not up until now, we can and we will win. Congressman Chris Cox, before I let you go very quickly, when is your next scheduled briefing so that we can get back to you? Tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Congressman Chris Cox of California, we thank you very much for your input.
Linda, while you're talking to Congressman Cox, I'm reading tomorrow morning's Washington Post about the victim phone calls aboard the plane. We know, of course, that Barbara Olson, the woman who has appeared many times on this network, who was killed on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon, called her husband, Ted Olson, the man who argued the case for George W. Bush before the United States Supreme Court during the disputed election. What we're now learning is that Barbara Olson and others on board that plane were herded to the back of the plane and ordered to call relatives to say they were about to die. It wasn't sneaking a phone call in. The hijackers with box cutters and knives ordered those who had phones to call their relatives and tell them they were about to die. Also, the Washington Post is reporting that that plane, Flight 77 from Dulles to Los Angeles, a Boeing 757, was aimed at the White House. But the target suddenly changed and the plane plowed into the Pentagon. Nobody knows exactly why the target changed from the White House to the Pentagon.
And clearly we will be getting more disturbing information in here in the coming hours. We turn now to correspondent Rick Leventhal. He was on the scene as the towers of the World Trade Center began to collapse today. He was there during the massive triage effort. He joins us live once again. Rick.
Linda, John, give you an idea of what's happening here now. It looks like a construction site. More than a dozen bulldozers just rolled by us here, many of them with the New York City Department of Sanitation. You see them heading up the road now, sort of in a direction away from the scene of the World Trade Center demolition, but they may well be coming back at some point. Not sure where they're going, possibly a staging area, but certainly there is a lot of heavy equipment here on Church Street and in the area at this point, bulldozers and dump trucks and the like, basically waiting for an opportunity to go in there and start clearing the rubble of what's left of those twin towers that collapsed, and of course also World Trade number 7, the 47-story building that came down late this afternoon. The only lights that you see on, by the way, here on Church Street are being powered by generators or batteries. They have turned off electricity and gas in this entire area in the hopes of preventing more fires because of the danger when you have explosions like this of more fires erupting. So no electric in the area. People who live here are just out of luck. And in the meantime, the smoke is still billowing, although you can't really see it at night, still smoldering from the site there where the towers collapsed, where the other building collapsed, and also a nearby hotel which has been burning. We've been talking to firefighters and police officers as they come back from the scene. They're still out there. Many of these guys have been working since early this morning, plan to work through the night and into tomorrow. They're reporting seeing terrible things behind me, just a few blocks south of us here on Church Street. Bodies in the area, certainly lots of bodies, and trucks that have been demolished, fire trucks burned in the fire, a lot of police and emergency vehicles there as well, a lot of rubble, and chunks of the World Trade Center literally in the road blocking Church Street right in front of where the World Trade Center used to stand. We've seen a lot of emergency vehicles going back and forth, as I mentioned, a lot of construction equipment as well. Other than that, it's been relatively quiet out here, basically waiting for light, waiting for the smoke to clear so that they can get in there and begin the grisly task of going through the rubble and recovering the bodies and looking also for those survivors who may still be buried underneath the rubble. That is the one good story that we've been hearing out here, is that there may in fact be some people still alive buried underneath the rubble who've managed to call relatives on their cell phones. The question is, can rescue workers get to them in time? The police commissioner and others have said that they're efforting to rescue people who are trapped, possibly some police officers, possibly others trapped in the rubble. But again, a difficult situation over there because there is so much big debris and there's also still heat, smoldering embers, fire, that sort of thing. So they're trying to get the hot coals and get the heat down and move some of that unsteady large debris out of the way if they can, to get to the people who are still possibly alive underneath it all. So obviously a lot going on out here, most of it happening a few blocks away from us in this area, a staging area for vehicles, construction vehicles, ambulances and the like. Guys?
Rick Leventhal down there as the next phase of this begins, which is a look for survivors, if there are any, buried in the rubble of the Twin Towers, 210-story buildings that collapsed. There is a huge amount of business, or was a huge amount of business done in those two buildings. Let's go now to Fox News senior business correspondent Karen Gibbs. Karen, what does this do to the nation's ability to do business with those two buildings gone? What are we missing as of tomorrow morning?
You're missing the New York Stock Exchange, the American Stock Exchange, and the NASDAQ. They will not be open tomorrow, or today, I'm sorry. And in fact, this is going to be the first time since 1945 when these markets have been closed 2 days back to back. This is the hub of the financial industry and in financial district. Not only are you talking telephones and wires and the antennas on there, but I'll take, for example, Bank of America. The debit cards aren't working because the debit main headquarters right in the World Trade Center, which is no more. Now, it's not affecting credit cards, but it is certainly affecting markets all over the world. Tokyo off 7% at the open. It has come back a little bit, only down 5%, but still it's below the 10,000 level, the first time we've seen that in 17 years. Hong Kong is also down 7%. And going back to Tokyo, you know, Sony, the one and only, it's one of its main stocks on the stock exchange. 30% of its business comes from the United States. That stock is getting slammed. It's off 5%. Australia is at its lowest level in 16 months, down 4%. And you know News Corp, the owner of this station here, 70% of its business comes from the United States. That stock is lower by about 9%. The Japanese banks and airline shares are suffering here. The dollar is trying to bounce, but it's not doing much. But oil up over $1.55 to now better than $31 per barrel. People are very worried that this is now going to affect supplies that are coming out of the Middle East, although OPEC, of course, says it is committed to sufficient supplies.
Karen, can I interrupt you on that
You
point?
certainly can.
We're getting reports of price gouging in oil already in Mississippi and Kansas
Missouri,
City.
Kansas,
in gasoline. How does that make sense?
It doesn't. But, you know, people get nervous in times of tragedy like this, and so they start stockpiling. And yes, I'm already seeing $4 and $5 per gallon gasoline in Kansas, of all places. It's affecting these, and of course, the oil companies are trying to come out and say something about that. But certainly, you know, when you have this type of tragedy, people overreact.
Second.
Karen, so what about the mercantile exchange? Is that in that building, and what is the mercantile exchange?
The New York Mercantile Exchange is right across the street, the World Financial Center. But, of course, it is affected by this. And, in fact, that's where crude oil, that's probably one of the best known, crude oil and heating oil, are traded. And so they're going to be closed at least through Thursday. So we won't have any chance to even try and hedge those purchases or offset any type of exposure that producers and end users may have. This is going to be significant for the energy market. Also, you trade precious metals there. And, you know, gold is traditionally a safe haven in this type of drama, and certainly it has reflected that today. It has popped $18 to $290 an ounce. That's almost an unprecedented move recently in these times for gold. So you are seeing some knee-jerk reactions. I do have to say the trade is rather thin because everybody's watching and waiting to see what we're going to do here. But certainly there have been some reactions all across the world.
Karen Gibbs telling us how this is going to affect the markets and the economy and the business community. Of course, one of the big effects will be just so many people in so many major companies were killed. There are companies that lost everybody, and there is simply no way to know what the total toll is right now, no way to know what the effect of all that is. There are companies that we've been running a crawl across the screen on the bottom whose headquarters were at the World Trade Center. They're gone. They're completely gone. There is nobody there to run the company, to answer questions, to take care of accounts, and it's going to be days and days until we have any idea of that effect on all of us, when, of course, the immediate effect is on those people and their families. Still, no idea how many people died in those towers today.
They would look. Some of the latest information coming from the mayor of New York City. Apparently, there are more than 300 firefighters who are unaccounted for and feared dead. More than 32 police officers missing. They're looking for them as well. We will continue to update the information coming in just a moment. This is the Fox News Channel's continuing live special coverage of a terrorist attack that has literally stunned this country. Just getting word now from the mayor of New York City. They have confirmed that there are people alive in the basement of the World Trade Center. They have gotten word that at least 2 people have placed cell phone calls to relatives in Seattle, of all places, letting them know they are alive. Also letting them know there are others with them trapped in the basement of the World Trade Center. The mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, saying that there has been a rescue effort underway there for some time to reach them. They haven't reached them yet. This is one very difficult aspect of this because they don't know what is still standing, what is still supportable in the World Trade Center. These are two towers that were 110 stories tall. Now the only thing that is left of them is about 5 stories, and they don't know what is still secure. FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, has dispatched a number of urban search and rescue teams to try to fortify these buildings and extract the victims. This will take many hours, and as we have been explaining throughout the night, time is of the essence. With me now, my colleague, John Gibson.
Yeah, and joining us in the studio here is Monsignor Jim Lasante of the Catholic Church. And, Father, I think we all want to know how people in your profession, if you will, deal with 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 dead families out there. There's that many families out there wondering what has happened. No accounting, no way of knowing what's going on. There's this rubble that's about 3 or 4 feet or 20 feet deep that contains these people, some maybe a few alive, but a huge, huge number of dead. And this goes beyond what we've seen in any terrorist act anytime.
I think, John, that every parish, every synagogue, every outreach grouper in the metropolitan area has to be sensitive for their people's sake to, first of all, those who have lost family members and try to be supportive. So bereavement groups are going to be necessary. But even beyond that, to our school children, I can see many of our children wondering about what kind of evil force could bring something like this about. I went tonight to St. Patrick's Cathedral. Cardinal Egan had a mass there for all of those who have died. And he was very eloquent, and he said, let's look at the positive miracles out of this too. And he talked about being around the lower part of Manhattan today, visiting the hospitals and seeing people of incredible generosity, both the firemen and the policemen, but also people who had no particular business being there except that they wanted to help. And he talked about the great spirit of New York. He said, there's a great evil in the world, but there's greater good, and we have to celebrate the good.
Okay, Father, I wouldn't want to quibble with you about that. However, what's going to happen here in the next few days if these numbers turn out to be true is there's going to be a list published, and there's going to be a little picture by everyone. And it's going to take pages and pages and pages and pages of the New York Times, and millions of people are going to be angry like they've never been angry before. How do religious leaders control that kind of anger?
Oddly enough, I think that religious leaders have to approach it in some ways not unlike the president did in talking about fair retribution. You know, we're a country of laws, and our laws have to be upheld. And an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth is only something you come to after there's a sense of justice having been served. So first of all, we have to find out who's responsible before we hold them accountable. I want to say something else, though, John, that I think is important to say. These people who hate us enough to do these heinous crimes didn't develop their hatred this morning. This is coming after years and years of what they perceive to be our particular oppression of them and their people. I guess I wonder if we hit too hard, and especially hit the wrong people, if we're not creating a new generation of children and grandchildren of these new martyrs, and that's how they'll be portrayed, who will then come back and kill our grandchildren. In other words, when does the cycle of violence stop? When do we stop, keep hitting them, and they hit us? When do we finally say the insanity has to stop worldwide?
Well, yes, but the argument is we haven't hit. Well, I'll tell you what, Monsignor, hang with us just a second. We'll discuss this on the other side of a quick pause. Let me just remind everybody what we're talking about here. An untold number of dead. New York City Twin Towers collapsed, 4 planes hijacked, 4 crashed, 3 into their targets. We're going to take a quick pause to let our Fox News stations join us after just a moment. We are back. This is the Fox News Channel's continuing coverage of the terrorist attacks today in New York and Washington, D.C. 4 airliners hijacked, three hit targets in New York and Washington, the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, as well as the Pentagon. Untold number of people have been killed. We have no idea how many. We know there's something upwards of 50,000 in the World Trade Center towers. This is a picture of the second plane hitting the second tower this morning, right about 9 o'clock. That plane was loaded with passengers, hijacked and flown directly into those towers, and the incredible devastation that has followed. Monsignor Jim Lasante of the Catholic Church is